Now, the whole thing about them is that they're supposed to be kind of like a fuse. A fuse is something that becomes a breaker between when there's too much electricity, it pops it, it melts the inside of it, and will disconnect it, right? Well, in the opposite form, the little thing will pop up, is attached to another piece of a type of plastic or something that melts at a certain temperature, and that's supposed to pop up and tell you it's done. However, on average, they pop up at about 180 degrees. You want your bird at the highest, 165. So you're actually going to want to take it out earlier. You're going to want to take a turkey out probably between 150, 165. And because the residual heat is going to continue to cook the bird just because it's so hot, and you want it to be the final temp to be 165. Now, can it go a little above that? You can find yes, but you want the juiciest bird you can have. You want it to be 165 at its highest, and then you want it to cool back down to about 120 before you cook it. Now, that is the temperature you're taking is going to be in the thickest part, which is between the breast and the leg, and you want a thermometer in there. You do not want to touch the bone with it. The bones run hotter, so it wants to be in the fleshy part, the thickest part. That's where you know where it is at peak temperature, and that's where you want it to be 120 to know that it's relaxed and ready to cut. If it's not, you cut it and it pushes all the juices out. So all these things about roasting back, they're fine. My mom used to roast back, and the bird actually came out on a high temp and was still juicy. So that keeping that little environment to keep the juices in was helpful. The turkey t-shirt, sous vide, you're going to sous vide an entire bird? What temperature? If you're comfortable here, because we take this in front of a live audience. Oh, wow, look at that. Holy smokes, Savina. Oh, what are you doing, like a 10-pound bird or a 12-pound bird? So keep it at least 15 pounds. I know you can't hear her. She's talking to me. I'll tell you about it in a minute. Oh, wow. Okay. Say hi, Mark. Are you Mark? And you needed that? What? So, that's also? Wow, thanks, brother. I appreciate you guys. Thanks, Mark. Or is that Mark or no? Okay. Mark doesn't cover himself? That's very sweet. Brought us some homemade salsa. All these different turkey tips, really, that they use. Breast up, breast down, turn it over halfway. Don't use the bird gymnastics. Make it as simple as possible, because ultimately you're dealing with a slippery animal at that point, and you're going to be playing air hockey with the bird. Make it as simple as possible. Understand that the legs are always going to take the longest amount of time, that dark meat, and do yourself a favor and make it as simple as possible. You don't need to soak what a cheesecloth, I think is the Martha Stewart, the cheesecloth in melted butter, so that you can also put bacon on there. They refer to that as self-basting. But really, brining, whether it's a wet brine or what I prefer is a dry brine, it's just easier. Those are the things you should be looking at. That's what's going to keep it juicy, and that's what's going to take care of you. You don't need a lot of these, different gizmos or gadgets. All right. All right, stick around. Much more to come on our last hour. We're here in Orange County, in Orange, at 1401 East Catella at Smart File. We're on the inside. Come in. We'll buy those liquor. What are you going to do? So come by and say hello, and we'll see you shortly. It is the fourth report on Neil Spager, KFI, and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County.
We tried less stimulating talk. It ended poorly. KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
State money is coming. You came live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom has proclaimed a state of emergency tied to a fire near Cascade at the end of August. The proclamation will allow state government to assist local authorities and also direct the State Department of Transportation to ask for federal assistance to pay for highway repairs and reconstruction. Fire that burned more than 5,000 acres damaged a 2-mile stretch of the 5 freeway. The governor also signed executive orders to help communities impacted by the largest fire in the state this year, east of Sacramento, and declared a state of emergency in Alpine and Inyo counties, which were damaged by flash flooding in August. News brought to you by Mike Diamond, the Smell Good Plumber. One person has been killed, and a 39-year-old man has been arrested after police say he crashed into 2 pedestrians in downtown LA. Police say the guy was going a long way on a one-way street shortly before midnight at 9th Street and Olive Avenue when he crashed into the 2 people. One of them died at the hospital, the other seriously injured. Police say the driver rammed into other cars as he tried to leave the scene, but bystanders were able to keep him there until police showed up. The man booked for driving his SUV into a crowd of recruits in Whittier has been released before being charged.
Newly known California penal code that allows law enforcement to release a person prior to being arraigned on charges. LA County Sheriff Villanueva says investigators need more time to review crucial evidence, and that's why they allowed 22-year-old Nicholas Gutierrez to walk out of jail late Thursday night. Gutierrez is accused of plowing into a group of 75 recruits Wednesday morning, injuring 25, 2 remain in critical condition. Gutierrez passed a field sobriety test, but marijuana was found in his vehicle. Sheriff Villanueva said they initially charged Gutierrez with attempted murder of a peace officer. Steve Gregory, KFIA.
A child has been killed at a Christmas parade in North Carolina. ABC's Michelle Franklin says it's all caught on video.
Video shows performers rushing to get out of the way of an out-of-control truck. Behind them, towing a float. Police say the driver hit the girl at a low rate of speed. She was rushed to the hospital, but later died. The remainder of the parade was canceled. Police say it appears the truck's brakes may have failed.
The driver faced charges of misdemeanor death by motor vehicle. The newly appointed special counsel is expected to start work immediately to figure out if criminal charges should be filed against former President Trump. Attorney General Merrick Garland yesterday named former federal prosecutor Jack Smith to do the investigation and into whether the former president broke the law by storing White House documents at his resort in Florida. Smith will also examine evidence related to last year's Capitol riot. Trump says he's been dealing with investigations for 6 years and called this special counsel investigation the latest in a long string of witch hunts.
The corrupt and highly political Justice Department just appointed a super radical left special counsel, better referred to as a special prosecutor, to start the process all over again.
Trump says he hopes Republicans have the courage to fight. The holiday shopping season will get started in earnest with Black Friday next week. Inflation has pushed up the price of gift giving. Money expert Trey Bosch says the best way to take advantage of sales is to know in advance what you're looking for.
If you're organized and you can be more reactive when you see a great deal, that's the key to something on your list. So I think the more organized you are, the better.
She says it's better to order gifts online as early as possible in case there are shipping delays. There's a dollhouse stuck in lanes in Hawthorne on the 105.
That's the 105 East 90 Crenshaw Boulevard. That dollhouse is taking up the middle lane, just going to have slow traffic to 405. In Mission Hills on the way team, both east and westbound side of the 405, the Rocky Peak Road has a wind advisory. Heavy winds are expected throughout the area throughout the evening. It's the Boulder Pass at the 405 South and Mahone Drive. A small vehicle taking up the center lane and slow from the 101. Elysian Park on the 5 South Ford Stadium Way. That's crash blocking the center divider. Instead, long traffic from Glendale Boulevard. Now in Orange County, Anaheim Road, 91 east of Wood Canyon and Yorkville Boulevard. That stalls blocking the carpool lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Zachary Dagan. Hello, I'm John McClain, founder of Rooter Hill Plumbing and Air. Last week we found a leak in my furnace that could have filled my son's room with carbon. Can you imagine how bad that could have turned out? It was a reminder to me that regular service to your furnace is one of the best actions you could take for the safety of your family. Carbon monoxide is odorless and deadly, and more than 50,000 people are hospitalized by it every year. That's why my team takes the extra step for every system they service to protect you. Call now for a thorough furnace safety check for only $77. Call 866-DRINK-77. And during the month of November, my team at Rooter Hill will install a carbon monoxide monitor for free in every home we service as a thank you for your business. Call 866-DRINK-77. That's 866-DRINK-77. Or visit us at rooterhero.com. Thank you.
Southland weather weather from KFI. The gusty winds we've been experiencing should be dying down by now. Got clear skies tonight. Lows in the 40s and 50s, crispy 30s in some sheltered areas. Sunny skies tomorrow through midweek with highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s. Warming up for Thanksgiving with highs in the 70s to low 80s for Thursday. It's 72 in Orange, 72 Manhattan Beach, 70 for Cerritos, 63 in Canyon Country. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. How to marinate them. Let me teach you how to eat. It's a culinary. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the Pork Report. I'm your friendly neighborhood pork reporter, Neil Samagra. Happy to be with you today. And I'm with you every single Saturday, these 3 hours that we shake off the heaviness of the week and just come together and celebrate and enjoy food. So it's our safe place to do that. This one is special for today. And next Saturday we'll be live on location. Today is at 1401 East Catella in Orange, and we're hanging out here, and I'm meeting a lot of you. Great questions, very kind. It means a lot to me that you're donating to this great cause, Pasta-thon, that we do every year, our 12th annual, and coming out to support Final, one of our big partners. And it continues to grow. And it's just it's an amazing thing. We're having a good time meeting people, shaking hands. Of course, we have free 4-piece crispy nugget coupons for Wendy's. We've got some Gorilla coupons. We're going to be giving out some Wendy's gift certificates in a little bit. And just here to talk about that with us, one of our newest partners from Wendy's is Ed Garrigus. Nice to see you, my friend, again, twice in 1 week. Yeah, how are you? Well, so you were on with Conway. I met you when you came in to say hello to Conway. You brought some great food in. Was that earlier in the week or was that last week? Tuesday night. I know it blurs. It blurs. Oh, they're giving you the talking to the mic. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Look at a rich, round tone. Your radio voice is coming out. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. It's 70 degrees outside. That's next to the radio now. So it's nice to see you again. You also were kind enough to bring some Wendy's, some new Wendy's offerings, and then we'll talk about those, and then we'll tell people how they can participate and donate at Wendy's. Sounds good. Okay, so this beauty right here that I had a chance to try earlier in the week is the new. Okay, so that's our mozzarella burger. Came out this week. Has a little piece of fried mozzarella cheese on it. So you gonna throw quotes on? That's not little. That's the same size as the beef patty. And then a piece of mozzarella, some marinara sauce, and a piece of meat on it. Yeah. It really, I like how you kind of like it's a piece of meat, mozzarella. I mean, really, the construction of this and having the bun and the traditional square patty that you know comes with Wendy's, that mozzarella slice there, and then on top of that, on top of the patty, you get this. I mean, really, it's the size of the patty itself, this deep fried mozzarella. So imagine this patty-looking mozzarella stick, you know, deep fried mozzarella stick, boom, on top of there, and then that marinara and that. Yeah, tell me a little bit about this bun. It's a different bun as well. Yeah, it has some garlic seasoning in there. It has some Italian flavor to it. Bun is awesome. Yeah, it really is. Bun by itself. And honestly, if I'm out today, I could eat the cheese by itself too. That's a good piece of cheese. I could take that off. It is, imagine this. Imagine a bun that is basically created from your favorite breadstick. Fluffy and doughy on the inside, has a nice little rigid bite on the top, You can see the specks of the herbs, the flavoring that goes in there. And if you smell it, it smells like the best garlic knot, like a great garlic knot that you get at a restaurant, made into a bun. And that is pretty spectacular.
And it was interesting. We walked into the Wendy's down the street, and the first thing you smelled was the bun.
Yeah, I gotta imagine, because that really does smell like a garlic knot to me. You know, it's like you go to a great Italian restaurant, they serve those prior, and you go through about, I don't know, 10, 12 baskets of those. And that's exactly what it smells like to me.
And then for people that decide that they don't want the red meat, we have a thing built the same way with chicken.
Holy smokes. What size is that? You know the ounce count on that chicken?
On the chicken, not exactly. I want to say it's around 5 ounces.
Yeah, it looks pretty close. That looks, yeah, because they don't say 3 because I'm going to smack you. That is a pretty large slice of bird there. Deep fried, again, the same additions to it, the ingredients. These are just out now.
This came out this last week.
So you don't know the any numbers? Are they flying off the shelf
So
already?
they're going off the shelves pretty good, and you add them with those garlic fries over there, and makes a pretty good full meal.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of Wendy's and Wendy's fries. I think they're, I know that they're not on every corner here in California like they are when you drive out of California. You can find Wendy's everywhere. We'll let you guess why. But whenever I it's a treat because I know that I'm going to get these really quality fries that have just the way they're cut, they have the skin on, and the amount of salt that's put on everything is spot on.
Yeah.
And I think that they end up missing a lot of the count in best fries and things like that because there's just fewer of them in California. But it's great. And this burger to me is something that you would create on your own at home if you're doing some grilling, because you don't expect to find something like this in a fast serve environment, but having all those ingredients on there like that.
And for those of us that are a little bit older, I know the younger generation probably doesn't know this, but it tastes a lot like Sicilian chopstick when I was growing up.
Sicilian chopstick?
Yeah,
I thought that's when somebody wrong on you.
there you go.
And then they wrong you, and then people don't see them for a while. No. Yeah. Uh-oh. I won't be around, folks. I'd like to say bye to you right now. The Sicilian chopstick, what is that?
Yeah, this is when you're young, you just basically put a hamburger on the fryer and grill it up, and then put mozzarella on it, and then throw some marinara sauce on top, and you had dinner.
I like that. That's the first time I heard of it.
Really?
You're acting like, it's a Sicilian chopstick. And I'm like, well, okay. Is that like the Chicago necktie or whatever?
Yeah, it was Midwest.
Okay. Well, that sounds delicious. And how did this come about? Well, hold that thought. We'll take a quick break. We'll talk about that. And of course, we're going to talk about how you can donate through Wendy's as well. For the Pop-a-thon this year, they're our newest partner, something that we've been wanting to connect with for some time. The pandemic got in the way, and now we're going full force. So stick around, come back with Ed, and we'll chat some more. It is followforfollow on Neil Sabager, KFI EM6. Let's get the latest news now with Eddie King and a 24-hour KFI news.
The LA County Health Department has issued a cold weather alert for Lancaster, the Santa Clarita Valley, and Mount Wilson, where wind chill temperatures are expected to fall below 32 degrees overnight. A red flag warning for high fire danger is still in effect until 10 a.m. tomorrow in Mount San Fernando and Santa Clarita Valley because of high winds and low humidity levels. A longtime Southern California college football rivalry is renewed this evening as number 16 UCLA hosts 7th ranked USC at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena kickoff at 5 p.m. The game is sold out. We've got something slowing you down on the 134. We'll tell you about that.
Have you heard about the incredible savings people are experiencing with solar energy? With electric companies set to raise your rate by 4% annually, you may be wondering, how can I switch to solar? At Prime Choice Solar, they make it simple and easy to switch to solar. And even better, they'll pay you $100 just to see how much money you can save by making the switch. That's right, $100. Just go to primechoicesolar.com and follow these 3 steps, or give them a call in less than 5 minutes. They'll give you a no-obligation savings and benefits analysis that can earn you $100 on that. Government tax incentives expire on December 31st, and there is no out-of-pocket expense. Call 888-282-2709. That's 888-282-2709. Or go to primechoicesolar.com. Offer expires on 30/22. Each step must be taken. A $290 or higher electric bill must be uploaded. One per customer and property. Primary homeowners, renters, landlords, non-homeowners, and homeowners associations don't qualify. After completing the steps and being reviewed by PCS management, you'll receive a $100 gift card. This anytime. By submitting this form, you allow PCS to contact you by phone, email, text, and other means.
Wind shifts continue to weaken through the evening with lows in the 40s and 50s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s. This report brought to you by Dell Technology. Install in Griffith Park on the 134.
That's a 134 eastbound before the 5. That's a bobtail truck that's stuck in the carpool lane. It's going to have you on the braking point of Business Street. You lock us in on the 210 east of Lowell Avenue. That's a medium-sized dog that's walking around the right shoulder. Be careful there. It's going to be a little slope of Laguna Canyon Road. The 405 south in the Holland Drive, that small vehicle taking up the center lane, expanded back up to the 101. And a crash was being before on the right shoulder on the 5 south after Colorado Street in Griffith Park. There's going to be stop-and-go traffic from Alameda Avenue. And then Elysian Park on the 5 south before Stadium Way. That's another crash taking up the center divider and deadlock traffic from Glendale Boulevard. KFI in the sky will get you there faster. I'm Zachary Hagan.
Dell's Black Friday event starts now with up to $400 off on select XPS with Alienware PCs powered by 12 Death Integral processors, plus special pricing on accessories and free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
This report is sponsored by Stonefire Grill. Feed a crowd this season with Stonefire Grills. It's easy to order. Check out Holiday Favorites Bundle. Each bundle includes tri-tip, boneless chicken breast, garlic mashed potatoes, barbecue chopped salad, corn on the cob, and freshly baked breadsticks. Order the Holiday Favorites Bundle for 10 or more at stonefiregrill.com.
Hi, I'm Dana Schwartz, host of the hit podcast Noble Blood. Join me on my new podcast, Feeling Superman, for a deep dive into the shocking true crime saga of the theft of a priceless comic book from the home of Nicolas Cage.
Someone targeted this very specific, very talented actor and stole something that is very specific to his interests.
Listen to Feeling Superman on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, there's a better way to fly. Instead of being stuck in endless lines and tacked onto planes, try simplifying your travel with Surf Air. Save an average of 2 hours on every trip and avoid crowded airports with a new way to fly private. With Surf Air, you'll fly from smaller airports closer to your home. There are no lines, no waiting, and no stress. SurfAir.com, the best alternative to commercial air travel that makes flying easy. Get a free quote on your next SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly private. You're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids, like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl, take away your life and choices. With just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. But there is a choice to get help for this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at ChooseMac.org. When you've been in the serious accident, you need serious help.
Wouldn't it be funny
I'm
if
Michael
you
Akiva, managing partner for Jacoby &
Please
Myers.
be here.
We get our clients often 10 times the original insurance company offers. So don't add insult to injury. Choose the serious lawyers. Choose Jacoby & Myers. By now, you've heard the news. Vaccine boosters are available for eligible Californians. Boosters support stronger immunity and help maximize protection against COVID-19 and its variants. Visit myturn.ca.gov to find out if you're eligible and to find a booster near you. That's myturn.ca.gov. Stay healthy and strong. Get boosted. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Real estate owners, you know the savvy solution for that piece of property you're looking to get rid of? Donate it to Cars for Kids. And it's Conway here. With costs at an all-time high, you'll be happy to hear that Cars for Kids Real Estate will take over all taxes, maintenance, and insurance fees. Best of all, Cars for Kids Real Estate will provide you with a tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property. Donate today because time is running out for your 2022 tax deduction. To donate, visit carsforkidsrealestate.org or call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today. That's Cars for the K. Listen to your favorite radio station for music from any genre. Listen to what you want, where you want, when you want it, all free. Download the free iHeart
iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Guy in his cheap transmission fluid.
Seriously? I feel like it's just checked the brakes.
We all know how it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. But look at that. Check engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. One of the greatest of all time. The final show of his last American tour. Elton John. On the stage where he became a legend. A global streaming live event. November 20th at 11 Pacific. You're in my heart forever. Only on Disney Plus.
Whether it's Ralph's Simple Truth Turkey or mac and cheese with Murray's English cheddar or pie made with fresh cosmic crisp apples, there are many dishes we look forward to sharing during the holiday. And Ralph's has all the fresh ingredients you need to turn today's holidays into tomorrow's memories. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Take home a grade A Kroger frozen turkey for only 79 cents a pound with your card and additional $25 purchase. Limits apply. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
It's a great carbine experience and they'll treat you like a rock star. Go see my friend at Gamer Toyota.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For Black Friday,
Oh, it's quite like we went to high school. Oh, yeah, I remember.
The podcast, The Bible in a Year with Jack Graham, is a moving and inspiring
We were all
audio
pretty
experience
fun.
that will help you master wisdom
was
from the world's greatest book. In each episode, you'll learn to apply biblical principles to everyday life. Each cinematic episode is a journey through the Bible's most profound stories that will strengthen your appreciation of the Word and inspire you to keep learning. Listen to The Bible in a Year with Jack Graham on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Chris Little. KFI News is different because we write the way people talk, conversationally. Instead of saying something like, police pursued the suspect, we would say, cops chased the guy. Instead of saying firefighters were called out to a blaze last night, we'd say firefighters were called out to a fire. And we wouldn't put last night in the first sentence of the story, by the way, because we don't want it to sound like it's dated. So we're conversational and we're current. KFR, AM 640. The news, what it means,
These
why
are
it matters.
really give them little secrets. Why? Well, I know their philosophy now. I mean, of course, you'd be like short. Well, then why do you every single fucking time say it? Or I would take out fucking breathing and shit. It would just be all about that. Like, how do I fucking keep the top of that every day first? I'm good.
I am your well-fed host, Mr. Baker. How do you view? We're broadcasting live at 1401 East Capella here in Orange. From Smart and Final, our partners, as we are launching Pastathon. You can find out on everything you need to know at pastathon.com, pastathon.com. Of course, different ways to donate this year, and one of the newest ways is with Wendy's, and talk about that. And,
Okay, what do you click it?
that's it. Look at that right there. I tell you, I know what that is. That's what helps me.
See, when you go back to the radio station, now you can tell Conway.
Oh, and we were just talking about this. I got that backwards. You're like, no, that's not the. We'll fast forward. We'll tell Conway how to pronounce your name. So we were talking about the newest launch, your Italian mozzarella burger and your Italian mozzarella chicken sandwich. And they also brought a patty that you've got to understand this burger has marinara sauce. It has
What the hell happened here now?
this mozzarella patty that's fried just the same size as the burger. And I'm calling
It's hardcore history.
like the advertisers decided those we do.
Which military was superior?
Get out to
The First World War military of the German Imperial State,
or you just
or the Second World War military of Nazi Germany?
get Hallmark channel.
I know this sounds like a random question,
He's from a small
but it's
town,
actually something that I get asked
like
about all the time.
a big city.
All the time.
Well, anyway, they get
It's not so random either because these people are not just asking me that question out of
from
thin
that,
air.
that other one.
They're asking me to elaborate on a statement that I once made, kind of a throwaway line, if I'm remembering it correctly, where I had pointed out that I thought that the First World War German military, when we say that, we mean the entire defense apparatus, right? The entire structure of the Army, per se, of the Navy, per se, but all of it put together. The industry, the grand strategy, states and armies are intertwined in ways that are key. So let's understand that. But when I do compare the two, I was comparing the entire structure against the entire structure. First World War Germany's military against Second World War Germany's military. Now, what I was not prepared for was the fact that this would be so surprising to so many people and interesting to them, to be honest. I mean, like I said, I've been asked to elaborate on that question many times. And no one is argumentative, by the way, or upset. They're interested, they're curious, and it took me a while to realize why. But I think I figured out that it's because it's counterintuitive. Most people out there who are not World War II buffs just assume, because my goodness, who hasn't seen hours of black and white footage or what have you, all the stuff that Nazi Germany was working on, from ballistic missiles to Panzer divisions to jet aircraft. I mean, there's Nazi scientists are such a great fodder even today. That's why you have them in all the comic books. The Red Skull and the Captain American. I mean, Odessa, the boys from Brazil. I mean, it goes on and on. This Nazi science thing is fascinating. It's so mid. It's not steampunk because it's too late. It's whatever the mid 20th century version of steampunk is. First World War Germany really is steampunk. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think there's been a lot of hype for Second World War Germany. The First World War Germany doesn't get. And that's what makes it compelling to hear a different opinion to some people. Now, why the heck am I talking about this now? What are we even doing here? It's worth a little explanation since this is the first new podcast. We started more than a decade. The first thing we were going to do is just throw all this on the history feed, figuring that it's history. People have taught me a valuable lesson over time, and that's that you don't want anything that isn't what you're expecting on that feed. You may be okay with me interviewing people, but you don't want it on your hardcore history feed when you think you're getting a history sit download and it turns out to be an interview. So we've learned you want something very specific on the hardcore history proper feed. The problem for us, of course, and maybe you too, is that we're averaging about 2.5 new shows a year on that feed, which is a long time to be out of touch with your audience. So for a very long time, we have been looking for some sort of content. I guess you could call short form content. I'm obviously a long form guy. It takes me 20 minutes to clear my throat, as you all know. Originally, a long time ago, the idea of Blitz editions, which was supposed to be short, now we're just going to take a focus on the show. That was supposed to fill this gap, didn't work. We are cutting back, and that might be an optimistic way of even putting it on the common sense stuff right now. So how do you better use the time that would free up? Well, I'm not touching base with the hardcore history audience more than 2.5 times a year. So that's what we're trying to do here. Just so you know, I couldn't decide on a format because I liked all of them to a degree, but I didn't want to get locked into anything. I mean, I like it. I don't want to have to do them all the time. I don't want it to be an interview show per se. I like doing short little history things if I can manage to do anything short that don't turn into a hardcore history show, but I don't want to be responsible for doing that every time. Right? The last thing we want to do is do a new show that takes away from the old show that already takes too long to do. Right? So we understand the parameters with which we're working here.
Anyone heard of it?
Led Zeppelin once said that their format for their music was tight but loose. That's the way I like to operate too. Let's have a format where you know it's our stuff. We're recognizably us. But what you're going to get, that's anybody's guess. This is, for lack of a better word, and I still don't know what we would call this, this is the hardcore history overflow feed. This is everything we're not putting in the regular feed with. It's interviews with historians, biographers, or maybe historical participants from time to time. Love to do some primary source report some of these memories in digital stone. Maybe somewhere down the page, we can mine that for useful info someday. Great to contribute to
Another round
the
of
storehouse
strong
of
Santa Ana
personal
winds is
experiences and
swept through
knowledge.
Southern California. A red flag
I do
warning for
have
fire
weird
danger
things
was in effect
I'd like to
until
throw out
10
there.
a.m.
Sometimes I'd love to
tomorrow
have a
for
recurring
11 mountain
statement
and
that I
valley
call
areas
the
where
worst place
humidity
to be in the
levels remain
world.
extremely low.
I think it's
Several
self-explanatory.
RVs, campers, and
But
boats
I have a bunch of little things like that. Nothing that I think you could base a whole podcast series on forever, but enough so maybe we can throw some stuff out there. Not, we couldn't figure out how to make it anything but mad to you when you're expecting 5 hours of hardcore history in depth, and you get 20 minutes of scampering over the thin ice. Is there anything we can do in 20 minutes where you can go, yeah, that was great, when you're expecting 5 hours? I don't know. I feel like, if nothing else, I would love to say hi to you more often. That's what this is. So, the reason we're talking about the two World War militaries of Germany and comparing them is because after the 1000th person asked me recently to elaborate on that question, I was walking away from the discussion, and a person who may or may not be real who was with me turned to me and said, make that a podcast. Just do a whole show on answering that question. Which military was better, First or Second World War? Because you get asked about it enough, there's obviously an interest out there. Why can't that just be a show? Answer that question 20 minutes, 25 minutes, whatever it is, boom, throw an ad on the end, done, right? Say hi to the audience and everything. I think if we could get one of those out a month, wouldn't that fill in the gap a little bit between epic hardcore history shows? But I don't know if it's going to provide anything of interest. So we're experimenting here a little bit. I'd like to answer that question if I can. And maybe this will be one of the recurring segments where I essentially stand up amongst all of you and I make my case. I'm not saying I'm right. I certainly am coming at this from an angle of this is my opinion, but let me throw out my viewpoint. And you can talk amongst yourselves and decide whether you give it any validity or not. And of course, me being me, I planned to come in here and just do it off the cuff, so I didn't take any hardcore history recording time, but I can't. I had to pull out the books, look up some stuff. I figured who wants to just hear my opinion? You got to have a few supports, Carlin. You can't walk in there and just, if you're going to be a lawyer, you've got to cite something. So I have a few things to cite. Obviously, this whole question is a bit silly and organy, if you will, but I like my silly organy questions to be as scientific, hard-headed, realistic, and logical as possible, don't you? So let's lay out some parameters. The first thing we have to point out is we're not talking about these two armies fighting each other. We all understand how silly that would be. It wasn't always silly. I've always found that interesting. Up until a certain point in history, it's not wild to imagine armies that existed in very different time periods successfully fighting one another. You said Alexander the Great's army is going to take on Julius Caesar's Romans, which were about 250 years later. You don't automatically say Alexander's doomed. You bet your money on Caesar or Romans, but if you said Alexander had a 25% chance of winning, I don't think that's wrong. But that's 250 years of difference in time. Why about, you just say the mid-19th century somewhere? That all changes when the pace of change speeds up. And all of a sudden, if you're a great power, you find your battlefield technology 30, 35 years out of date, you're in big trouble. And by the 20th century, you can see this pace of change, acceleration going so fast. The innovations that occur inside of a war can win or lose you the war.
Right.
I think you most clearly see this for the first time in the Air War, in the First World War, where you get a leap in terms of a technological innovation for airplanes ahead of the other side. And you get your planes in the air, it could be 6 months of owning the sky before the other side catches up. And in certain circumstances, that could cost you the war. So this technological race is going so fast, we end up, certainly by the early 20th century, with that dynamic that we see all the time now, that we're very comfortable with, the idea of innovations happening all the time during the war. The Second World War, all you Second World War buffs, I mean, how often do you think of which particular variant of this particular plane? Is this an ME-109E or G? Because it makes a huge difference, right? Why? Because this pace of change will literally
tomorrow through Wednesday, guys and I
or by about the First or Second World War. So we're not comparing these two armies against each other because even the 1918 version of German, which is really an alpha or a beta version of the Wehrmacht, and yet it ain't facing the Wehrmacht successfully at all. And it's only a 20-year difference between the two. So we're not pitting them against each other. We're pitting them, on a curve based on their historical enemies. And that point I made a second ago, I think is very relevant. Only 20 years between each other. When you're 20 years old, that seems like a long time. When you get to 50, like I am, 51, 20 years looks short. As one historian said, 20 years is not peace, it's an intermission.
Spectrum One. Spectrum Internet with speeds of 300 megabytes per second. Advanced Wi-Fi with best-in-class security and privacy. Spectrum Mobile with
It
unlimited
always blows the mind a little bit to realize how quickly the Germans were moving to get around YA treaty restrictions. I mean, some historians have pushed it all the way back to like 1919, which if true, would mean that the seeds of rearmament were already being sown as the agreement to end the First World War was being concluded. That's why. You all know that there were things going on in the Soviet Union where they had hidden deals to develop weapon systems and tactics and factories and all that stuff on Russian soil, hidden from the prying eyes of people who would enforce these treaties. The German attitude would probably be that the treaties were forced upon Germany under false pretenses. I mean, there's a lot of criticism you can make against those Versailles Treaty restrictions. In fact, the Allies, before Hitler came to power, there were lots of negotiations about cutting slack on some of this stuff later. Nonetheless, the point is that long before Hitler was in anybody's rearview mirror, even in the Weimar Republic's early days, you already had an attempt to rearm Germany or set the groundwork, lay the groundwork for rearmament. And it provides an interesting what-if scenario to wonder if Hitler had never come to power, how much of his early agenda happens under any German. And in my mind, it's hard to imagine any German government not eventually remilitarizing the Rhineland, even if you're a Weimar Republic democratic one. So it's interesting to wonder about the early stuff that Hitler did and whether a Weimar Republic might have done it too. But it's also intriguing to note that long before Hitler, the foundation was being laid for the rebuilding of the German military. For those who don't know, the German military at the end of the First World War was essentially torn apart. An army that had numbered in the several millions at one point in the field was reduced to 100,000 men. One person at the time called them a police force. Paramilitary is the way they're somehow described now, which basically means something between a police force and a soldier. 100,000 men. Their neighbors all had many more. All kinds of weapon systems are prohibited. The reason all this stuff matters is because in the short period of time between the two world wars, the Germans had to rebuild an army from scratch, and they can't even really get going until the middle 1930s. So how deep do the roots of this thing go? Even if you attach it to the earlier military traditions, when you compare it to the First World War German state, which has these deep roots, and they can trace it to before Germany was a state with the histories of several different individual German states like Prussia and Bavaria and all these places. The First World War German state is one of themselves terrible injuries.
You haven't just, these are just lies.
Something that was supposed to be an easy knockout turns into a slugfest.
Years.
You have the legs to weather the storm into the later rounds.
When he started to say,
Use the boxing analogy.
like, oh yeah, it took me like 4 days. And then I remember.
Knockout artists. But the Second World War one is like Mike Tyson. Malevolent. Intimidating. Awesome. Throws these knockout blows, knocks out people spectacularly. Can't take your eyes off him.
Hey, John.
But foundationally weak.
You want a body slam?
Psyche. Stamina.
What?
All those things.
You want his body slam?
First World War Germany, a little bit more controlled, although they're
we could just
a
swim
big
with
part of
ice.
the army too.
SummerSlam.
They remind me a lot more of a boxer like Joe Louis, heavyweight champion of the world in the 1930s, 1940s, and into the 1950s.
Oh, that
Louis
was
was a
great.
fantastic puncher too, a killer, but a little bit more defensive, more careful. Plot everything the way they're on
Street shirts on the
but they're not as wild as the Second World War Tyson esque one. They too can knock
Oh,
out
God.
opponents, and they do with regularity in the First World War. But the difference is that their foundation is much more solid. They're much more stable. And they can take you into the later rounds and knock you out. Remember, in terms of knowing the outcome, by about mid-1943, that's 2 years before the war gets truly ended,
Fuck
and
no.
everyone
How's
knew the Germans weren't winning
fucking
anything
name?
2 years earlier. So Tyson is defeated. It just is uncertain which round he will actually be knocked out in. Whereas in the First World War,
Oh my
the
God.
Joe Louis, the First World War German military is still throwing potential knockout blows in the last year of the war. I don't know what value I put on this, but let's note that the German army that went to war in 1914 is an undefeated force.
Shut the
To
fuck.
Napoleon, they trace an almost unbroken string of victories. Whereas the army in the Second World War was literally and figuratively the child of defeat. Rank and file soldiers likely to have had a father
Hey, Dom.
who fought, maybe died, maybe
I heard you
was
needed a juice. Somebody
First
was like, I
World
heard you
War.
needed a juice.
The
Maybe
upper
later to like,
echelons of the officer
she'd be like, I just found
almost to
out.
a man,
Then like,
First
lady,
World War veterans,
shut the fuck up.
military leadership pyramid, was change them. I don't think you can ever put a number on it. I would just say if you have two boxing champions facing each other, one is undefeated and the other isn't, there's something that helps the undefeated fighter maybe a better person. I couldn't tell you how much it won by the way. Everyone notices intelligence, and you can say the same is true here. But that's hard to make a case about standing up here as a lawyer representing this point of view. Representing in a way that maybe I could pull some evidence together and convince you. Let's start with the
Oh, yeah, no, it's dirty.
very similar to each other, so you have to kind of these are magnificent German trying to figure out what makes them as good as they are. Very hard to measure. Tries to break it into some sort of chart. How much more deadly are the German soldiers? There's a lot of things working together.
Are you done?
And a lot of things that the German military have been good at for a long time. Both world wars. In 18th century Prussian troops and the German military tradition. Wars is one of easily different languages. It's easy to military traditions. 18th century Prussia, you see those infused into 20th century German wars. And so they're also comparable in terms of all this stuff is predictable. All these things are pretty much the same. So when you try to figure out what would make one less strong than the other, you look at the underpinnings in this case. I try to imagine the German army in the Second World War without Nazis. If you take the Nazis out of the Second World War German army, it instantly gets better. Then I think you could compare the two. I still think I'd go First World War better because of the underpinnings of the state being much more bold and strong, like a well-constructed building. Whatever happens, the Second World War German military is a rickety, hastily thrown-up structure if you're talking about the economy that supports it. Every World War II buff knows that the
Are you
people
done?
trying to build up the stockpile of weaponry and whatnot did not want to go to war as early as 1939. Adam Tooze points out the economic realities that made
Remember
Hitler
when you
decide
closed
not to
it and
wait
then you went
until the
backwards?
arsenal that was ready. Good reasoning on both sides, believe it or not.
Police are searching for two men who robbed and shot
I'm going to hang my
I'll
hat
give you
on
Robin.
the idea
After
that the fact that the
Westlake
Second World War
District and
German
Westlake
military
Building.
is infested and run by Nazis
Yeah.
is what makes it inferior to the First World War.
I think it's
So let's start
Westlake
with
Building.
why this would matter. And the basic answer that covers most of these bases is that the ideological question now becomes at least as important, and I think you can easily make the argument
Jesus
more
Christ.
important than the question of merit or technical expertise. Once ideology becomes more important than merit, and once the Nazis begin to place people in positions all up and down the leadership tree, from top to bottom, just like Stalin did in his system, then you begin to see the impact of people that are less competent on the system. People that never would have gotten jobs in First World War Germany because there would have been people much better than they to occupy those positions are getting work in Second World War Germany. And it degrades everything. In fact, let's look at the guy, the person who proves the rule.
Are you done?
He's just maybe the highest ranking incompetent official, unless of course you include Hitler himself. There are still, by the way, those people who consider Hitler some sort of military genius.
Remember when it was like,
I would make the case, and maybe this is a question for another show, if you had Hitler transported back to the deliberations of the First World War German General Staff, and there's only 20 people that can fit in the room they're having this discussion in, and they're only going to let the 20 best strategists in the room. I don't think Hitler gets anywhere
Oh,
near the
remember when
front
it was
line
like
to even
at
get in the
symbol?
room. But let's not talk about him. Let's talk about his second
Oh my god.
guy. He's in charge of maybe you could say the most disappointing, underperforming wing of the German military, and the one that probably was most responsible for a lot of the problems because, they put a lot of weight and a lot of resources into the German Air Force. And then they handed those resources, that responsibility, the weight of the war in so many areas, and put it on the shoulders of Hermann Göring. The guy was so incompetent at his job at one point that if you were sending out commandos from the Allied side, hit teams to take out German leadership, you would specifically want to make sure you did not shoot Hermann Göring, because he's one of the best things that ever happened in the Allied war effort, because he was incompetent, and he would not have had that job in the First World War system. Now, let's understand something. The First World War system had its own problem with nepotism. We're not forgiving them. They're part of that tradition of blue-blooded aristocracy, right? And you look at the nominal commanders of a lot of the First World War armies on the German side, and they're princeless, crown prince that. And some of those guys were decent generals, by the way.
Ah.
But you'll notice that for the ones who weren't, the German military was extremely adept at walling off their ability to negatively impact things too much. And the best example of that, of course, at all, is how the military dictatorship of Germany were able to sort of isolate and quarantine the Kaiser himself, the Imperial Board of Germany. Oh, you sit in the corner, play with your map, your ships, we have a war to conduct. And they did. Who's going to do that in the Second World War? Who's going to cordon off Hitler and quarantine Hitler from his bad decisions being transmitted to the military? Nobody, because it's an ideological state, and the ideology plays as large a role or a larger role in everything. And ideology, by the way, is absolutely key for understanding the Second World War. Adam Tooze, the wonderful economic historian, makes these wonderful points in his book, and I'll have to quote a little bit of it, but he points out essentially, and it occurred to me when I read the lines, I'm like, oh, this is wild. Basically, my words put in his mouth. The question is, what would happen if a major nation state got taken over by a leader who was a fanatical conspiracy theorist and saw the world strictly through the conspiracy lens, and then acted upon, what they thought they saw. For example, let's imagine that the person running a major nation state believes that aliens from outer space have been controlling nations and world leaders for 100 years. And when they get into power, they start acting, as if that's what's really going on, right? We don't base our decisions on what these countries say. They're puppets for the aliens. It's kooky, isn't it? But, Tu's reminded me something we all know, but we tend to forget, especially war gamers. We'll sit down there and we're thinking about this tank and that gun, and you forget the ideology that's pushing these armies forward to begin with. Hitler is a fanatical conspiracy theorist, but he's not thinking of space aliens, he's thinking of Jews running the world. And there's a tendency to think, yes, but these other things matter until you realize that. And this is what Tu's was so good at in his 2006 work with Wages of Destruction. You have to understand that it explains so much of the crazy stuff that they did. Because when I was growing up, this was still the end of the era where in the United States, the classic thing to say about Hitler was that he was crazy. And then you read about what they would do, and you would go, yeah, that's crazy. Only crazy man would do that. Well, Tu's points out that only if you consider these fanatical conspiracy theorists to be crazy would that work, because Hitler's got a logical plan and is actually acting logically, but only if you're able to see things through that same fanatical conspiracy theorist lens. He's looking at, for example, the classic stupid maneuver of the Hitlerian regime in the Second World War. Was there anything worse? Everybody always likes to say attacking Russia, which was bad. But remember, when Hitler was already at war with Britain and Russia, he then declared war on the United States. The United States didn't declare war on Germany first. And there's a great what-if scenario that some people play with about what would have happened if Hitler hadn't declared war on the United States at all. Because there was still a lot of isolationists in the U.S. A lot of people that would not have wanted to go to war with Germany would have been able to say, hey, they didn't do anything to us. Right? The Japanese bombed us, but the Germans didn't. Interesting counterfactual play with there. Hitler takes it right out of everyone's hands and declares war on the United States. And when I was younger, you just thought, crazy. But Adam Tooze points out that not if you see the world controlled by a cabal of Jews who use whole nation states as their puppets to do their bidding. One of the great weird ironies of Nazism is that Hitler saw Stalin's Soviet Union as a Jewish Bolshevist communist. In his mind, communism is Judaism. They're mixed up. I mean, it's all the same, right? So that's a main Jewish stronghold to Hitler. But Hitler also thinks that the United States, because it's democracy and freedom and capitalism, is also somehow a sign of Jewishness. That that's also another one of these Jewish puppets. If you're fighting Jews and not nation states, well, then declaring war on the United States, if you think they're this Jewish puppet, all of a sudden makes sense. What Tooze kind of woke me up to is that if you're operating with this conspiracy theory as your guide, yeah, the United States is just another one of these alien-controlled countries that the space aliens are using against us. You might as well go after them now. Here's the way Tooze encourages us to think about it. The way that these Nazis worldview explains a lot. President Roosevelt was identified as the chief agent of a worldwide Jewish conspiracy bent on the destruction of National Socialist Germany. It was no coincidence that Hitler's famous threat of annihilation of 30th January 1939 came as a direct response to Roosevelt's State of the Union address. The United States, as everyone understood, was the key to deciding the balance of the arms race. If Britain and France could count firmly on American aid, their position would be well nigh unassailable. But the position of the United States was precariously balanced. Whilst Roosevelt led the rhetorical assault against Hitler and encouraged Britain, France, and Poland in their resistance to Nazi expansionism, isolationist currents in the United States were still strong. Hitler and the rest of the Nazi leadership, he writes, could not help but interpret this complex situation through the dark haze of Manichaean anti-Semitism. For them, it was obvious that it was Jewish elements in Washington, London, and Paris, bent implacably on the destruction of Nazi Germany, that were tightening the international encirclement. And it was this paranoid sense of menace that precipitated Hitler's decision to launch his strike against Poland, and then against the Western coalition that continued to stand obstinately in his way. End quote. if you wanted to say, what the Germans in both world wars did poorly, because they were tactically brilliant most of the time, it was the grand strategy stuff. It was deciding, for example, which countries to go to war with and which wars to fight or not to fight that they really screwed up in. And in the Second World War, the reason for declaring wars and accruing more and more enemies was ideologically based, right? So the doom of the German military, no matter how good it might have been on the battlefield, was sealed by the politicians who put them in wars that no one could hope to win. But that's getting a little off the subject. Let's talk about how the Nazis made the German army weak during the Second World War and the difference that you would have had in a system like the First World War German. More merit-based. You can't say it was merit-based, but more merit-based. Start with the idea that you have all these Nazis in key positions that are incompetent or untrained or non-expert. This is not, by the way, a bug. This is a feature as Hitler sees it. There are lots of critiques one could pull off the shelf. How about, and again, all of these people have access to grind, so take everything that these ex-Nazi people write with a grain of salt. But in his famous book, Inside the Third Reich, which may be, I'm not sure, maybe the closest account you'll ever get of the Nazi situation. Originally his architect, but then the Minister of Armaments, Albert Speer, wrote his memoirs after the war. And when you read them, he'll say things. It's like reading Churchill stuff, because instead of saying they said and then they said, it's I said and then he said, and a lot of the he said is Hitler. So in Albert Speer's book, he talks about Hitler's tendency to put people in positions of authority and great importance in the survival of the state who had never done anything like what their jobs were going to require in the past, including Speer himself, right? A guy who had become Hitler's friend because he was an architect who was going to design Hitler's New Berlin. And Hitler takes a liking to him and all of a sudden tells the architect, you're going to be the armaments minister with no experience at all. Here's the way Speer described it, quote, "One can only wonder at the recklessness and the frivolity with which Hitler appointed me to one of those 3 or 4 ministries on which the existence of his state depended. I was a complete outsider to the army, to the party, and to industry. Never in my life had I anything to do with military weapons, for I'd never been a soldier, and up to the time of my appointment had never even used a rifle as a hunter. To be sure, it was in keeping with Hitler's dilettantism that he preferred to choose non-specialists as his associates. After all, he'd already appointed a wine salesman as his foreign minister, his party philosopher as his minister for Eastern affairs, and an erstwhile fighter pilot as overseer of the entire economy. Now he was picking an architect of all people to be his minister of armaments. Undoubtedly, Hitler preferred to fill positions of leadership with laymen. All his life he'd respected but distrusted professionals." End quote. And he names a profession. Helmut Schlager was fantastic. And a perfect example of the kind of people that were merit-based. Now, the perfect example that should prove the rule of what Speer was just saying was the guy who was second in command in the Nazi regime, the famous Hermann Göring, head of the Luftwaffe, right? Arguably the most underperforming branch of the German military. Göring's story, of course, is fascinating. He was a dashing, handsome fighter pilot in the First World War, shall we say, gone to seed by the Second. Between the wars, he was one of Hitler's comrades, took a bullet in the groin area during the early Nazi marches. The pain of that was what was blamed on him becoming a morphine opioid addict. And I love the way the great tank General Heinz Guderian describes Göring. You have to understand, another thing that made the Nazi state so much weaker, I think, than the First World War state, is the Nazi state was full of the most. I mean, it was like, if Hitler is Taylor Swift, his little gang, his entourage were a bunch of backbiting, And you can't even describe the drama.
On Thursday, I'll be live
But Heinz
for
Guderian
Thanksgiving.
describes
Stop watching.
gory.
It is 4 amino flavors.
And it's just the most, the Nazis are the most, in the 20th century, perverse, wonderful, colorful, awful. I mean, you can't even, the adjectives are not even there. Here's what Heinz Guderian writes about Goring, who's in charge of the German Air Force, the arm that is receiving an inordinate amount of the state's resources because it's seen as this cutting-edge thing that can win you the war, and then it's going to underperform time and time again. Here's what one of the great tank theorists of all time, General Heinz Guderian, wrote in his post-war memoirs of Goring. And you can just feel, well, I'm not even sure what the emotion is. It's dripping off the page. You tell me, he writes, quote, once, however, Goring had seen the young German Air Force through its teething troubles, he surrendered more and more to the charms of newly won power. He adopted a feudal manner of life, collecting decorations, precious stones, and antiques, building his famous country seat, Karen Hall, concentrating with visible results on the joys of the table. That just means he's getting fat. He continues. On one occasion, while sunk in contemplation of old pictures in an East Prussian castle, he suddenly cried out, this is Goring, magnificent! I too am a man of the Renaissance. I adore splendor. Guderian continues, quote, his style of dress grew ever more eccentric. At Karen Hall, or while hunting, he adopted the costume of the ancient Teutons, and when on duty his uniform was always unorthodox. He either wore red boots of Russian leather with golden spurs, an item of dress scarcely essential to an aviator, or else he would appear at Hitler's conferences in long trousers and black patent leather pumps. He was strongly scented, and he painted his face. His fingers were covered with heavy rings, in which were set the many large gems that he loved to display. End quote. Guderian taking a shot at Goring there for perhaps a little cross-dressing. Goes a little beyond the metrosexual, probably. But at the same time, you know, that's just one of the wonderful hypocrisies of the Nazis, is that they always had a strain of people doing things like that. And there's nothing wrong with that, unless, of course, you hypocritically make them one of the top targets that you send to your concentration camps. The Nazis were extremely hard on sexual minorities. And the fact that they had people in them that probably could have passed for some just makes it extra, as I said, hypocritical. Now, once again, you think, well, what does this have to do with the army, right? I mean, this isn't a guy in the field with the weapon, but it is. They're all interconnected in ways that you can't separate. So, for example, when Albert Speer gives an account of Hermann Goring shouting down a German general who's explaining to him really important things that will affect what happens to the German army, which will affect what happens on the battlefield, Speer writes, quote, I took part in a session with Goring, in the course of which General Thomas expressed his anxieties about the vast demands the leadership was making upon the economy. Goring answered the respected general by roaring at him, quote, what business is that of yours? I'm handling that. I am. Do you hear? Or are you by any chance in charge of the 4-year plan? You have nothing to say in this matter. The Fuhrer has entrusted all those questions to me alone. And Speer says, quote, in such disputes, General Thomas could expect no support from his chief, General Keitel, who was only too glad to escape being bullied by Goring. The well-conceived economic plan of the Armaments Office of the High Command of the Armed Forces was never carried out. But as I had already realized by then, Goring did nothing about these problems. Whenever he did do anything, he usually created total confusion, since he never took the trouble to work through the problems, but made his decisions on the basis of impulsive inspirations. End quote. Goring's one of these guys, and you see this amongst a lot of the Nazi officials, where theoretically on paper, Goring is not a bad guy to run the Air Force with his qualifications. The problem is those qualifications were created at a time when Goring was a different guy. He's a hardcore addict by this time, and his decisions concerning the Luftwaffe are catastrophic if you're German. Mixed in with these Nazi officials put in place, even in the army for ideological reasons, are hardcore, professional, merit-based people in all these services who are horrified. What is General's helmet, Forster? said of, quote, I've seen the Reichsmarshal nod off in mid-conference. For instance, if the conferences went on too long and the morphine wore off. That was the commander-in-chief of our Air Force! Exclamation point, end quote. So imagine this goring question up and down the chain of command, and how much that affects everything. And if you took those Nazi officials out and put people that were more merit-based, let's not get utopian here, from the First World War sort of standards, you'd have a better army in the Second World War, in my opinion. Let's discuss some of the other things besides the merit question that play into this, in my opinion, because I'm making my case here. The Nazi ideology of exclusion and superiority makes the army weaker. If you go to some of the German graveyards from the First World War in France, you will come across every now and then, but with regularity, a German grave that has a Star of David on it. The reasons are obvious, right? That is a German Jew who fell in service to his country, a patriotic German Jew of the time period. They were everywhere, from the rank-and-file soldiery to the scientists, bankers, industrialists, business people. It's a long list of people who helped the German war effort in the First World War as loyal Germans, to the Kaiser. Nazi ideology, of course, turns the state against those people, whereas you had good Germans helping the state, now you have an enemy within. The first thing that happens, of course, is you see a brain drain, and Albert Einstein will be just one of the people who leaves Germany as times get tough. He will famously come over to the United States and send a letter to President Roosevelt saying it might be possible to harness the power of the atom, blah, 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 right? In the First World War, Albert Einstein stays in Germany and works his physics calculations for the Kaiser's regime, likely anyway. Not only that, but now you have these people who have been helping the war effort, that now you have to figure out how to, at first, get rid of. There was a balance of payment problems that was complicating matters, but by and large, it just basically means at some point in the war, you look at a Germany that really needs to allocate its resources carefully and wisely, and yet because of their ideology, have to apportion a certain amount to wiping out this ethnic group. Well, one of many, but the Jews most prominently. And you had your Gypsies, and you had your Poles, and you had your Russians, and you had your, the list goes on and on. You had your homosexuals, you had your priests, and all of them have to be, warehoused and exploited and then killed, and that takes resources from the war effort. Why are they doing that again? Oh yeah, ideology. Let's switch to what the ideology means in terms of your commanders. Both world wars saw the traditional high standards of German generalship upheld great generals in both wars. But in the First World War, once again, if you did a good job commanding troops and you were a winner, you were commanding troops. In the Second World War, how much the Nazis like you or feel that you're loyal to them plays a part in whether or not you get an important role. There were guys like Guderian, who we just quoted, that were sometimes sidelined because they weren't ideologically supportive or pure enough. And of course, we all know that a decent number of German generals were killed by the regime. The Desert Fox, Erwin Rommel, one of their great ones, right? Patton thought he was one of the best ever. What did they do to him? They forced him to commit suicide. Why? Ideological problems. Again, so not only is it not merit-based in some ways, but if the people who do deserve those jobs don't conform to the ideology enough, they're gone too. That's another thing that's going to make the First World War better than the Second. Let's talk economics for a second without getting too deeply into it. You wouldn't want me to anyway. That's where I'll start making some mistakes. But by and large, the Nazis had their own theories of economics, and this is well understood. In the First World War, they were more, shall we say, orthodox on their economics. The Germans were very much in the Second World War. We described steroids earlier. That's not a bad way to put it. Leveraging their economy for the short term is another way to put it. It's another reason why they were more like Mike Tyson, and they're front-loading their power. And if the fight goes into the later rounds, they're in trouble, and it did, and they were. In the First World War, with a better understanding of economics, smarter people at the helm who were not blinded by ideology, they did better with what they had longer. Finally, look at how the ideology boxed the German government in the Second World War from any sort of outcome that wasn't a total catastrophe. Take a look at the performances of the two armies and what they did, right? The German army from the First World War, from the Kaiserreich, those guys are fighting a two-front war from day one. The worst nightmare of any central continental state, right? You have Russians in the east, French and British in the west. How do you deal with that? Year by year, the Germans were around knocking out their enemies. I mean, they knocked Russia out of the war. How'd they do that? Well, their plan was to hurt them and then go and get a settlement with them and take as much of a deal as they could get, right? They got one of the great treaties of all time, Brest-Litovsk, right? Famously in Germany's favor. Why didn't Germany in the Second World War do that? I mean, they had a lot more going for them. They didn't have to fight a two-front war until 1943. You knock France out, which they did with a Mike Tyson-like spectacular knockout. You're not fighting in any front war for a while. Then you fight the Soviet Union without having to worry about anyone on your western flank there on the continent. Perfect situation. But by 1942, perhaps maybe 1943, you've lost on the Eastern Front. And the Second Front is just opening up in Europe and Italy. So you say, well, why didn't the Germans cut their losses when you have all this territory in the Soviet Union? Well, in the First World War, that's when you make a deal, right? You go to the Russians and you go, listen, we have all this territory of yours, and we're going to stay here, but I'll tell you what, give us a good peace deal, we'll pull back a little. You know, you can negotiate from them, right? But the Nazis were hemmed in by their ideology. They can't make a deal here. This isn't a battle, for the best deal we can get. This is in Hitler's mind a life or death struggle. The plans that the Nazi leaders have for this area requires them to move millions of people eastward, maybe have a starvation plan to start culling the numbers and then insert. I think there is no plan B here. There is no place for compromise. And what's more, the extreme brutality of Nazi racial superiority and the ideology that pushed for a brutal campaign in the East pretty much made the people on the other side in no mood to be cutting any deals with anyone. Once again, didn't have to be that way. The German military is always tough on people throughout history, right? Remember Belgium in 1914. They're not a lightweight army when it comes to justice, ever, but the crimes of the Nazis, because of the ideological question, were so much greater that there was nobody willing to compromise. So in my opinion, you take the Nazis, you pry the infestation out of the German military and all the influence that it had over the equipment, tactics, doctrine, strategy, and approach of the German military, and you instantly get stronger. You put the First World War leadership and ideology, what there was an aristocratic kind of ideology, 19th century ideology, but you put that in charge of the Second World War German army, and I bet it's better. Let me end my attempt at making a case here by once again turning to General Heinz Guderian, who was not afraid to go up to Hitler and ask the kind of questions that might get some people, hanging from the end of a meat hook. So pretty gutsy, but of course, we don't know if this really happened or not. This is a man's memoirs. He says that after he watched Hitler basically, yell in the face of Göring that he was a disaster, Guderian walks up to him and says, so why is he still here? He writes, quote, as a result of this conversation, meaning the dressing down of Hermann Göring, I urged Hitler to act according to what he now realized and to appoint some competent Air Force general to succeed the Reichsmarshal. I told him that we dare not risk losing the whole war on account of the incompetence of one man like Göring. But Hitler replied, this is Hitler talking, he's showing why the ideology trumps merit. Hitler, according to Guderian, said, for political reasons, I cannot do as you suggest. The party would never understand my motives. and court. So if you can't fire a Marine in 1944, near the end of the war, for political reasons, well, that might explain why your military is less formidable than the First World War military right there. Remember, you didn't even mention that Goring isn't just in charge of the German Air Force, he's in charge of the German economy when the 4-year plan's going on. You could make an argument that at least Goring has a background in fighter aircraft and all that stuff, because he did. Why would you put that guy in charge of the German economy? And who is good enough, even among the uber competent, to be in charge of both? And of course, we only chose Hermann Goring because he's the most obvious target, the tip of the iceberg. The Nazis had people like this up and down as we set the leadership chain, mixed with a lot of uber competent people. We should point that out, otherwise the Germans are not as formidable as they were in the Second World War. Lots of traditional German competency. That's why I compare these Nazis to the like some sort of parasite, an infestation, sucking some of the blood of competency out of them, leaving them still very competent, but weaker than they otherwise would be, compared, for example, in my opinion, to their first version. Now, in my account, for brevity's sake, not really my strong point, as you know, I left out a lot of stuff. We need to deal with things like the Navy, in comparison. First World War German Navy, second most powerful Navy in the world. Second World War German Navy, nowhere near that. I mean, there's no comparison there. And in the Air Force, I mean, let's remember, to get back to Goring again, this is an Air Force that continually delayed the influx of new equipment in terms of new designs, which was pointed out earlier is critical, right? The technology changes during the war itself because they're changing things like, well, do we want this new jet to be a fighter or a bomber or a fighter bomber? I mean, back and forth, and every time they change their minds, they lose months and months of production time. Could have had jet aircraft years earlier, perhaps. Goring's the guy who told Hitler to have his army stop and not annihilate the British, who were trapped at Dunkirk in 1940 because the Luftwaffe would finish them off. They didn't. Goring's the guy that said he could supply the encircled German troops at Stalingrad. Don't worry, we'll do it by air. And yet you can't fire him in 1944. Well, to me, in my opinion, as I said, that is Exhibit A right there. The German First World War military would have been a more formidable opponent to face in its day than the Second World War German military was in its day.
Let's say they stay in the loan for a year. That's $11,016. On top of that, check this.
A Bunker Show. It's all we ask. Please go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
Do you shop online at Amazon.com? If you do, consider doing so through the Amazon search window on dancarlin.com.
It doesn't cost you a penny more, and it helps these guys out because they are nice young.
Thanks to everyone for posting comments about the show on iTunes. They help get the program noticed.
It's hardcore history. I've been podcasting since like the Stone Age, 2005. Way back then, and for a long time afterwards, I kind of considered all the other people who were podcasting as my colleagues. We're not really in the industry, so as my colleagues or college peers or whatever the normal idea of what you might consider a colleague to be, but it really felt the same, right? You're struggling through the same things, doing the same things, running into each other in places, either in person or digitally. These days, of course, it's a lot harder to call every podcaster your colleague. I think I saw recently that it's been 500,000 podcasters. But the person I'm about to talk to is undoubtedly my podcast colleague because man, he's a history podcaster. So right there, we're in a pretty small gene pool. He is one of the great podcasters ever. The history of our own podcast is legendary. In my mind, it sort of makes him the audio, the modern audio equivalent that they were given. Because like the length and breadth of the entire Roman experience to the fall of the Western Empire. It's hugely popular. One of those podcasts that should be in some section of the Hall of Fame someday. His other one is an amazingly ambitious project, which he pulls off wonderfully, and judging from the success, everyone seems to like revolutions, different revolutions.
known
So
as
it'll
the
be very
Merchant
interesting to talk to
of Death.
Mike Duncan today
Yeah, Merchant
about
of
his
Death.
new book,
We've got
The
a
Storm
Darwin Lynn with
Before
us
the
on the
Storm.
105.
And if you don't know enough about this, his book will educate you wonderfully. His show, of course, is available out there. He did a longer series where he did was on this direct interest to the public. So there's lots of stuff out there. But I have a feeling most of you are already going to know a ton of this stuff because Rome is wildly popular, which is one of the first questions I ask in my history podcast colleague, the great Mike Duncan.
He rented park on the 5 South after Colorado Street with a scratch in the right shoulder and it's backing up in Alameda.
Once upon a time, I wanted to do a podcast on Cleopatra. And I sat down, decided, and ordered a bunch of books, and then tried to figure out where you should start the story of Cleopatra. And every time I would go backwards, I would find a domino connected to another domino and another domino. Long story short, that show I wanted to do Cleopatra about, or the show I wanted to do about Cleopatra, turned into the longest series we've ever done because you have to go all the way back to a long way in Roman history for the dynamics to become even remotely clear. And people tend to focus on, this is the Titanic story, the actual sinking of the ship. But Mike, your new book, The Storm Before the Storm, is about the iceberg and the striking of the iceberg. Tell us a little bit about, this story that most people don't know as well as the actual sinking of the ship.
Yeah, the way that I put it, so is The Storm Before the Storm, the beginning of the end of the Roman Republic, and it covers the period from 146 BC around there to about 78 BC, which is the death of Sulla, and it covers the couple of generations before Julius Caesar comes along, before Octavian comes along, before Antony and Cleopatra are to start looking, as you say, the things that led up to the collapse of the Roman Republic, rather than just jumping right into it. And you say it's, people like to focus on the sinking of the ship, and I say that jumping into Caesar is like jumping into a movie in the third act, at the beginning of the third act, where everything is loud and crazy, and people are fighting with each other, and obviously people are really passionately committed to this, that, or the other thing, but you don't know how it got to this point. You don't know what were the problems that led the Republic to be so brittle that it could be blown apart a couple of generations later. And that's what I hope that the book is able to explore, and then you read it and you have completed with it, then you have a much richer understanding of why what happened to Caesar happens.
Let's talk about why we even care what happens to Caesar. I'm a little amazed at the not just modern but ongoing public interest. And remember, a public that is generally not thought to be all that history knowledgeable or even care that much about it, and yet we can continually publish books and make movies and have discussions that draw comparisons to this republic from more than 2,000 years ago. What do you think accounts for the enduring interest on the part of even lay people to this place where, if you think about it, no one should even be, they shouldn't be in the front of anyone's mind 1,500, 2,000 years ago?
It's a good question. I mean, like for people like us, it's so inherently interesting that it's almost weird to step back and say, like, why would anybody be interested in Rome? Because Rome is, at least to me, so inherently interesting. I think what it gets to is that people know that Rome was this ancient, powerful civilization, and it almost is the epitome of what imperial power is, what civilizational power is. We know that it lasted for 1,000 years or more if you include the Byzantines. So I think Rome just is always going to have a place in the collective imagination as you go, okay, what if you're at all interested in history at all, let's go to sort of the big and important parts of history, and you're always going to then wind up in Rome. And specifically, where people are going to wind up is that era between, let's say, the arrival of Julius Caesar and like the death of Nero, right? The death of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, that particular era of Roman history, in part because it's so well documented and we know so much about it, is always going to be the place where people go and if they become interested in Rome, that's where they're going to wind up. And it's a lot the same way that I think that no matter what, like the Napoleonic age is going to be permanently something that people keep going back to and back to, even 2,000 years later. And you're like, wow, this is just like some obscure, kind of temporary French empire. There is something about the force of the personalities and the force of just the political power that is being expressed that's always going to draw people's attention. I see that with Napoleon, with a Hitler, or even a Genghis Khan, but to me the difference is the length of instead of one supreme figure that is searing across the pages of the history book, and they're innately interesting, you have numerous figures. I mean, just going through your book, it's one fascinating individual that seems to be almost, I mean, when you think about what the quota of great men should be in any given civilization during any given time, the period discussed in your book seems to be an era where humanity in that place and that time is exceeding its normal quota of fascinating, august human beings. I would say so, and it's always been a bit surprising to me, having gone through the history of Rome and gone through the entire history of Rome in pretty minute detail, that particular period between the Gracchi and Marius and Sulla was always a period that I wanted to come back to. Like I kind of had put a pin in it very early on. It was like, this is an era that's going to be a lot. It's going to be worth coming back to. And to have nobody really have written the book that I wrote, which is let's just focus on this 50 or 60 year period all on its own. I won't make this the first couple of chapters in a larger book about the fall of the Republic. I won't make it one chapter in a larger history about, just Roman civilization, but to really like hone in on this particular period. I'd always I would watch the book list with one eye, like, is somebody going to finally discover that this is a great untapped wealth of material? And nobody quite put it together. So I was able to step in, and now I hope deliver a book that will explain why. I think when people end the book, they're going to be like, why hasn't this been covered in more detail? I think that'll be one of the big questions coming out of it for people.
I love your subtitle, The Beginning of the End of the Roman Republic. It sounds Churchillian, but you maybe could have called it also, the era when things broke. Because that really is kind of what it was, and you can see, like you were talking about in the book, the Romans didn't have this written constitution. They had sort of a set of conduct rules that were just innately understood by everyone in customs. And when they broke that, it's like, okay, there's no written constitution. So once someone violates the way we do things, right, the way of the elders, all bets are off, right?
It seemed that way. Where there was this thing, like, but when Rome triumphs, and what happens in 146 BC for people that aren't caught up with this, is that Rome conquers Carthage for the last time. Their great rival, Hannibal, during the Second Punic War. That's about 50 years or so in the past. But their great rivalry with Carthage is now over, and Rome has emerged victorious. They also decide to just outright conquer and annex Greece into the Roman state. So at this point in 146 BC, Rome is without question the strongest power in the Mediterranean world, and nobody is going to be able to challenge them. There is something, this triumph actually opens up a whole host of new problems for the Republic, the leadership of the Republic, that they just sort of start to fail to address and fail to deal with, and it creates a powerfully new, confrontational style of domestic politics that had never really existed before. The Roman Senate and the Roman elites had always been pretty clubby with each other. They had always been like, oh, there are some, we'll really make compromises with each other, or, if we don't all agree on something, we'll just put it to bed. And what happens after 146 is you start having these leaders start to break away and start to tap into new energies that are floating around out there. And with this confrontational style of Roman politics, people start abandoning those unwritten words, unspoken modes of behavior, and want once you start down that road, I mean, you can pull out of it, but what happened to the Romans is that they were not able to pull out of it. And if you start going down this road, you ultimately discover that even written laws, even following written laws, is merely a custom. It's merely a norm. There's nothing about a piece of paper with laws written on it that compels me to do anything to follow that law. I'm giving it power with my own, because that's how we do things. But if somebody, say, has an army or a gun or a baseball bat, that actually is the ultimate definer of power. It's just brute force. So once you start giving up on sort of what you would call minor unspoken rules, you eventually will get to the point where everybody has to admit that only brute force is really what's in play.
I love that line, whether it was really said or not, that, history doesn't repeat, but it sometimes rhymes. And I look at the Roman Republic, I think like everyone does, and, it's hard not to see patterns and similar dynamics. And I think if for no other reason than because it's another commercial republic that's large and imperial, right there you're going to have some things that look similar. And we all understand that if you look a little beneath the surface, there's a ton of things that are different in slavery, outright slavery, for example. But you point out in your book, and I thought it was interesting, you were drawing comparisons to if the U.S. and the Roman Republic are following a similar charted course, for lack of a better word, where would we be now in terms of where the Romans were? Can you talk a little about that? Because I thought that was, if you look at the Punic Wars as like the world wars and whatnot, I think it's a fascinating way to come up to a conclusion saying, okay, we've done this, we haven't done this yet. So where do you put us in the book compared to Roman history in a similar place?
Right. So all caveats aside, this is not actually the way that history works. We're not like in some repeating.
That's right. We're speculating wildly and irresponsive. You have
clothes, right? So
that's what I do, Mike. Welcome to my show.
Okay, so let's say that the Roman Empire is out there, and there's like 1,000 years worth of history, and we're sitting here in the United States or the West generally, of the 21st century. They want to say, like, what is there that we can look to in Roman history? Is there a period in time that we can look to that is more analogous to our own situation than another? And it's a lot by process of elimination. Where, are we a brand new little city-state that has just recently been colonized or founded by, a group of dissidents and vagabonds and escaped slaves? Like, no, that happened 400 years ago in our own history. That would be, the early days of the colonization of North America. Are we at a stage where a group of disgruntled aristocrats overthrows a king and establishes the new People's Republic that's more or less an elite-led oligarchy? Like, no, that would be, if anything, that's the founding fathers, that's the American Revolution. But what Rome does is it emerges as a new republic, and over the next couple hundred years, it starts to expand slowly across the East. There's wars that collectively dubbed the Samnite Wars that wind up with Rome being the most dominant power in the Italian Peninsula, on the Italian Peninsula. So as the United States a recently emerged regional power, I don't think that anybody would describe the United States as a recently emerged regional power, and all of that probably corresponds to, our slow and steady conquest of North America and everything. Indians battling with Mexico and taking the entire north half of their country. And then you even get later on and you say, well, after that, Rome goes to war with Carthage, goes to war with Greece, goes to war with Spain, and they emerge as this dominant, what you might call a global power, at least in the context of the Mediterranean. And again, the United States isn't even there because we did all of that. We are one of the acknowledged great powers, and especially after the Cold War, in the 1990s, we're describing the United States as a hyperpower almost. And I think that's been tempered quite a bit in the last few years, but certainly we're not finding our footing for the first time as a global power. We've been dealing with those issues, since World War II and so then you push forward a little bit more. You say, okay, well, has the Republic, have we collapsed into a generations-long civil war where a warlord has in effect, emerged victorious from and set himself up as a dictator? No, that hasn't happened yet. So if we haven't gotten to that point, if the republic has not yet
Somebody
collapsed,
scalping goes outside. I got two. What do you follow? You got a scalper.
then you say, okay, well, maybe the United States is kind of now roughly in the same setting
Are you
where
done?
after Rome had emerged as a power before the republic collapsed. Let's take a look at this era, the beginning of the end of the republic, which is right after this period 146 BC, which, as we said earlier in the show, earlier in this interview, is already a period that is like inherently fascinating in its own right. And as it turns out, I think that they were dealing with a number of issues that you could say the United States is dealing with right now. And so it's worth going through what the Romans went through and how they responded to it. And maybe it could influence how we decide to deal with our own problems today.
I was playing a silly game. Reading your book is trying me a bunch of things that I haven't looked at in a while. And the battles over public land, and the distribution of land divisions, and all that stuff, the problem that the Romans were having keeping armies in the field. They were essentially conscripts, not armies that had to go home and tend to their home. We're now on long service, 1,000 miles away from home, and the farm's going to heck. And how long can you maintain? And I thought, if we try to our current foreign policy in the United States with a military that was operating with the draft situation that we had, say, in the 1950s, I don't know if we could do it. How much does the dynamic of having, a bunch of veterans coming home from these wars and having, real gripes about the situation that they find themselves in, the fact that they might have to go back in service, the fact that their homes are falling apart while they're gone. Talk a little about that dynamic. Reminds me a little like the Freikorps in Germany or the bonus marchers in our own history. I mean, a bunch of long service military veterans angry with nothing to do. It sounds like a recipe for political change.
Yeah, I would say so. And what is happening is it's one of these situations where, again, the Romans had been more or less running what you might call a glorified militia, where you entered into the service. You would actually, if harvest time came and everybody was still fighting each other, like both sides would quit the field, and everybody would go home and harvest their fields. And these imperial wars of expansion that Rome got caught in, started to take more class away from their farms, away from their families for longer and longer periods of time. And so this period of triumph is for the Roman state, for the Republic itself, as an entity, the Senate and the people of Rome. Turns out to be fairly economically disastrous for a lot of these lower class Roman citizens. They're going to start to lose their farms. They're going to start to get bought out by wealthy bankers because you'd rather take some money and get out while you can than watch it all go to ruin. So yeah, it really does. And the bonus marchers are a good example of this, which happened right before, right in the midst of the Great Depression here in the United States, is that they had these grievances, they had these legitimate grievances. Their families had these in perpetuity, going back into the misty years of the early Republic, the Kingdom days, and they're now starting to lose all of that, and their traditional ways of life are being upset, and they are feeling that the Senate and the Rome is they are consolidating all this massive imperial wealth, but none of it seems to be trickling down to the poor farmers and the poor citizens. So you have a situation where these new leaders, as I was saying, you can start to break out and say, hey, as a noble leader, you can say, hey, I think that there's an opportunity for me here to get enormous political influence and political power and popularity by promising these people who have all these grievances, I'm going to solve your problems. We're going to go to the rich. We're going to take their land, basically by force. We're going to chop it up and we're going to redistribute it to all of you. This is an incredibly popular thing that can be done, and this opens the new popular style of Roman politics, which is instead of this elite noble consensus being the driver of your policies, it's directly appealing to the rural peasants and the urban plebs who are feeling negative effects from drones in your own triumph rather than a bunch of positive effects. Well, and it brings up the age-old question. I'd like to get your opinion on this guy who's talking about these much people more than anyone I can think of. The idea that these people appeal to the popular crowd, were they really, was that a real position, or was that they just had latched on to a political win? They put their finger in the wind, find out, oh, this cause of giving land to the veterans is popular, so we'll do that. It seems to me that if I look at it as a novice, some of these reformers look more real than others. Do you have a feeling, I mean, like Caius and Tiberius Gracchi, I mean, to me those seem, people always like to compare them to the Kennedy brothers. That's ridiculous, but at the same time, you have two brothers, both assassinated, both that a lot of people were able to romantically put a lot of hopes in and lionize afterwards. I mean, do you look at those guys as sincere reformers, or are they all charlatans working a political angle? Well, or none of them. No, I have an answer to this because now I've gone through it, and this is, as you point out, this is one of like the great debates in Roman history generally, and also just in world history in general. Is, are these various popular reformers, are they merely cynical demagogues, or are they genuinely interested in reforming the state? And certainly, even while the Gracchi were still alive, their allies were saying, oh, they're driven by lofty ideals and a genuine regard for the people, and their enemies are producing pamphlets to say, oh no, they're trying to make themselves the new kings of Rome. So where I do come down on it about the Gracchi in particular is the idea that they were interested in genuine reform. There was no altruism at work here. We're talking about like high Roman politics. There's not a lot of altruism going on here. But I think that they saw simultaneously the path to personal power, which is what they were after. They were incredibly ambitious, could simultaneously solve a lot of the problems that Rome is now dealing with as it transitioned from merely an Italian city-state, one among many, to like the rulers of the entire Mediterranean world. But they existed on a spectrum where the same milieu of popular energy coming out of the peasants or urban plebs, even in the lower equestrian classes that have a lot of wealth but don't have a lot of input politically. Those can be harnessed by people like the Gracchi, and they can also be harnessed by cynical demagogues who, yes, are just there to say, hey, you're angry, I know that you're angry, I'm going to help you channel that anger, and I'm going to tell you who's to blame for all of your problems, and I'm going to point you at the people who I'm telling you are to blame for it, and oh, wouldn't you know it, the people who are to blame for it are my personal enemies. So you can use that same sort of, it becomes quite a revolutionary energy.
I know what I'm doing.
You can start to use that and manipulate it. So I think it's never fair to say that all of them are sincere reformers or all of them are cynical demagogues. It's quite a mix of the two, and people kind of land on a spectrum. And people say, people bring up the Kennedy brothers for the Gracchi, which doesn't really hold a lot of water. But if there is anybody in American history who does look like the Gracchi, I think it's the Roosevelts. Theodore Roosevelt and Franklin Roosevelt, the progressive reforms that they were making, both of them were incredibly ambitious. Both of them wanted to be president. Both of them kind of wanted to be president forever. And they were called traitors to their class. Yeah, they were, of course, they were absolutely. So they're very similar to the Gracchi in that way. They were inner circle nobility. And they were using all of their power and wealth to reduce corruption. So I think if anybody is out there in American history that does look like the Gracchi, it's probably Roosevelt.
Well, I'm enjoying the analogy comparison too much to stop now. So maybe you can give me, have you ever thought about some of these other figures in your book and thought about American examples? I mean, I can look at like a Huey Long, for example, and see someone that maybe would have fit back into the Roman things. I remember, was it Manchester's book on MacArthur and American Caesar? I mean, there's always comparisons. When you look at the Sullas and the Mariuses, Cato the Elder, and all those folks, do you have any analogies that you often think of when you think of some of these major figures?
Well, not to rain on anybody's parade, but once you get once you get onto that like granular level, like who is, who would Drusus be? It does start to get harder to pin people down. Like was MacArthur an American Caesar? I don't know, but it seems like probably a good thing that Truman fired him.
I think it's an insult to Caesar myself, but I'm biased.
Yeah, okay, I would say so. I mean, like, yeah, of all the people that I've ever gone through that you can compare to Julius Caesar, I mean, like, it's Napoleon.
That's right, exactly.
Yeah, nobody else really, like, measures up to that.
Are you done? Is it called ViralRabbi?
Having to retaliate, like, I can be genocidal and also, like, reform the metric system.
And I'm a genius, yes.
So if I successfully dodged the question.
Yes, I think so. I think so. Well done. So then let's talk then a little bit about the dynamics here, because it's funny because when you look at the Roman system, it seems to be the wonderful, unless you want to go to the Greeks, but it's the wonderful example of the class divisions and then the problems inherent with class warfare and sharing of power. I mean, if you wanted to describe, we're talking about the iceberg that sinks the Titanic here. We can talk about rule shifting and warlords and everything, but what was it that shifted in terms of a public being willing to accept senatorial control by as you pointed out in the book, a really small number of people in a fundamental sense, and be able to push? I mean, the tribune of the plebs was one systemic tool that was introduced to help balance out those powers. Could you say that whole era between Tiberius Gracchus and maybe Caesar is an example of class warfare sort of playing out? I mean, how much of a role would you give to that? Ambitious men versus class warfare versus cycles and trends.
It's really difficult to get into because Roman politics did operate differently than modern Western politics.
Like the client system.
Where, so the first and most important thing is to say that these are more like clan rivalries than class warfare, where you're a patron, you're a leader, and you have this network of clients who are all attached to you, and then your political rivals have that same network of clients who are all attached to them. So this is really like clans running into each other with almost like nobles and retainers, if you want to use like medieval analogy, rather than like, oh, we're the lower classes and we are trying to overthrow you guys, the upper classes. But that said, during this era, right after 146, I think you do have politics that one of these rival clans can take advantage of, right? And so hopefully I'm able to paint this correctly. So what it is you have this ability to go out into just the voting public, right? Because all of these people could vote. The rural peasants, the urban peasants, they could all vote. And you could use the popular assemblies to pass legislation to make yourself and your own clan very, very popular. So this is almost something that, like, you would be sitting around with your senatorial family, your ambitious senatorial family. You're like, how are we going to get power? That appeal to the public is an available method of doing it. So you're ginning up class interests and you're pointing them at, usually you're pointing it at the corrupt Senate and saying, like, we are going to deliver to you what the corrupt Senate has been denying you. But 5 years later or 10 years later, maybe your rival has decided to try to adopt one of these popularity platforms and use that. Well, now you suddenly become the defender of all senatorial interests because your rival is the one who's now doing the popular program. So it was a lot of like taking on and putting off of hats where you might temporarily be the leader of a popularity movement, and then 10 years later you might be standing in lockstep with the Senate. So it was a lot more fluid, I think, than anything that would be going on, say, like, with battles between like socialists and capitalists in the modern era, where there's really class interests involved, and you really had also like lower class leaders doing the leading in that sense, which you don't really get that
No, and it was interesting because you had included in the book something I think it was Cato the Elder that talked about, and we're getting back here to the changes in Rome because of the Punic Wars and the various conquests about the amount of wealth that was being dragged back to Rome by some of the people. Because most of the people don't benefit from these conquests, but some of these commanders and whatnot would come back and talking about 40,000 pounds of silver and things like that. Talk a little about how, and this is such a Roman moralizer point of view, right? About how the nouveau riche Romans are forgetting their values. But you included it in the book. How much did the Roman system change? Because all of a sudden it went from, well, at least the portrayals of it make it sound like more Spartan moral values to, Cato the Elder looking at the nice figs and saying Carthage must be destroyed.
I think that the role of this actually talking about things all of this wealth does bring into play, right? Like the Cato the Elder style critique, which is that all of this wealth degraded the morality of the upper class, or degraded the morality of the Romans, I think is less important. I don't think that is a huge driver of what the problem was. I don't think it was that the wealth degraded their morals. I think it was that it created skyrocketing economic inequality, right? Where there had always been rich and poor in Rome, right? That is going to be true going all the way back. What was happening is that, as you just mentioned, and I read about this in the book, that you have these legions going out, they're going out to Greece, Macedonia, they're going to North Africa, and they're bringing back 300,000 gold coins, they're bringing back 80,000 pounds of like species of the Mediterranean is being thrown into Roman wagons and hauled back to Rome. All of which is being controlled mostly by that upper class senatorial elite, the richer equestrian classes, right? The sort of sub-senate, the people who are one step below the senators. These guys are the ones who are controlling all of this wealth. And I do think that far from degrading the morality of the thing, it does degrade the socioeconomic system where one of the Romans they did not sit around counting gold pieces like Scrooge in Christmas Carol. They want to invest their most especially they want to invest in land. So their ability to now command this huge amount of wealth, they're pouring it into trying to buy up as much land as they possibly can. And this does lead to the further dispossession of all of the that we talked about a couple of minutes ago. So that there's that process that's unfolding, that wealth being thrown away to French families is leading those across the county, and that's just going to disrupt the entire socioeconomic existence for hundreds of years. And that's just the one thing that they're investing all of their money in, and the other thing that they're investing all of their money in is slaves. So they're now able, the richer Romans are now able to bring slaves into the system on, again, an unprecedented scale. The Romans had always had slaves, slaves had always been around. But now you really have the slaves beginning to do most in these crucial labor of Roman society. They're out there, they're doing great fields. They're doing olives. They're skilled, right? If you get captured, you're like, hey, I can make tables. Then you're going to be put to work making tables for your owner. Or if you're really unlucky, you're going to be sent off to work in one of the mines. And that's just going to be producing more wealth for the senatorial aristocracy. So that combination of massive amounts of wealth, massive amounts of slaves, but always really to the benefit of a very small elite inside of Rome, creates, I think, the fundamentally destabilizing energy that is going to allow some of these to be a genuine reformers all the way to senator demagogues, or all the way to, culminating with Julius Caesar, who is the populare, reformer slash super ambitious builder part of the boss. It's all going to fall to him.
And the slaves to me is the ultimate difference there in comparisons between, say, the U.S. Because even if you wanted to argue about, slave labor being equivalent to low-income labor or whatever, I don't see the similarity. And it would be, if you wanted to make an analogy with what the Romans did, or what a lot of people did in earlier history, it would be like we went into the Middle East, toppled Saddam Hussein, brought thousands of Iraqis back to the United States to serve us. It sounds like an inherently unstable situation to begin with. I found it interesting when you were talking about who had power in Rome. You talked about assemblies, and the average Joe on the street had more, well, I would say both more and less power maybe than one thought, but your line about being able to control, maybe you would, I think in England they call it king mob, and the ability to control the political heart of Rome as the population gave a certain amount of power in the city. It always amazed me that in that kind of a situation that you never had a French Revolution kind of thing, when it's so much a large percentage of the population being balanced out by such a small class, but it's that client relationship that sort of weaves the threads of connections through the rich, the poor, and the middle classes. And could you talk a little bit about the equestrian class and maybe even a connection to what today we would call, corporations, and the fact that because the Roman senators were not supposed to involve themselves in business, it sort of left a loophole for these other people to come in. What I think today is corporations. You think that's a fair term?
Yeah, I think that they were corporations. They were stalking you. They were actually quite stalking these things. Okay, so that's clear. All right, yeah, in a rudimentary way. Then, so there was this prohibition on senators, like somebody who's in the Senate, and you're talking about, maybe 350 men and their families are prohibited from conducting commercial transactions. And of course, just the caveat to this is that all of them did it. They all had fronts. They all had clients that they used for, like, oh, this is my guy, he's somebody who just so happens to own a large amount of commercial real estate, and I just happen to know him. It's like it was all a front. So most senators were able to dodge this quite easily. But the Roman state itself didn't perform any of their own logistical enterprises, right down to tax collection, right? The Romans did not have like state employees who were tax collectors. They didn't have state employees who made uniforms for legions and shipped them off to legions. This was all done by groups of wealthy individuals who were not in the Senate, because you want to be able to get around that commercial prohibition. So you have these very wealthy families in Rome who are not a part of the Senate, who are actually the ones who are now handling the wealth of the society, the large-scale transactions. What they would do is they would come together, say that the tax collectors, if you want one of these tax farming contracts, they would say, okay, here's how much we're going to bid to get this contract, and then the censor once every 5 years would award the contract. Let's say your company won the bid, then you would now have the right to go to some province or go to some area and be in charge of the tax collection, where any amount of money that you made out collecting taxes above what you had bid was going to be your profit. That model of extracting taxes from provincials left itself open to like wild corruption and abuse, where if your profit margin is simply however much you can get out of these people, it's going to lead you to stronger people. It's going to lead you to demand more that they actually owe in taxes. And the Roman government, the Roman provincial administrations, the people who actually be out there in Mirror Spain or in further Spain actually representing the Roman government as like a state agent. You're talking about less than 100 people. You're talking about, it's the governor, his family, and maybe a couple other elected officials. Meanwhile, the face of Rome out there, the people who are actually running the province are these tax farmers with very little oversight. And you can come, like, if you were a tax farmer, you could go to a family and say, like, hey, you owe me this in taxes. The provincial pays the tax. Then you come back around 6 months later and say, hey, you owe me this tax again. And the family can say, hey, we already paid that tax 6 months ago. And the tax farmer would just say, well, I don't care, you paid me. And there's no oversight to any of this. No real effective oversight anyway. And this creates the same kind of really anger and resentment at what the Roman administrators were up to amongst the provincials out there in Spain or Greece or later in Asia or what is today Western Turkey. That in and of itself led to a destabilization of their imperial things, and that doesn't all get straightened out really until Augustus comes along and starts introducing more stable forms. So fleeced by the contractors, right? Very much so, very much so. So let me ask you, there's a little bit of storytelling here, because I think it's horrifying. To me, the first time I ever read anything in ancient history that reminded me of like George Orwell's 1984. Maybe this is just the way my brain thinks. Read about, the Marius and Sulla eras when prescription lists are going up, and people will read about whether or not they're being sentenced to die. I mean, that has such a Third Reich kind of Orwellian maybe feel to it. Can go into that a little bit and talk about how that was for Rome to wake up and go see if you were on the list to die. So at the beginning of the book, right, there's conflicts between various political rivals, various political groups, various families, and they start maneuvering around each other. They start breaking down these like rules of post maior, but kind of in the early days, it's all very ad hoc, it's all very spontaneous, and it's really more about like maneuvering in new ways that hadn't been done before. You start plodding along through the book. Yeah, you get to chapter 8, you get to chapter 9. Now we're talking about these groups having armed, on retainer armed gangs that fight for you. And by the very end of the book, it becomes necessary to not just defeat your rivals. And you have to say like, oh, okay, well, I lost that vote, I lost that monster, I guess I'll go home now. You're operating in a civil war.
And to be honest with you,
Where it's
until
no longer enough to just
this whole thing, I love this shit. There's so much shit.
kill them. And if you don't kill them, then they're going to come back and they're going to kill you.
Still.
So there's a little tight cycle of this where
You got your shit.
I don't want to do too much in the way of spoilers if you haven't read the book. But yeah, I mean, we kind of all know it all ends badly for the Romans, so it's not too much of a spoiler to say it ends badly for most of these people. But Sulla goes off to the east to fight his battle, to fight his war. And he's had this very intense struggle with Marius and Marius' allies. And Marius and his allies wind up coming into Rome and capturing Rome, having been cleaned out of the and they start killing the allies of Sulla. This leads, when Sulla comes back a couple years later, for Sulla to reciprocate, to give as good as he gets, and start literally putting up named lists, right? Here's a list of names, and if you kill one of these names right behind their head, then I will pay you. I will pay you money. And it's kind of, and it also, not just Orwellian, but also like very Kafka-esque, right? Where it's all becomes very arbitrary. The whole original point of prescription list was Sulla was not planning on killing the rest of these people. My name's not on the list, so I'll be fine. But every day, a new list goes up with new names on it. And you start having names being added to the list, not because they are enemies of Sulla, but because they happen to be enemies of maybe one of Sulla's allies. Or in the case of Crassus, it's like, hey, you own a very rich estate down here in Campania. I think I would actually like to own that estate, so I think I'm going to declare you an enemy of Sulla and have you killed. So those prescriptions that sort of eat up the last few chapters of the book are all very bloody, and they become, it takes on an absurd level where it doesn't even matter anymore whether you're an enemy of somebody. There's a quote from some rich equestrian who gets killed, and he's like, done for because of my almond farm, and then he gets killed and his farm gets confiscated. So it moves very quickly from I have to kill my enemies in order to triumph to just like let's just kill everybody and confiscate their stuff. And it's a wanted dead or alive kind of approach to getting the enemies, isn't it? Sort of like, bring us back the head and we'll pay. I mean, a little bit different than sending out your own Gestapo. Exactly. And so you actually started having, it became a fairly lucrative profession for a couple months and even for a couple years, where you would go out and you would be like, hey, well, let's almost like bounty hunters, right? We'll go. I was just going to say that exactly. Yeah, and we'll kill them and then get their stuff. And what is, I also do mention this in the book, is there does come a point where they start to realize, and they don't realize the way that we do, that there are no photographs of anybody, there are no pictures of anybody. They don't live in a digital age where you have where someone can hold up a picture and then hold up the head and be like, oh yeah, you got the right guy. And you start having them just grab random dudes off the street, kill them, chop their head off, take it in and say, oh, this is, and then they're like kind of scanning the list. Oh, this is this guy. It's Gaius. Yeah, Furious. Yeah, definitely. This is his head. And then you would give your bounty.
It's a little like this black scalp that I'm giving you with black hair. This is an Apache scalp, I guarantee.
Yeah,
give me my 200 gold.
Yeah, it's all very twisted. It's all quite sadistic, to be honest.
Something that comes to my mind, and I honestly don't know the answer to the hearing we're talking about here, but discussing the attempts by what we would call today foreign powers or foreign entities to influence the politics of a vibrant, let's call it, on the way to corrupt republic. I just finished a show we did on Caesar's conquest of Gaul, and it's interesting how the more, shall we call them civilized or more Romanesque Gallic tribes were basically trying to influence the politics in Rome. During the period you're talking about, are there outside forces from other states trying to push their agenda or point of view or the direction they'd like to see Rome move towards? Were any of the outside entities in the geopolitical world of the Mediterranean at that time trying to influence Roman politics?
Definitely. And this had been true for quite some time, where, going back even before the beginning of the book, after Rome defeats Hannibal in the Second Punic War, there was a good, 50 or 60 year period where Rome was the most powerful state in the Mediterranean, but hadn't quite decided they wanted to annex the Mediterranean directly, where they almost set themselves up as kind of an arbitrator of last resort for various city-states and kingdoms out there. So you have a couple of Greek cities who were having some fishing rights dispute, and they would agree to take their case to Rome. And anytime these, so Rome became like a hub of international embassies and ambassadors, and people constantly envoys coming and going from really as far away as Syria and Egypt. And all of them are bringing with them gifts that can only be described as bribes, where you are definitely going to try to get what you want from the Senate by making sure that the right senators have received the right gifts. And that's something that had really, this was again something that had opened up, and it does get to a more corrupt version of the Senate that had existed before. In the context of my book, the great example of this in my book is Jugurtha's conduct in Numidia, where he is one of the kings of Numidia after his, adopted father dies along with his two brothers, but Jugurtha would prefer to be the sole king of Numidia, and so he starts breaking treaties, he starts killing his brothers, and he wants the Senate to just go along with what he's doing now, rather than sending in legions and trying to stop him. So he absolutely, quite brazenly, quite nakedly, is sending envoys to the Roman Senate gifts and trying to influence the Senate's conduct, and he's quite successful at it. For most of the first 7 or 8 years of Jugurtha's reign, he's definitely able to have more or less a friend in the Senate direct lead from the notion of ever sending intelligence to confront Jugurtha. And it gets quite bad where you do have these senators who are like, God, I mean, this is so brazen. We might actually have to do something about this. You're making us all look bad. They're sort of chastising their colleagues in the Senate for accepting all of Jugurtha's money. And that point, the corruption of the Senate by Jugurtha's money does become a flashpoint in Roman politics, where, again, you can go back to some of these popular energies that had been sort of started fermenting. They're saying, Jugurtha is brazenly flouting Roman authority and Roman law. We're telling him to do things and he's ignoring us. He's killing Italians, killing Roman citizens, and yet we continue to do nothing. Why is that? And it's because Jagurtha has bribed his way into the Senate. And so they actually open up. They're actually able to open up a sort of like a quasi, like a special tribunal that is going to start to investigate, prosecute those in the Senate corrupted by Jagurtha.
Which gets me to a question of tipping points of no return. When you look at when people like to look for examples from the past to try to analyze our own times, we do quite a bit of that in the book, and I love it. But when you look at our situation now and the people who founded this country and wrote the documents that form our framework were keen students of the Roman Republic, obviously. And so they were paying attention to the flaws in their system and how things went wrong and tried to make changes in their own version, obviously, so that we wouldn't fall down the same rat hole. But when do you think it was irreversible? In other words, when do you think the death spiral had been reached where you can't imagine now where the points of no entry and the ability to compromise it just gone too far? I mean, is it when the violence first breaks out, or is it after that, or is it before that? If you had to find a tipping point, when the iceberg struck the Titanic, maybe it's a better way to put it, where is it in your mind?
Well, so I'll answer that in a sec. I will say that one of the reasons we know so much about everything I just said about Jagurtha is because the Roman historian Sallust elected to write about the Jagurthine War and Jagurtha's corruption of the Senate and the battles that ensued. And Sallust was somebody who was writing, he was a partisan of Julius Caesar's, so he's writing his books right around the 40s, 30s BC, so he knows how it all turns out. He's writing fairly contemporaneously with events, and he wrote about the Jagurthine War specifically because he said that was the tipping point, right? He said that was the first moment that the corruption of the Senate was first challenged, and what led to these partisan battles that ultimately destroyed the Senate. He actually identified the Jagurthine War as that tipping point, which is why he wrote about it. Now, could the Senate have, or could the Roman Republic have found it at that point? I think so. The point that I come to is it's really Sulla's conduct at the very end when we come to the end of the book, but Sulla's conduct during some of his final showdowns is really what sets the final permanent blueprint for how you can achieve power by completely disregarding just anything but brute force. So Sulla is going to he loses a political confrontation. Sulla loses. He had command of this Eastern army. Marius uses the power of the assembly to strip Sulla of his command and send Sulla away. But Marius thinks he's Sulla's hacking for good. And Sulla really is faced with this choice of, do I accept this defeat? Do I get stripped of my command? Do I accept the humiliation that I have just endured at the hands of my rival Marius, or do I go back to my 5 agents who are loyal to me personally, and do I point them at Rome and march on Rome to evict Marius from Rome and reclaim what I think is rightfully mine? Once Sulla did that, and then ultimately he emerges victorious from everything, that is the point that men like Julius Caesar and men like Pompey, an early partisan of Sulla, are going to be looking at later on down the road and saying, well, if nothing else, like I can do that. I mean, this is, we don't have any, I don't think, like exact quotes or proof in the historical record that Julius Caesar was actively thinking about Sulla when he crossed the Rubicon, but it had to have been on his mind, and the proof was in the pudding for Sulla's conduct. If you get them loyal, keep them loyal, you can use them to prosecute your own interests in political and emerge victorious and become the dictator for life. So I sort of put it there. I think that Sulla's decision to go to the civil wars is really what I don't think.
You had mentioned when Caius Gracchus was looking looking at this broad range of reforms you had talked about, had they ever gone from memory, you'd said if they had been enacted, it would have foreseen a lot of the changes that Augustus era Roman reforms had implemented, and obviously a long time ahead of time. If something like that had gone forward, is that the example of a reform moment that had come to pass? The inevitable death spiral that happened might have been avoided.
I think so. And it's because there would not have been quite the energy or the impetus to just crack the state in half, right? It's been to a point where if your governing apparatus, whatever it happens to be, if enough people start to feel like that governing apparatus is not working for them, it's not doing anything for me personally, why do I owe it as an institution any kind of loyalty? Loyalty ought to go to the thing, to the people, or in the Roman case, also church in general, who's going to be guaranteeing me the kind of security that I want in life, which is I want land, I want decent wages, I want someplace to be able to settle and retire when I'm done here. By the time you get to a later republic, that is violated by which is absolutely strikes me once it starts to become those guys who are delivering on the promises that they're making rather than the state itself. Yeah, there's what is it that they had to be loyal to the Senate and people grow abstractly for. So when you get to these moments when you can't make some of these, you have a little bit of foresight and say to yourself, well, is this model working for the entire citizen population? Is this working for a tiny elite? Once you start ignoring the rest of the citizens and say, oh, it's working for a tiny elite, that's fine, they'll just accept it. You do create a breach of legitimacy, and you do alienate people to the point where they're no longer loyal to the system at all, and that's how you get people just crashing it over it, and most people practically not even caring.
Yeah, the private military thing, which used to be illegal in Rome. Why did the Romans, why did the citizenry or the Senate put up with the change that, I mean, if you wanted to put the major thing that the founding fathers of the United States, of course, tried to do was to make sure that the citizens leadership controlled the military so that we had that separation. But they kind of had that separation in Rome once upon a time. What made, and make this the last question, what made the circumstances or public opinion or senatorial opinion, I was going to say change, but the word might be put up. Why did they put up with it? The raising of private armies.
Yeah, the reason why they put up with it initially was because Rome was facing an emergency military situation where they were sort of simultaneously around the age of around Marius, right? Because Marius is sort of the great, it had been moving in this direction of just to back up in case they didn't know this, previously to serve the legion, like a Rome to serve the province, eventually the direction of to serve the legion, and Marius making his faithful request for exemption from that requirement, and just I would like to get any body that wants to show up and I'll train them as soldiers. Fairly momentous change in how Romans conduct politics and does have a lot to do with that those people who are now going to be loyal to their general and to the state, because the general is providing them and giving them their service. So the reason why I think at that moment why the Senate said draft anybody is that they had an ongoing war in Africa. There was a huge slave rebellion that had consumed Sicily, and then the Cimbri, this great Germanic horror that has just been totally wandering around Europe for decades, constantly come back around, and notice that the northern border was very insecure. So I think it was a matter of just like in this emergency situation, Germany's managed to thought of, so yeah, just go ahead and do it. And I think from that point on, they just sort of realized that this was a way to keep up with the manpower that the empire now had. They were no longer we're just these little city-state educational insurrection at the same time to counteract Nazism. We have garrisons we need to be filling in Spain and Africa and Gaul and the Macedonian frontier and Greece. They're now in charge of Western Turkey. How are we going to keep the regions filled? I think once they made the decision to go over to English and drop its property requirement, in general, I think it was fairly wildly successful in terms of their ability to raise the families to run their empire. And then, how does that move forward to the real danger point, which is people raising mercenaries? And I think a lot of this, like a decent enough analogy, like not exactly, is the political party going for a candidate who can self-finance their campaign. Political parties at the state level, national level, always love a candidate who can walk in and say, oh, by the way, like the party doesn't need to give me any money. I'll just do all this myself out of my own pocket.
You are so good at much for these things all the time.
Whatever it is, the Democratic Party can give them money, he can just do it himself. And the same was really true later. People like Pompey say, hey, I can go raise my own army in my county. You don't have to worry about it. Like, you elect me consul, I'll have to do it. That's a very unique track politician, especially out there. If you don't want to have a candidate, it's like, don't worry, I'll get my guys myself. You don't have to do it. That's where you start getting this personal. Once those personal are being raised. And that is really right now where you look at it and you say, okay, I see some similarities, some real big differences. We haven't gotten there, right? Sure. And I mean, honestly, like the military thing, the United States has gone through a bit of a similar process after Vietnam, where we said we're no longer going to do this like temporary conscription into an army to go off and fight. Instead, we're going to make it all volunteer and professional, right? I mean, that's a similarity, but there's so much about the institutional what the U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy institutionally does not resemble the personal agents of the public. The paymaster is not your colonel. The paymaster is the United States of America. Our checks don't ever bounce. They go out there. Some privates, some sergeants, some majors. So we don't have them being deployed specifically to just one commander out there. And then I've often heard, and I've had the fortune to be friends with lots of veterans who are guys who are in the military now. The civilian world, the rest of us. There's nothing that goes on with demarcations, right? You could have thousands of whatever. One of these like bonds where you guys have all been serving together forever. So I don't fear right now like the U.S. Army in some style clash. I don't see it. One of the great firewalls that's actually working.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Listen, is there anything, Mike, that I didn't ask you about that you want to make sure we know about the book or some of the story? I specifically focused on the things that I was interested in, but there's a heck of a lot in this piece. What else should the listeners know?
Well, I think the one thing that we didn't touch on that is a pretty major part of the book that has some similarities to the United States is this issue of the non-Roman Italians. Sure. Yeah. In case you don't know, the backstory of this when Rome conquered Italy during the Samnite Wars, which was a couple hundred years before the Romans did not annex these people directly into the Roman state. They instead signed these treaties with the city. So the city of Etruria or city of Umbria would then become merely an ally of Rome.
Me?
Whenever the Romans came around to ask
You have to be on.
legionaries for the armies, the city had to provide them. But other than that, there was nothing devices to cover themselves that would organize that heavily. But what happens is, when you get to the period of my book, a couple hundred years later, these guys had been inside of Roman civilization in every creative way for hundreds of years, and yet they were still, you couldn't even call them second-class citizens. They were not citizens at all. And they're facing the same problems, the same economic problems that their Roman cousins are. Except they don't even have the right to vote in an assembly. They don't even have the right to send candidates for office. Like, hey, what about us? So they were, on top of everything else, they were facing economic problems, and also didn't have any kind of political voice at all. And so that combined with the sort of general problems created by the skyrocketing economic inequality leads to Populare-style style politics that now
What you call it?
energy, I guess you could call it. The Italian question is what ultimately triggers the Great Civil War. Citizenship, so that's like the other big thing that's floating around out there. But other than that, you just read the book, and I'll explain it all to you.
As one of my professors said, every educated person in Western should know the story. Mike Duncan catalogs the storm before the storm, the beginning of the end of the Roman Republic. Mike, thank you for coming on the program. I wish you the greatest success.
Thank you very much.
Like I said, I think that this is I think you could not have chosen a better subject, and I agree with you. It's shocking that this doesn't already have 20 books on the bookshelf about this, considering how awesome. And like it's hard to initiate enough disclaimers where you tell people, okay, there's so many different things, it's not really like us, but look at all these things that are like us, you know?
Yeah, I figure if you're going to do it, because like one of the things I always question is I don't think we're anywhere near like the fall of Rome, right? Which is something you hear from people like, oh, the Syrian refugees are just like the Vandals.
No.
Not really.
Wait till we start killing each other over political things, then we're starting to move.
Well, or I mean, yeah, like if we actually have like a mass migrating population that has like an entire armed force that can go toe to toe with the U.S. Army, then I guess yeah, we can start talking about it. But I don't think we're anywhere near that.
I think your 300 dead senators with Tiberius Gracchus, I think that's the moment where the sea change will happen.
Yeah, I think that period of the Gracchi is enough that I'm happy to now insert this idea in people's heads and say, look, this is the period you're paying attention.
Yes, it's very important. Exactly. It's not just for interesting. That's what my professor was pointing out, that if you're an American in this system, this is a story that our founding fathers thought was worth knowing, probably for an informed citizenry of a modern commercial imperial republic. Might be a good idea to buy Mike Duncan's book. So that's the way I'm going to phrase it. Dude, if I can do anything for you, I'm here.
Okay, great. I really appreciate it. That was fun.
My thanks to Mike Duncan. It's great to finally digitally interact with him. Go out and pick up The Storm Before the Storm. Link to it on our website. If you pick it up through Amazon, why don't you do so through our search window at dancarlin.com, and that will help us out too. Sure, the older hardcore history shows can be a bit traumatic, with titles like Death Throes of the Republic, Judgment at Nineveh, and Addicted to Bondage. We just consider that to be truth in advertising. No pain, no gain is our motto. Pick up the entire catalog from dancarlin.com. It's hardcore history. When I was designing this hardcore history format, I knew that we were going to want to do interviews. It's a good way for us to get out content quickly that's interesting and that involves other people, other voices, people that you might want to know more about. And I knew that we would have authors on because there's always a lot of good people writing intriguing books because I'm reading them. I knew we would want to have experts on from time to time because, after all, it's a great use of the media. And I was hoping that we could get some primary source people on from time to time, participants in the events that we were talking about. I'm not a historian, because historians chronicle, things for history and for footnotes and stuff in books, but maybe we could do a little bit of that if we were interviewing people, who are participants in these sorts of events. Well, today I have somebody that is sort of the trifecta interviews for this program because he meets all three of those specifications. He's an author, he's an expert, and he's a primary source. So if just determining Air Force peak, he happens to be a 4-star Air Force general. He flew the Thunderbirds, the acrobatic team for the Air Force. He is a commander, a chief of staff in the Air Force, and did so during the first Gulf War. He flew 250 combat missions in Vietnam. Imagine that for a second. He's also a noted author who's got a brand new book out to add to his catalog of books. His new book is called Roles and Missions, which goes over his time as the 14th Air Force Chief of Staff. By the way, he's a bipartisan guy, worked for the Bob Dole Republican campaign, also supported and was in the Barack Obama administration in terms of military capacity. He writes about his time in Vietnam in his book called Hangar Flying. He's got another one called Below the Zone, another one called The Vietnam Chapters. If you like military history, especially Air Force history, Merrill Tony McPeak is somebody whose book should be on your bookshelf. We talked to the 4-star general now, who was nice enough to come and talk with us. By the way, you may have recently seen him in Ken Burns' recent multi-part documentary on the Vietnam War as well. Welcome to the show, General McPeak. First of all, let's get started by suggesting, the person we were contacting, your publicist or whatever, was discussing the 50th year of the Tet Offensive. And when I was thinking about how to start this, I thought, I grew up in that generation where we weren't in the war. We were in the early 80s, middle 80s. We were the ones learning about the war in college, and the veterans would come and speak in our classes. And I remember 60 Minutes did a whole big thing on how here we were studying the lessons of Vietnam and what did we learn. And I thought, now here we are decades later, and I thought I would ask you 50 years after the Tet Offensive, what do you think we learned? And do you think the things we learned, for example, by the 1970s or 1980s, do you think those lessons stuck?
Well, speaking as a professional military guy, we learned a lot in Vietnam. We learned, for instance, just as an Air Force as a fighter pilot, we learned we had to hit what we were aiming at. So we missed most of the targets. I think our average miss distance in Vietnam was like 100 meters. That's not good enough if you're going after a target like a bridge or a rugged vehicle like a tank or a truck. So we invented precision-guided munitions, and you've seen the result of that in the years since. We learned we had to be able to operate at night, and we now nobody wants to fight us at night nowadays. We don't want to fight us in the daytime either, but we really dominate night fighting now. We learned that we had to be invisible on radar, so we invented stealth aircraft. So from the standpoint of the professional military, we learned a lot and we improved a lot because the war lasted so long. 10-year war, and all of us got to go there at least once. We all saw what needed to be fixed, and we fixed it. I do not ask what did we learn politically or socially. I think that by and large the lessons were not learned at all. Or if they were forgotten. We repeat the same mistakes, war after war. So, technically we learned a lot, but big picture-wise, I think we missed the boat.
I'm thinking about the concept in business of like institutional memory, right? The idea is that you have the fact that the people can come and go in a large corporation, but theoretically, when new people come in, they're trained with the lessons learned by the previous generation. I'm thinking about institutional memory in the military. So if you get a guy like William Westmoreland, who's a Second World War veteran, knows how to fight that kind of war, has to deal with this counterinsurgency situation in Vietnam, theoretically learns what he's going to learn there, but then Westmoreland retires, the people who were right below him retire. Is institutional memory in the military sphere a little like something like a bush in front of your yard that you have to keep cut back because every generation comes up, we have to relearn some of those same things? Is there, when you read like the Peloponnesian War and the stuff from ancient Athens, there's the hubris element. Is hubris something that a good punch in the nose can teach you permanently, or do you need to be
reminded every now and then. I mean, I look at the dominance we have right now on the battlefield, and I worry that if we get into a major conflict right now, we don't have anyone in the institutions at the higher levels now that have fought, for example, in a real war against another first world military. Would they almost have to do like the reverse of what Westmoreland had to do, where he had to learn to go from a World War II mentality to a counterinsurgency mentality? If we ever had to fight China in some islands off, in the East China Sea, is that relearning a kind of warfare that Westmoreland understood, but we haven't done it so long we don't know how to do anymore? I'm sorry, that's a really long question.
Yeah, but it's a wonderful question because, you've always heard that we practiced to fight the last war. I think that's even giving too much credit. Your question is, are military organizations learning organizations that can benefit through experience? I think they are, but remember we fought Vietnam with a draft conscripted army, and it was only after that Nixon was really forced to abandon the draft and to create the all-volunteer force. The all-volunteer force is a different kind of army from a citizen-based army. And I think it's probably true that a professional force can be a learning organization, whereas by and large, citizen-based armies are not, because they're constantly taking in new guys for short-term service, and they have to, train them from the beginning every 6 months. But look, it's a good question. It's a profound question. It goes back to the Peloponnesian Wars or before that, as you say. And I'm not sure, that I have a totally good answer to it. I know that the Army coming out of Vietnam was not happy with its performance. Westmoreland's failures in particular, and guys like Norm Schwarzkopf and Colin Powell set about rebuilding the culture of the Army. And the Army we have today, I think, is considerably better than what we had in Vietnam, which was guilty of fragging its own officers and senior NCOs and drug abuse and other forms of indiscipline on the front lines. I don't think you see that kind of army anymore. So you'd have to say, I think, that we did learn, from that experience. For me, the larger lessons, though, are the policy lessons, the political lessons. There, I see no evidence that we learned very much. There, I see that this ancient Greek problem of hubris is still around, and it's big.
Doesn't it seem like, because you see, and again, this may just be one person shooting an arrow and painting a bullseye around it afterwards, but it seems to me that there's always this wonderful out that people who want to do something, like, I want to invade Russia, and I'm the Nazi Wehrmacht, and someone who comes up to me and says, well, that didn't work out very well for Charles XII, didn't work out very well for Napoleon, but I want to invade Russia, so I say, yes, but they didn't have the Luftwaffe, and they didn't have the Wehrmacht, therefore those historical lessons from the past are not applicable. And I feel like there's a human tendency to do that even now. For example, to say, if our military today went and refought the Vietnam War in the 21st century, we could do that and we could win because of all this stuff we have that we didn't have back then. In other words, we can go into Afghanistan and it won't be the graveyard of empires because they didn't have smart bombs in those old days. Do you think that there's any validity to that way of thinking? Is that a little bit of a human nature sort of thing? Or is there something you can do institutionally that says, listen, this is how human beings behave, so let's insulate ourselves from that typical human tendency? Does that make sense?
Yeah, there is an element of Shakespearean tragedy to all this. Man is a failed creature, right? And so you see these foibles pop up time and again. I will say this, Dan. I think the professional military, especially at the senior level, are reluctant fighters. At least that's been my experience. I didn't know George Patton, but by and large, from my experience in the JCS at senior Washington level, there's nobody looking for a fight there. Their advice uniformly has been slow down. It really didn't work for Napoleon. so it's on the civilian side. In the case of the Middle East, the problems that we're having still today, the neocons, the guys who have never worn a uniform. Dick Cheney, had 7 excuses for not going to Vietnam, and the people around him at those levels were anxious to go back and do Iraq again, to really get Saddam Hussein this time. That wasn't military, that was a political people. And so the hubris that I've seen has been wearing dark blue suits, not uniforms.
Interestingly, I met General Mattis once, and he had basically said something similar. He was very cognizant of the limitations of military power when I was talking to him. So then let me ask you this then. It seems to me that there's an institutional bias in this country, and it's a human thing. I don't blame anyone against, let's call it the can't-do general as opposed to the can-do general. So let's say we're talking about the 50th anniversary of Tet, and we're talking about Vietnam, and Johnson or Nixon brings in a couple of military advisors, and out of the 5 of them, 4 of them say, of course we can win this war. Let me tell you how to do it. Put me in charge and I'll do it. And one guy says, no, you're not going to win this. It's over. Let's figure out a way to get out of here with honor. Isn't there a natural tendency to say, listen, the can't-do guy, I'm not going to go with that. I'm going to go with somebody who tells me he can get it done. And isn't there a sense in the military of, I don't want to be the guy that says we can't do this. I don't want to be thought of as the guy who says this is unwinnable. Of course, you put me in charge and I'll get it done. It seems to me that it's tough for someone to stand up in that sort of situation and say, let's not do this. We wouldn't be successful. It wouldn't be prudent. Does that have when you're talking about the institutional failures with the people who wear suits, is that a problem that they're going to run into?
Pat, again, you put a very deep question to me here, but let me just say that isn't the way I have seen the problem formulated during my time in Washington. Now, I'm sure this changes as the cast of characters changes in Washington, but typically the president doesn't ask advice of 5 guys and 4 of them say, yeah, I can do it. One says no. What the president says is, hey, we got a problem here. What are my options? So he's not looking for a yes-no answer. It's not a binary problem. What he's looking for is, give me half a dozen things I might do here. Tell me the pros and the cons of each thing. Let me make a decision. So in that case, if you're opposed to taking a military action, you just put it in the cons. You say, here's the cons. We're going to lose friends around the world. We're going to lose international standing. Trade's going to dry up. Whatever. You can put any con that you want. But the proper approach from the military advisor standpoint is to say, okay, if you want to do this, here are a set of options, and the pluses and minuses that go with them, and then it's up to you. So it's a little different formulation than the one you put.
Okay, so if you're the military advisor, and you've been in a role of, you've been chief of staff before, you've been the Air Force 4-star general here, if somebody comes to you, the president says, I need your advice on this, and he says something to the effect of, oh God, I'm losing my train of thought, John. I'm getting old now, 52. Just, I know, I'm getting there, aging quickly. Okay, here's what I wanted to get with that. So the old line about the Vietnam War was the political nature of the president, for example, operating as a person who's picking tactical targets, for aircraft to bomb. And yet the old argument that we learned back in military history class for why that might have been necessary was the president's got to worry about, Soviet involvement, the threats of nuclear war, other things happening, including maybe funding the very people you're fighting at a higher level to compensate. Whereas the guys on the ground, the military leaders are worried about, okay, how do I get victory in this theater of operations? What is the proper balance in your mind between a president who's got to worry about the grand strategy across the world and the general who's got to say, listen, if you just take your hands off of me, I'll win this theater for you? How do you see the balance? If the general says, General McPeak, if the president says, General McPeak, help me out here, what do you tell them to do vis-a-vis allowing generals to have a free hand versus a Lyndon Johnson who's maybe more worried about the Soviet Union than he is about making sure no more resupply ships get into Haiphong Harbor?
Well, this is a problem which is at the heart of limited warfare. If, for instance, you asked Kurt LeMay,
because he's representative, yes.
You could say, bomb them back into the Stone Age. In fact, I did say that. And we could have won. I mean, had we nuked Hanoi, the war would have been over, right? So the war was always winnable. It was just a question of what means, how limited are the means you want to use here. So you go to the president and say, okay, I'm assuming you don't want to use nuclear weapons. I mean, we have an instant case right now that's very relevant, North Korea. So if we seek to intervene in North Korea, the first question we should ask ourselves is this a limited war? Are the means we're going to use limited? Not just the means. Do we have a limited amount of time? Are you going to put a limit on the amount of money we're going to spend here? So you have to decide all of the boundaries of the limitations you're going to put on warfare.
What in the fuck?
And then that has to be bought by the president. I mean, you have to tell President Johnson, okay, if I have to worry more about the Soviet Union than I do winning, in quotes, in South Vietnam, that's fine. Just tell me that, and that means I can't mine Hanoi Harbor and blow up some Soviet boat. Now, are you willing to live with that? So the president has to understand the nature of the war. It's going to be limited, and that means we may or may not win. If it's unlimited, I know we can beat North Vietnam or North Korea anytime. So the first question you have to ask are, what limitations are you going to put on me so we understand all that? Now, typically today, we don't talk in terms of limited war. We talk in terms of rules of engagement. What rules of engagement is the president or the secretary of defense or the theater commander or whatever going to impose on operations? And we need to be eyes wide open about that up front. Now, inside the rules of engagement, I would argue you ought to give the military guy as much flexibility as possible. I don't want the president picking targets in the basement of the White House. No, because he doesn't know much about targets. He's going to pick the wrong targets, or he's going to tell me to attack him from the wrong direction, or he's going to tell me to use the wrong munitions, or he's going to tell me to send too few airplanes or too many airplanes. Those are questions that he knows very little about, and what he needs to do is impose rules of engagement, tell me what the limitations are, and leave me alone. And then as long as I operate inside the limitations, he should never have any kind of a quibble or complaint about how I'm doing and what the result is as a consequence. The fact is we never lost a battle in Vietnam. We just lost the war. And so even, and I'm not a big fan of Westmoreland. I regard him as rather dumb. I mean, what he did tried to do was stupid, in my opinion. And not much improved when he was succeeded by Abrams, although there's a big school of thought that Abrams was a much more talented officer, and we were on the right track once we got rid of Westmoreland. But in any case, the point is that there are things that politicians are expert in. There are things that professional military are expert in, and we need to understand who does what here. When you're picking targets in the basement of the White House, you're on the wrong track, and you are going to lose, in my opinion, because you got the wrong guy doing the wrong thing.
Let's talk about on the right track. I think that's a key point. So when I'm watching Ken Burns' Vietnam documentary, one of the things that just screams at you, I was reminded once again of the veterans coming into the class I was in the 1980s, screams at you is that you don't have any real way of determining how you're doing at any given time. I mean, the classic way that was used was body count, but we understand that if you don't have body counts, it's even with how do you measure progress in a way that's helpful to the heads of the military, the political heads, and the population as a whole? And we can apply this to the situation in the Middle East, for example, right now. I mean, how do you gauge progress? And if progress isn't going the way you want, do you double down on the efforts, or do you determine that maybe, I mean, are we even capable of cutting loose? Was there ever another choice in Vietnam? We act like we could have just said, listen, we're losing the war, so let's get out. But it isn't the most difficult thing in the world to disengage from combat with an enemy, strategic level or tactical level. So I guess what I'm asking is, how do you gauge progress, whether or not you're winning or losing? And then do you notice, if it's not in your interest to notice that you're, for example, not winning, can you get back? Because in this Vietnam War, you're looking at these people that just seem, in retrospect, they look like they know the war is over, but they can't say it, they can't prove it, they can't operate or do anything about it. They seem frozen in the conditions. So there seems to me to be a real need to be able to measure progress and then have some sort of reaction to the data you're getting. Can you suggest a way maybe we could do that in the Middle East right now? And if we decided it wasn't going well, what do you do then? Well, I mean, isn't this the crux of the issue, right? Are we winning or losing? And if we're winning or losing, what do you do about it?
I don't think it's going well in the Middle East, just to get quickly to the answer. But, there used to be a way of judging that was pretty easy, and that is territory. You won if you prevailed. If you held the battlefield at the end and the other guy left, you were winning, right? So Churchill could be very worried about what was going on in North Africa, because Rommel pushed all the way to Alabama. He was inside Egypt, right? So Cairo and the Suez Canal was threatened because the geography told Churchill that he was losing. So he replaced whoever it was with Montgomery. It's not so in a linear war where armies face each other, you can tell who's winning by where the front line is and what direction it's moving. Or at least that's one gross approximation. If you're fighting in Gettysburg, you're not in good shape.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so you got to be fighting in Chancellorsville or someplace down south. Now, it's not so easy anymore with stateless actors like ISIS or, suicide bombers. How can you tell if you're winning? I mean, the guy doesn't have any territory to capture. He doesn't have a national treasury that you can loot. He doesn't even really have a life worth living, otherwise he wouldn't be in the suicide bombing business, right? He doesn't care about his whole life. So in this kind of war, how do you judge where you are? I don't think we have a ready answer to that. If we had a sort of an index of violence, you could say, well, the violence is down. And we kind of have that. And in Afghanistan, now we have the Taliban bombing, again, inside Kabul, right? And so the number, you can plot the number of incidents on a graph and say, well, there are more incidents this month than there were last month. You're not doing very well. And in fact, that's what I'm doing in the Middle East now, sort of subjectively. I don't have a chart in my office that I keep track of this specifically, but it seems to me, I have the sense that we're not doing very well in Afghanistan and in Iraq. And, I don't know how to come from it. This is a tar baby kind of deal where you say, gee, I wish I could figure out how to get out of here with my pride, reputation and shame. I don't see a way to do it. We're kind of stuck to the problem in the Middle East, and who knows how to judge whether we're doing better or poorer than we were, a month ago, a year ago, 5 years ago.
Are you done? Why could it be quick?
I'm just, it's funny you say that. I wasn't expecting that answer because it leads you to the next question, which is if you can't figure out how you're doing, and if you really don't have any options, if you're totally stuck. I remember being told a long time ago by my stepfather, who was trying to explain to me that the wide range of presidential actions that I always assumed was possible was a myth, and that when you actually got into the office, it was really much more constrained by what your predecessor left you, a bunch of other things like, I can't fight the Vietnam War the way I want because the Soviet Union might get involved. When you look at the current, let's call it the war on terror situation, I don't see, how do you get out of that when, the old equation, which is it costs these elements that we're fighting pennies on the dollar compared to what it costs for us to counter them. The long-term graphing out of that situation looks horrible. I feel like we could be doing a documentary with Ken Burns, 150-year-old Ken Burns, years from now, having the same conversation about the current situation we're in the war on terror that I just saw the other night when I was watching the Vietnam War documentary. If that's the case, you get this feeling like deja vu all over again, or a train wreck that you've seen before and that it's happening in slow motion, but you're finding out exactly how limited the people in the late 60s were in terms of their options. Does it feel like that to you at all, or does it seem like because the context of the Cold War and all that is so different, how similar to you would you feel if you were a president in office in Lyndon Baines Johnson's chair versus Donald Trump's chair?
Oh boy, don't ask me that one.
Okay, we can go back in administration if it makes it easier.
Look, a key issue is how do you define victory? Another way of saying that, what's our purpose here? What's our goal? If you tell me what our purpose is in the Middle East, I'll tell you how we're doing. You tell me how to define victory in the Middle East, and I'll tell you whether we're on the 10-yard line, the 15-yard line, the 50-yard line, where we are. But I don't recall anybody ever saying, here's our objective. Here's how we would define victory. And if you don't have a definition of victory, then you don't know when to quit, or when to retire, or how to get out. Because you can't tell. We'd like to, George W. Bush famously went on an aircraft carrier and stood under a sign that said mission accomplished. Remember that? That was how many years ago? So at least 15. We're still in Iraq. If our mission was accomplished when George W. Bush went on that boat and declared victory, what the heck are we still doing in Iraq?
Well, then you get back to, we get to the same question, though, about, is everything we're facing now sort of a bit of blowback? Did we stir up a hornet's nest and we're still dealing with individual hornets, and it would have been better had we left, the hornet chief Saddam Hussein in charge, because at least we weren't the ones who had to pick up the pieces. I guess, what amateur armchair historians like yours truly do, General, as you almost certainly know, is we look at these and we try to find meaning from the past, which is this horrible fool's game. But when you look at this, you go, you almost get to a point where you say, would Saddam Hussein and the Middle East we had in 1991 be an applicable trade that a modern politician would trade today if they could get back to that?
Yes. fact, I would have traded at the time. I wrote op-ed pieces and made speeches against Iraq too. It drove me out of the Republican Party. You know, I ended up supporting Obama in 2008. In fact, I was the national co-chair of his presidential campaign, and the issue for me was how badly that whole Iraq 2 thing had been handled, including my buddy Colin Powell going in front of the General Assembly and making outrageous claims that I thought I knew, in fact, at the time were wrong about Saddam Hussein's having weapons of mass destruction, or the other lies that we're told. You know, Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden were good buddies. Baloney. There wasn't any Al-Qaeda in Iraq as long as Saddam Hussein was alive. They hated each other. Whether we would be welcomed as liberators, you know, people would throw bouquets of roses as our guys going into Baghdad. Baloney, as it turned out. So I said that at the time, and you know, $1 trillion later, thousands of lives later, we're stuck with an Iraq that is much worse than what it was when Saddam Hussein was running. So, you know, the real issue here is what are our purposes? How do we define victory? What limitations are we going to put on our use of violence to achieve these purposes? These are very deep questions, very hard questions to answer, and frankly, most presidents need as much help as possible to get to these answers, and they need help from, you know, wise and good military advisors, which I don't think they always get.
Now, you know, you were just talking a second ago about Colin Powell, respected military authority, but using that authority as part of an effort to sell the American people and the world on a particular foreign policy move. And it occurs to me, you know, one of the things that watching the Ken Burns Vietnam documentary really brings home is the context of what a different America it was back in the days when Vietnam was first heating up, the early 1960s. I was born during the Ia Drang battle. I mean, so 1965, when things are really heating up with ground troops. The government at that time was assumed to be telling the truth by just about everyone. It was a black and white, good and evil world. You know, I always tell young people when I'm talking to them, I always bring up the First World War, and I talk about a generation of people that could watch a unit in front of them step out of the trenches and go over the top and be machine gunned within 10 yards of the trench, and then the next wave will do the same thing. And I said, we wouldn't do that today. In the same way that much of the stuff that a 1962 era American would have considered a truism would be met much more skeptically by a 21st century American. How much did, you know, the so-called credibility gap over several administrations in that era do, you know, lasting the boy who cried wolf type damage to our government's ability to be trusted with statements like how the war is going or anything else? Did we sort of lose our innocence? I guess it's a classic phrase from my 1980s Vietnam War military history class.
Yep. Well, I think in particular the Pentagon Papers represented a sea change. You know, after they were published in the New York Times, later in the Washington Post, Americans came to understand that a succession of administrations, both Democrat and Republican, had systematically lied to the American people. And I don't think that our country has ever been the same again. The skepticism which that whole episode properly aroused has been with us ever since. And frankly, it is a lost innocence for us. And if you look at, you know, our history, we were never a great power until after World War I. So our experience
experience on the world stage was pretty limited. Maybe 50 years of experience as a real actor in international affairs. And then finally we woke up a bit. We saw how that sort of thing happens. It's not that governments weren't cynical before. I think the British government has been cynical, for a long time. But Americans were truly children of the frontier, with a sort of Western heritage, frontier heritage, and we wanted to believe that our government was telling us the truth. We learned in the Pentagon Papers that that's not so, and ever since we've been, I think, properly skeptical.
Why do you I guess the logical question is, why do you think they lied? I mean, I think the tendency would be to blame some president from the opposite political party and demonize them. But as you said, this was a multi-administration effort to keep from the people who are supposed to understand what's going on so they can be informed voters from really knowing what's going on. And it started with, Eisenhower but even to the end with Nixon and Christmas bombings that were secret. I mean, was it kept secret in your mind for military reasons, or was it kept secret because the reaction of the American people to their own policies was what the government was worried about?
I think it was the latter. Really,
What are you thinking?
The government the president didn't want to be embarrassed. Embarrassment is the worst possible situation for a public figure. And so the bombing of Cambodia, for instance, was secret from the American people. It sure as hell wasn't secret from the Cambodians, where the North Vietnamese army, which was using Cambodia for sanctuary. They knew all about it. So secrecy there wasn't a military necessity at all. The enemy quite understood what was going on. The secrecy was required to keep the American people in the dark. And the only reason for that is the government would have been embarrassed to admit what was going on. That's the worst possible reason to classify any information, is to protect yourself from embarrassment. That's exactly what's going on.
Do you think that the efforts of the media today are, I want to compare them to the media efforts in Vietnam, which were, so scrutinized and yet perhaps so influential on what went on. And I'm not even sure we're talking apples and oranges here in the ability to compare them, but how would you compare today's media coverage of America's conflicts and that, for example, take 1967-68 because it was very different in 62. But how would you compare the media's job, how they cover with the restrictions, by the way, that we understand? I mean, they don't have the same kind of ability to show this. I mean, the combat footage that, not to change the subject, but the thing that rocked me in Ken Burns' documentary the most, and I have no idea how he did it, is there's segments where you'll see 35 seconds in a row of footage that looks like it was shot yesterday. High definition stuff. And, for people like me who've seen a lot of that footage, I couldn't figure out if it's computer enhanced or what. But when you're looking at what the media is able to show back then and the difference in the coverage today, can you compare in your mind's eye the pros and cons of the way we did it then and how we do it now?
Media coverage in Vietnam was by and large positive, in my opinion. Except for photo coverage. The impact of a photograph or today's video is so much more pervasive or influential or shocking. You got a photograph of a police general in Saigon shooting a guy in the head, or a very young girl running away from a village that's been napalm with her skin on fire. These pictures convey a message in a way that written journalism or broadcast journalism cannot. And they were very negative. I mean, emulating themselves in the streets of Saigon. When you show it on television, it just is merciless in the message it conveys. And so for my money, until Walter Cronkite came on CBS News and said, hey, we're not winning, guys, after 10, the coverage was pretty universally supportive, the written coverage, but the photographic coverage undermined everything that was being said in the press. Now today, the coverage is much more visual, much more video oriented and photo oriented, and so the bad news hits earlier, I think, because you don't see a photograph of ribbon cuttings as downtown Baghdad is liberated. You see these awful scenes of devastated towns that we're creating in the Middle East. And there's no getting around it. We're in a large-scale destructive mode there in the Middle East, and that's what people are seeing. They're not seeing any upside. You can talk about upside all you want and how well we're doing and so forth, but what we are seeing is awful, the consequences of the combat there. And so I think the coverage today is much more pessimistic, down, skeptical, and even perhaps cynical, but because they are showing, not just telling. And from now on, I expect that's the way the coverage will be, because this younger generation is much more video oriented and won't read the New York Times, watch it on Facebook.
Yeah, once upon a time, it used to be Radio Free Europe trying to get a little teeny signal, over the Iron Curtain. Now that if we were fighting the North Vietnamese army, they would have a troll of people on Twitter, giving their side of the story or pretending to be Americans.
Complete with photographs.
Exactly. And maybe fake photographs. Yes, exactly right. Well, then let me ask you a little bit, not really changing subjects, but I can't have a 4-star general on here without mining you a little bit for some knowledge and wisdom myself. I'm looking at Syria, and I'm looking, you had talked about, in destructive mode right now. But to an armchair person like me, it looks like a terribly small theater to have that many different forces operating in, and us hoping to keep everything clean with no major mistakes and whatnot. You had talked about North Korea as well. Can you talk to me a little about those two hotspots, and if there's a third one you would add to the mix of places we need to be careful right now?
Well, I think Korea is the most important and threatening problem that we face anywhere in the world, or have faced for a long time. I really think we're up against sort of a Cuban Missile Crisis. So it's been that long since we've really looked down the barrel. As far as Syria goes, it is an awfully small theater of operations, especially on the air side. We're talking about aircraft like the F-22 that's super cruise. In other words, they're supersonic. They're running around the sky at 1.7, 1.8 Mach all the time. And that makes Syria a pretty small country to even do a 180-degree turn. And the Russians are there sharing that airspace with us. We've so far been able to coordinate that air activity pretty well, even though the Russians did lose a fighter to a Turkish ground fire. So, but the less, we're running head-to-head against each other in a very small airspace, and it's a tribute to the professionalism of our Air Force. We haven't already shot down a few of those guys. But that's terribly dangerous. We could be any day involved in a head-to-head fight with Russian aircraft, and where that's got the potential to escalate, to go anywhere. So it's dangerous. In my opinion, it's less dangerous than the situation in North Korea, where we have apparently a crazy guy in charge of a government that does possess nuclear weapons and is rapidly developing the capability, if it doesn't already have them, to deliver those nuclear weapons against American cities. I think that's an awful situation. I think we can't allow that to continue. I believe we must intervene and do something there. Now, what should we do? Well, I'm in favor of using all the tools in the toolbox. If you think diplomacy will work, by all means, let's do it. If you think we can, economic sanctions will work, let's impose them. If you think the Chinese can help us or the Russians can help us, by all means, let's involve them. At the end of the day, I think we've tried just about everything here. Nothing has worked so far. Because what we have to do is dismantle this nuclear capability. We can't allow, in my opinion, North Korea to continue to build nuclear, threats against American homeland property, citizens, institutions, and so forth. That has to be dismantled, and I believe it has to be dismantled relatively quickly. We don't have forever to deal with this problem, or it will get to a point where we can't deal with it. I think we should deal with it with conventional weapons, rather than use nuclear weapons against North Korea. And I think we still have the capability to do that, to help them dismantle this capability. But we need to get with it pretty soon because time runs out.
What if, to go back to some of the constraints maybe that a guy like Johnson was operating under, what if the Chinese or Putin's government tell us, no, don't do that?
Well, I don't think, we know that already, first of all. But remember, the North Korean nuclear capability is a bigger threat to Beijing, a bigger threat to Vladivostok than it is to Honolulu or Chicago. So there's every reason to believe that they would wish to cooperate with us. If not, then so be it. We have the means to deter China and Russia. We've shown that already. The question is, we don't, I think, know for sure or with great enough probability that we can deter North Korea. I mean, I've heard it argued that this guy, Kim Jong-un, is a rational person. All he wants to do is hold power. Therefore, he has something to lose. Therefore, he's deterrable. And I think that's probably right. My question is, what if it's wrong? What are the odds that he's not deterrable? Say it's only 10%. So do we want to make a bet, we want to bet Chicago or New York City that he's deterrable when the odds are 10% say that he's not deterrable? I don't think we want to take that bet. And by the way, and the overview ought to be here about nuclear proliferation. Where are we going to draw the line? Is it okay for Nigeria or Honduras or Belize to have nuclear weapons? What is the point at which we're going to put our foot down and say, no, we've gone far enough. No, it's enough that 10 or so countries that are acting responsibly so far have nuclear weapons. But that's enough. The world is dangerous enough, without Estonia having a full-up nuclear delivery capability. So, but in any case, we now have a case which I think is as clear as can be that says we need to stop this process here. If America possesses armed forces for any reason, it is to protect the property and the institutions and the lives of Americans against threats like North Korea and nuclear-armed North Korea. I believe we ought to draw the line, and we ought to give a deadline, by 1 January next year, Either the North Koreans are dismantling this capability under international inspection, or we will help dismantle it.
You know, it's funny you jumped the gun and went right to my next question, which was about nuclear non-proliferation, because I wanted to ask you, is it specifically a North Korean problem, or is it you mentioned Belize, right? Is it a Belize problem? So here's my question, though. This reminds me a little of like certain naval treaties between the two world wars, where we're telling certain powers, listen, this is 70-plus-year-old technology, the basis for nuclear weapons, right? And when you're telling other countries that they can never develop that capability, isn't that the equivalent of locking them into second power status permanently? In the way that the Japanese had to have 6 battleships to every 10 British battleships. I mean, is that it seems to be the farther we get away from when that technology was invented, the weirder it gets to tell people, listen, you can have anything but something that was invented darn near 100 years ago. Should the foreign policy of the country be that no nuclear powers that aren't currently nuclear powers should be allowed to become nuclear powers?
No, the foreign policy of this government ought to be a nuclear zero. That we would like to see a world without nuclear weapons. We would be much safer. I mean, our superiority in conventional warfare is so pronounced that if nuclear weapons disappeared everywhere in the world, it would improve the safety and security of the American people enormously. So our policy ought to be zero nuclear weapons for anybody. Now, how do we get there? I have no idea, because a country like, say, Israel, which commonly is understood to possess an inventory of nuclear weapons, is not going to renounce them. Given its security situation, with the geography that it lives. So I don't know of a practical way to get there. I think it ought to be our objective, and I think we ought to work on it and try to get there. And eventually, hopefully we can get there. But that ought to be our policy objective. And in the meantime, we ought to say, yes, nobody else can, that doesn't have them now, is going to get them. And it's going to reduce them to second-class status. And that's too bad. You're going to have to live with it. But the world is increasingly dangerous the more people get that capability. And so it does freeze people into a sort of a formulaic position like we tried to do with capital ships at one time. Remember, though, this is not the first time we've outlawed chemical munitions, right? Sure. Worldwide, hopefully. And now, we ought to enforce that. And so we can put certain limitations that we hope are universal on the kind of munitions that are available for use in hostile engagements.
Okay, what about a conventional situation then of a change in power? So you look at something like in Iran, in their region. All of us history nuts know that traditionally Iran or Persia is one of the, we'll call them the regional superpowers, right? And they wax and wane, but sometimes they dominate the region. It seems like the policy sometimes is we're not going to let anyone change the power relationships that are currently in place. Is that a viable, it seems to be a hegemonic power sort of way of looking at it, but is that a viable way to look at something like the Middle East and say, no, you're not going to expand your influence into Syria, even if that's a traditional Persian area of expansion? Do you see where I'm going with this? I mean, how much can we, we'll call it the United States as the tip of the spear, but we all represent a bunch of major powers. How much can we be the Congress of Vienna, but constantly, making sure that things stay stable? We'll call them stable, for lack of a better word. So nuclear stability, you're all for. What about even like regional power shifting stability?
We are no doubt a status quo power because we're the top dog, right? So we don't want that to change, and hopefully, I hope it never changes. I mean, if this country lasts 1,000 years and want to be at the top of the heap for that whole period of time.
I guarantee my plumber's will stop on time. Unclog your drain for
However,
$99.
you can't stand on the beach's edge and order the tide not to get your feet wet, you know? So change is inevitable. And what we have to do is to find constructive ways to allow change to occur that doesn't threaten our position. And there's every reason, by the way, that we ought to be able to do that. I mean, certainly the technical change that we see in the last couple of decades has been led by us. We've created the instability on the, technological front. So it serves our purposes to be in the vanguard of change where it's positive. We just have to figure out what's a positive, what's a negative. Now, in the case of Iran, it's been a long time since Darius the Great, so I don't know how much influence. Syria recently has served because the Ottoman Empire was not Persia. No, Syria was an Ottoman province. It was hacked up by
Sykes-Picot.
At the end of World War I. And by the way, Lebanon was created separately. I mean, Syria considers Lebanon a Syrian province.
Yeah, the Christian French enclave, right?
The question you ask requires sophistication in the answer. It requires sophistication in the asking. So statesmen are judged by their ability to recognize what change is coming anyway and running around and getting in front, right? That's how we define statesmanship. And chief politicians are defined as people who don't understand precisely that.
I've sat here and mined you for wisdom on current affairs and wisdom on the Vietnam War. At no point did I ask you about the drama, though, of flying hundreds of missions into that situation, and what I would assume was a more tense situation as anti-air defenses got stronger and stronger. This is the understated question of all time, but can you describe to me just for a second, what the heck, I mean, when you look back on it, I did things that were nothing like what you did, and I think, God, I was crazy. And do you ever look back on that and just think to yourself, was that a different person, or is it like yesterday for you? Do you miss it?
Yeah, I miss it. Combat is invigorating. I love it. Partly because of hubris. I mean, I was arrogant. Still am. Probably. I mean, my friends might say I was arrogant, but when I get strapped into an airplane, I don't think anybody can beat me. So I never was. For me, it wasn't a matter of bravery or courage to go out there because I knew I was going to kick the crap out of the other guy rather than reverse. So for me, combat, I flew 285 combat sorties, and I loved every minute of it. And I miss it. I mean, it's really fun. It's hard to explain. I mean, I'm a professional warrior, you know, so that's what I was cut out to do, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I'm going to recommend that people read your books to get a more detailed version of everything we were just talking about. General, did I ask everything you would like to talk about? Is there anything that you'd like to bring up that I left out?
No, this has been a pretty wide-ranging conversation and more philosophical than I'm equipped to deal with. Your questions are too good. I mean, nobody has, including Herodotus, spoken about the ancient wars. Nobody has answers to these questions, and they're not. It's not good to ask a professional military guy. You gotta. These are questions for the philosophy professor, not for me. But certainly, it's been as wide-ranging as I could desire, and more so than I'm really any good at handling.
General, you underappreciate yourself. I tailored those questions after watching you talk, and I think that you're absolutely. And you know what's funny is when I met General Mattis, I thought that's how he thought too. You're very well versed and wide ranging yourself.
Well, I appreciate it, Dan. Thanks very much. I enjoyed talking to you.
Is it called ViralRabbi?
My thanks to General McPeak for coming on the program and putting up with my traditionally unusual and long-winded questions. These books are available everywhere. Link to some of them on our website. His latest, as I said, is Marvelous Traditions, cataloging his time as the 14th Chief of Staff of the Air Force. He's a fascinating guy, I think you can agree, and I appreciate him coming on the program.
Family dinners,
Wow.
and I like things to go how I want them to go.
The policy here is to let you hear the shows and then decide for yourself what they're worth. We sort of rely on the honor system as our business model, and so far so good. Thanks for all your support. It keeps the lights on around here.
Go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
Today's show is sponsored by Audible. Audible is offering our listeners a free audiobook with 30-day trial membership. Just go to audible.com/Carlin and browse the unmatched selection of audio programs. Download a title free and start listening. It's that easy. Go to audible.com/Carlin or text Carlin to 500-500 and get started today. It's hardcore history. I've said before that one of the wonderful side benefits of a gig like this is the chance to speak to people whose work you really admire and talk to them about it. In this case, I have a guest on the program today who is a source, somebody that we use in our work, and we did Blueprint for Armageddon. He was sort of my go-to guy in terms of somebody that I knew could add a different dimension to the storytelling by having a letter or a document or a quote or something that was just, you know, so visceral or perfect or emotional, or that in one short little paragraph managed to capture such a poignant, point that just sort of made the whole section of the piece. I mean, Peter Hart's work is finding emotional nuggets that just knock you over and then incorporating them into the story in a way where they not only have the most impact, but they manage to add a part of the story that often gets missed. If you're telling, for example, a story of the First World War, which is Peter Hart's specialty, it is so easy to get yourself locked into the giant troop movements and the big decisions made at headquarters and all this. Sometimes you can go the total opposite extreme. It's easy to get caught up in the diary of this one soldier or this one nurse or something like that. But to be able to blend the two in a way that helps you understand, for example, how the decisions made at headquarters with all those high muckety-mucks thinking about things abstractly, how they influence and intersect with the lives of some poor guy mortally wounded in a shell hole writing his last letter back to his wife and family. It's hard. I think Peter Hart does it as well, especially on the subject of the First World War, than anyone I've ever read. So, I get to see and enjoy my byproduct, the best aspect of this gig, the chance to talk to people whose work you admire, people like Peter Hart, who is, amongst other things, an oral historian, by the way, at the British Imperial War Museum, which is every military history nut's dream gig. We'll have to go to work buying a couple of giant 15-inch naval guns, which one of these. And there's several other ones. Naval guns outside. Just take a picture. Here's where I work. Really let your heart out. Anyway, one little note. Normally we have an in-house phone system. But normally we use that for North American interviews when we're overseas. Calls we've been using sort of an internet system, and this time it let us down. Some pretty serious glitches at times, especially near the end of the interview. Not only my apologies to Peter Hart, but to you also. It's frustrating, and there was no way for us to fix it. So I am going to put a couple of, should we call them end notes after the interview, where I both quote something that we referenced in the show so that we include that, explain something Mr. Hart said at the end that the digital glitches do not make it easy to understand. And also read a letter that we referenced in the story too, something that Peter Hart uncovered from series books that we used to learn from Arabian series, and we read that to just show you the man's ability to demonstrate the ripples of pain that something like this conflict, created in that era, in those societies, and dropped you right into the middle of it for a minute. So without further ado, the wonderful author and war historian, maybe that way to put it, the great Peter Hart. So the first thing I want to know, because I'm just curious, as a person who is absolutely jealous of anyone who can find such a specialty to devote their lives to, how did it for you mostly become, you've done other things, but mostly become something about the First World War? What grabbed your interest about this, and what is it that keeps you so interested in the subject?
I think I started when I was young, and there was a program called The Great War, which was on telly in the 1960s, and it was gloomy and miserable, and it seemed so awful that people suffered so much. And for me, it's always been that dichotomy. It's a dichotomy between the people who suffered and what the generals did and why they did that, because you may or may not realize I quite support the approach of the generals, and it's the way that, you know, it's an entirely logical way of behaving, but it's terrible for those that are involved, and that has always informed, or I hope has informed, all the work I do. It's what it's all about for me.
Now, you've been doing it long enough so that you've been around to watch sort of how public perception over time on these events has changed. Because I remember, I was born in 1965, and I remember in the United States growing up as a kid, there was a sense about the First World War that it was like the Second World War, but a little less in terms of the good and evil. Still the good and evil. The Kaiser was evil man, but not quite to Hitler's standards. And then since I've grown up, that good-evil aspect of the First World War has seemed to be to fade over time quite a bit, at least here in the United States. Have you noticed, can you comment a little bit on the differences in the way, you know, Barbara Tuchman writes a book years ago that Jack Kennedy reads that's really particularly hard on the Germans. The stuff I read today has a very different tone. What have you noticed in the change of, if we were doing news, we would say the coverage over the last, say, 4 decades of the First World War?
I've noticed a fair amount of coverage. My perception has always been that in the end, if there were baddies, then it was the Germans. But there were a lot of people doing things that were difficult or wrong. There were 4 or 5 major empires that were struggling together, trying to establish domination. A lot of them had agendas that we wouldn't particularly recognize as today as being pleasant, or, you know, the colonialism, things like that, the treatment of their colonies, the way they generally behaved, you know, in everything. For me, we have now an acceptance that whilst the Germans pushed the war, they partly did that because they were being pushed by the Russians and the French, who had their own agendas. And it's just become much more complicated. The thing is, it's not easy, is it? You know, that's the problem with history. When you add nuance, things stop being good and evil, start becoming just much more complex.
Now, one of the things you do so fantastically, we try to do it here too, it's a great, if you can pull it off, it's a great way to do it. You pull it off all the time, where you're able to take the reader from the macro. You know, you'll have us in the boardroom, and you'll have quotes from assistants to the great, you know, grand strategists who are deciding how to use troops on the battlefield. And then all of a sudden, you'll telescope down to some poor combatant who's injured mortally in some shell hole, who's writing a last letter to his wife and kids that he's going to strap to his body to find later. First of all, you know, explain to the listener a little bit how you go about finding these materials. It would seem to me to be one of the luxuries of working in a semi-modern era. I mean, the poor Roman historian has much less in the way of letters from combatants to go on, but you're able to emotionally mine this material out there. How do you find it? And if it's as powerful as it is on the sterile text page as I'm reading it, how much more powerful is it for you when you're holding the actual stained letter in your hands?
Well, that was in one of my books, and I found a letter that was from a French soldier, that I used that. But
I am extremely lucky that I have been, for the last 35 years, the oral historian at the Imperial War Museum. So I, did all the, not all at all, but I did a lot of the First World War interviews with veterans, and that provided with a fantastic source which the War Museum allowed me to use. And secondly, I have worked closely with the Department of Documents there, and just opening the dusty old folders, they're all catalogued and preserved by the staff, but you open these and you've no idea what you're going to find, and sometimes it can be utterly tedious, just letter after letter, or boring, no, and then suddenly you get something that's really visceral that tears you apart, that you just get letters that you realise these are the last letters, you've been reading this bloke's life, then suddenly it's not his letter, it's a letter from his commanding officer, and it's amazing, and I just think I'm very lucky to work at the War Museum. From that, I then look through lots of other sources. I go to other museums, I go to other places, and of course I look at personal experience books, mainly old ones, but like I use quite a few modern ones, or regimental histories often have it buried inside them, personal experience accounts. The Americans, I picked up a lot from the internet, where the PDFs of the books from the 1920s are online, and you can consult them. It's fabulous, and that's where I get the material. Yes, it can be. The actual real letters that I see at the museum can be really painful. Obviously humans are humans at ground zero, but when you're reading and you focus mostly on the British side of the experience, but you cover everything, do you notice any broad differences in, say you're reading something from ground zero from a French soldier or some German soldier on the line versus some British or American soldier? Are there any differences in terms of the way that their national characteristics sort of come through in the material, or at ground zero when you're sitting in a trench with artillery falling all around you? Are we broadly the same? I very much go for broadly the same. I think I'm not a great believer in national characteristics anyway. It can help sometimes as a shorthand to explain certain things, but if you take it too literally, it goes into dark alleys. What I really think though is that underneath human beings, when they place under real pressure, tend to respond in a similar sort of way. And for me, a French soldier, the accounts, sometimes I have to translate, which can be difficult. I'm not great. A friend of mine translated the German ones for me because I don't, speak or read German. And fundamentally, they're the same. They have slightly different ways of expressing themselves, but that's just cultural. But underneath, when the shells are falling, when their friends are killed, when they're given orders that could lead them to be killed, they're the same sort of people. They are us. They're just ordinary people.
That's maybe one of the things that at least, I imagine touches many people once they start, reading about the war, is these incidents where, the comradeship, maybe the German soldiers would say, but where the soldiers of multiple sides who, more and more modern histories will talk about how prisoners would be killed sometimes and all the horrors of war, and yet at the same time, the notions when these people end up having truces where they, share Christmas decorations or play football, as you guys would call it, soccer we would call it, or any of the many incidents like that, getting stuck in a shell hole with someone from the other side. In your latest book, there was a primary source quote where a British soldier had his arm really badly injured and goes marching to the back with a bunch of German prisoners who's doctoring his wounds. Do you notice, I don't see as much of that, and it might be part of the historiography or what have you, part of the myth making, but when I read stuff in the Second World War, I find a lot less of that than in the First World War. Anything on the front of your mind that might account for the difference there, or am I just imagining that there is one?
I don't think you're imagining it, that there is. There was more hatred in the Second World War, I think, And we all, it's only our opinions from the things we've read. But I've interviewed an awful lot of Second World War soldiers, First World War soldiers, and there is more hatred there because of the nature of the regime they're fighting. Now, the communist regime in Russia was pretty rough as well, but there was a hatred of the Nazis. But very rarely in any war, there are not many soldiers that respond with murder and torture and the rest of it. Most of them, in my experience, maintain a lid on their emotions, but there are a few who do respond with acts of just murder, or panic. Often it's panic that triggers the murder. The First World War, you mentioned it first up, comradeship is the thing that binds the armies together. But most of all, it binds you to your fellow soldiers. That's what helps you. That's what lets you go over the top. It's not a king and country or president. It's not religion. In the end, when it all comes down to it, it's mostly the blokes you're with, your mates, the men who you went through training with, who faced death with you. That's what helps you to get through it.
You know, you mentioned something going over the top a minute ago, such an iconic way of differentiating these Western Front experience of this war from all the others. And, you know, it occurs to me that because of sort of the nature of technology and the way things have gone, I don't think you're ever going to get the same experience that those First World War soldiers went through ever again. I mean, I don't think you're ever going to have hundreds and hundreds or thousands of guns peppering a small space of territory anymore. You don't need to because of the accuracy. You're never going to mix them with gas the way you did. I mean, if you think, as I do, that would have been, equal to the worst place a soldier could have ever been, right? Front of the line, about to go over the top, Western Front. I don't think you're ever going to get that experience again. You're never going to have human beings watch. I forgot said one of the soldiers described watching the forest disappear in front of his eyes due to artillery. I mean, that's a human experience that I don't think any human being is going to ever see again. In the beginning of the Second World War, Churchill's history of the war, he talked about what was in store in 1919 if the war hadn't ended in 1918. The various, horrible concoctions that the Allies had put together. Your latest book, The Last Battle, is from that era. Can you talk a little bit about 1919 on the front might have looked like? The British had the Germans had a Blue Cross gas that didn't work properly, a mixture of a pernicious gas and a sort of particles. The particles made you vomit, so you had to take your gas mask, and then the gas, the poisonous gas got you. Now, the German version didn't work properly, but the British had worked out, and their allies, by the way, had worked out how to do it, and they fully intended to poison most of the German army in 1919. It is a vicious war, and the practices, in a way, was just one step forward. Because we sort of moved on. Then it was mass barrages. Now, there's no need for mass barrages now, and although we did revert to it after El Alamein, for instance, has one. They have them in 1944 in Europe, but it's replaced by mass bombing, isn't it? And then, of course, there's a nuclear method, and then it's accuracy. And so technology moves on, but they could be on a mass scale. For instance, in the Iraq War, there was mass killing. The Gulf War, mass killing it needs to be remembered. What happens is the mass killing tends not to be on our side anymore.
Carl, we were really
that's pretty well how I feel about it.
do it. That kid's always had
Well, it is interesting too because when we were talking about the First World War in the series that we did on it, you almost want
his
to
haircut was just, come here, kid, and they just
both the
fucking
casualty
did it all.
statistics and then the amount. I mean, the sheer numbers of things like shells. I mean, the numbers overwhelm you.
My friend
A
Michael
lot of
had
Americans, for example, they like to tell jokes about the French and surrendering in the Second World War. So you like to point out, hey, wait a minute, when did our side ever take 27,000 dead in a single day? Those kind of numbers are so overwhelming that in the United States, there's not a lot of memorials to the First World War and all this. But you go to Europe, and they are everywhere. Can you talk a little bit about sort of the lasting effect? I mean, the feeling of connection to the First World War never died down, did it?
It was too
Not really. Well, for the French and Germans, it was monstrously painful business. I mean, their casualties are much higher than the British. The French in particular, you're right, that's on the, that's in August 1914,
not just
the
bald,
French lost
but a mix all over my head
27,000
because he was
dead
wasted. He
in a
fucking
single
did.
day. Now, the British
I was
went
flat
on
out
about
bald.
suffering, I think, 600 dead
Really?
at Mons. It's a different scale.
Pretty close.
And the French then fought almost on their own for 2 or 3 years. People say the Americans took a long time to get into the war, from April 1917 to properly June, July 1918. 1917 to 1918, so a bit over a year. But the British took from August 1914 to the Somme, July of the Somme, before we were properly involved. People often forget when they're throwing stones at other countries, they forget, like we sometimes do at the Americans, or the Americans do at the French, or the British do at the French. When you look at your own side, we often have the same sort of problems or the same faults. And I find that it's one of those interesting things. The American losses were dreadful in the First World War. They suffered a very high rate of losses from when they fully joined the battle. The battle in the Argonne, the Meuse-Argonne region, is murderous. It's as murderous as any other battle in the First World War. And considering that they only really fought full pelt for 3 months, the American casualties are worth remembering. But for one reason or another, possibly because they disengaged from Europe a bit in the interwar years, the Americans have never really remembered it in the same way as we do.
Yes, I always try to imagine if the U.S. had fought for 2 years,
Are you done?
the casualty rates. We'd have a few more memorials.
You certainly would.
I think about context. If history teaches anything, it helps us understand how things get to where they are. And in this country, once again, they'll try to use in political discussions the lessons of history, right? We know from the 1938 appeasement stuff that you can't do this or that or the other thing, and the classic misuse of the lessons of history.
Mom.
But I always try to, and I'm going to ask you for your opinion.
That's right.
You've read a lot of stuff.
What's that, Mom?
The generation that gets accused of really doing anything they could to avoid another world war are the ones that lived through it as younger people. How do both sides, really, in the Second World War, as they sort of maneuvered, jockeyed, threatened, tried to avoid via compromise a repetition of the worst thing any of them had ever lived through?
I think there's some truth in that. I'm not an expert on the interwar years, but certainly that there was peace movements in Britain and the French were pretty broken by their awful experiences. Is the one that gets most of the blame for what happened, but he was responding to a popular element within the country that they just were not willing to suffer it all again. I have so much sympathy for them. The Germans, of course, also, but you just have less sympathy for them somehow. The British, it took a while for us to get properly into the war. I mean, even in the Second World War, the phony war, and people were trying to get there was an appeasement movement in Britain right until Churchill took over. And Churchill, for all his faults, was the one that finally pinned the British into opposing Nazi Germany in the long term. Because there were elements in British society that were perfectly happy to do a deal with it. It's a complex period, which I am not an expert on at all.
Your latest book, called The Last Battle, focuses on, from a military history standpoint, I think one of the most fascinating periods in the First World War, but it's lost in the Verduns and the Soms and the Passchendaels and all that. talk a little bit
Beer
about
Wank's a
that
big
era
country.
where we go away from the
You have
iconic
a beer
Western
wank
front
to get married in beer
of a
wank.
stalemate on the front to open movement
Really?
again, and
Yeah, but
something
there'd be a
that
beer
looks like a
Chang someday that's even bigger.
prototype for
It's currently like
1939
some fucking Asian,
It certainly is.
I think,
I mean,
Chinese
everything
lady.
changes with
An Asian
it's the
Chinese. I don't know.
Allies come up with the
Some lady.
all-arms battle,
Not
which is
anything
basically
crazy.
finding
She's
all the
like,
different weapons, the
I don't have to refer
artillery,
to her
the
by her
gas,
race,
the
but
mass machine gun fire, the tanks, the
maybe she was like that one chick
the light
in
machine
Seinfeld
guns,
who had a
the
fucking
mortars,
Asian
everything
name,
together, working together
but
to overwhelm anything the Germans could do, to break
she was
through.
like
But
white
also, it's the different that not just attacking
or like
one place like in the Somme
in
fashion,
a
but to
Seinfeld way.
attack 4 attacks, 4 battles, 4 days. The Americans
Elaine
go first, the British and the
dates the guy
Canadians,
who she
and
thinks
then the French, the Belgians, and the British, and then finally the British again and the French. 4 battles, 4 days. Is pushing the Germans.
and
Now, the reason it's missed out, and normally books finish round about the 8th of August. My own book of 1918, Very British Victory, which was a bit of a joke title, I have to
no,
admit.
she thinks
I don't know why I did that. I have got a sense of humour which does come out at times, possibly naughtily. And the point was that you sort of, your publisher, they say, right, we've had enough of them going over the top now. And that's why you tend to miss out, even that misses out the last 6 weeks of the war. And I wanted to put that right with this because there are so many enormous battles. Open warfare comes in. Open warfare is worse. The casualty figures get higher. Much higher because you're in the open. If something goes wrong, Haig orders the British to go forward in a very modern fashion, push through, ignore isolated pockets of resistance, they'll be dealt with. But if you're an infantry soldier and you go past an isolated pocket of resistance, you'll get killed. And the mates will as well because they'll fire into your flanks as you go by. So it's efficient militarily, but it leads to huge casualties. It's a painful time for the British and for the Americans who are learning at the same time. And anyone who insults the American the courage of the American troops in the Argonne first battles is mad.
No one has ever
Because
said that
if
in my
you
entire
insult
family.
them, you're insulting the British on the Somme, and you're insulting the French in 1914. You're insulting basically armies that don't know what's going to happen and they haven't had a chance to
What
learn.
else?
And I think you don't learn this until you get right into the end of the war, because the Americans don't really get into the war until September the 26th. That's when their war really starts, from the attack. The Argonne Forest, what a place. I've been there. It's murder.
You
mentioned earlier, you just sort of opened the door to one of the aspects, one of the opinions, one of the points of views on this subject that you're kind of known for. I put you, and I guess you put yourself in the camp of those who look at, for example, the performance of the generals, which of course famously some compare to butchery, to, if I could sum it up maybe, doing pretty well considering what a natural learning curve on a big technological revolution in military affairs like this one might be. Is that fair to say that you think that they've done a pretty good job, all things considered? Spot on, particularly some of the more advanced French and British generals. I stand by Haig, and I know it makes me unpopular in some places. The thing about Haig was don't think of him as a general, think of him as a chief executive of a massive American corporation, someone who provides direction, someone who brings things together, someone who enables and makes things happen. If you think of him that way, you get a much better idea of what he was. He was the commander-in-chief of 5 armies. There is no such thing in the Second World War. I mean, there was people who were supreme commanders, but they had people to deal with, politicians, had people to deal with their allies. That doesn't happen in the First World War. It's just Haig who has to deal with all of them. And that's how it works. And they did come up, but it's not Haig comes up with it, but it enables the system which allows the all-arms battle to function. And can I just, it's not a learning curve. What it is 2 Big Dippers side by side.
once the Allies, or the British, if you want to look at it narrowly, British or American, and then the other side is the Germans. And for every new attacking method you bring in, the Germans bring in a defensive method. So it's not a curve. You go up and you go down. And something that works on Tuesday might not work next Thursday, because the Germans will have changed their tactics. That's an analogy, not an exact time frame, obviously. But what I mean is it's constantly changing. So in 1915, one trench line, perhaps 1.5. Then later in that year, there's 3 trench lines. By the year afterwards, there's 3 trench systems, and then redoubts. Soon after that, you start to get the pillboxes, the underground blockhouses where the troops will be kept safe.
Yeah,
you get
we're
different
not
machine gun
important
tactics. So the Germans are constantly changing. Now we change as well. British bring in tanks.
Everybody's like,
Are they
oh,
great?
yeah, you want a
Not
sponsorship? Yeah, what's your
first,
website?
they're part of it. Different tactics, different infantry tactics. So both sides are changing. And hence, if you think of 2 big dippers, I think you call them something else in America, but the little railway lines going up and down hills and running side by side. And you find out who's going to win a battle by where you are in relation to the other side. Hence, on the Somme, first day of the Somme, 1916, we're very low down there. The Germans have got great trench systems, great weapons of defense, and we're inexperienced. We don't know what we're doing. But all told, by the end of the war, we really have learned. We're very high ebb. We're looking down on the Germans, but it is a complex system. I think Gordon Corrigan, a British historian, once said it wasn't the generals that killed our boys; it was the Germans. And it's the same for your American lads. It's the Germans that did it. And when we try and blame just our generals or just our senior officers or blame our allies, you're not understanding what's happening. We're fighting a very complex war against the best army in the world, one of the biggest army in the world, the Germans.
You wrote in your book that modern warfare was just so damn complicated at every level. So let's talk about that for a minute, because it seems to me, and obviously there were earlier wars where these changes happened, but so slowly that they may not have been important. It seems to me that the First World War is the first one where we get that very modern sort of sense where technology is changing so quickly that it's not that you're going to have to learn the lessons of this war and adapt for the next war. You're going to have to learn the lessons of today's air combat, for example, so that in 6 months you have the newest discovery where the other side is going to shoot your people out of the air. Now, in the Second World War, you saw this dynamic going on all the time. What's the latest tank? What's the latest version of the airplane? But in the First World War, it seems like that's the first time that needing to learn on the fly and adapt during the conflict becomes, well, a war-winning or a war-losing potentially thing.
Absolutely, and it's so quick. I mean, the aircraft that took before the Battle of the Somme, the aircraft that won control of the air over the Somme were British, and there were things like the DH2, the FE2B, the song with 1.5 strutter. By God, there were names to conjure with them. That's later. But they took control. They were outclassed totally by the Albatross just 3 months later. 3 months. Now, people like me still think that the Hawker Harrier is a decent aircraft. That's 1950s technology that flew in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and has been outdated now for the best part of 10 years. Then it was months, just months, and you could be flying an aircraft that was great, and now is useless. In fact, it's a death trap when you need something better. And I find, and I think that there is warfare is a catalyst for change. You get generals or people like generals who define the need, and then you get scientists who do the thinking, who work out the theory of how to meet the need, and then you have you have the practical men. Now, they're engineers, they're practical soldiers, and they work out how to actually do it. How to fix that camera to an aeroplane. How to, somebody else works out the focal lengths and everything else, but
you know, someone has to work it out. You get the theory of a synchronization machine, so you can shoot through the propeller or not through the propeller, if you see what I mean. The theory is very well and good, but you need practical men to make it work. And warfare drives along technological change, a bit like in the 60s, if I might suggest, although it's not my subject, a bit like the space race did the same. You know, driving along technological change because someone's defined a very real need.
Well, and then to bow tie this with what we just talked about, and then somebody from the military hierarchy has to figure out how it all fits together operationally. And if you're the CEO, like you said, and a guy like Douglas Haig, you have to remember that it's a guy who has to factor in all this, what we would call today high-tech stuff, who's a cavalry officer born in the mid-19th century.
Yeah, he was, but he learned that he was known as the educated soldier. He was an, I mean, you can find a quote for everything if you look through things, so you'll find it. But he was an enthusiast for machine guns. In fact, if Haig has a problem, he's often too keen on new weapons. You know, he doesn't realize, well, not that he doesn't realize, but sometimes he doesn't appreciate that you have to bed them in. There's no point building 300 tanks and sending them forward if you don't know how to drive them, which we didn't in 1916. It's only 1917 we knew how they worked, how to use them in action, how to fit them into the all-arms battle. But what's going on is very like, it may be a British term or it may be an American term that we now use, but Haig would not have recognized this term of best practice. You know what I mean? All the time the British Army is engaging in something called best practice. They wouldn't know what that meant, but they look at a battle, what worked, what didn't. Best practice, they then disseminate in a series of pamphlets called the SS, unfortunately, our perspective, but SS pamphlets. And those pamphlets, how to do this, how to use a tank in battle, how to use Lewis machine guns, how to make an attack, how to do this, how to do that. And this is just, you know, this is just the stuff of modern warfare. And it takes staff officers, it takes generals, and it takes someone like Haig at the top to coordinate it. He's not a genius, he's not Napoleon, he's probably not even Wellington, but what he is a driven individual whose mind, one reason is it's a perfect staff officer mind, a combination of detail, drive, and the guts to set a direction. You know, a direction which is painful to many of the men who serve for it.
When you're reading the history, it's so funny because Churchill's a perfect example of someone who pushed this, but you mentioned it too, where you consider that the best way to use this new technology is to sort of surprise the other side with it and benefit from the shock value. But as you just pointed out, the problem is that you don't know how to use it until you've used it a few times, and then by then, of course, the Germans have started responding with countermeasures and whatnot. I mean, remember, was it Churchill talked about using tanks when they first appeared in little pinpricks as opposed to some giant battle where 1,000 of them overwhelmed the front. But as you pointed out, if that was the first time you ever really employed them, would it have been effective at all? I'd like to take, yes, that's a great example. The 15th of September is the first tank attack. 3/4 of the I'm rubbish at statistics, I'm not that kind of historian. Let's just take the rules first. 3/4 of them, 2/3 of them broke down and never got to the front. They left gaps in the barrage, the creeping barrage, from the infantry, all the tanks. When they weren't there, the infantry didn't have any artillery support to get in front of them. They got lost. They had wheels because they thought they needed wheels at the back to steer them. They had no idea how to communicate with themselves to the infantry. When they go into action, to be absolutely honest, there are several historians, cynical historians, who think the tanks probably killed more British troops than German troops that day. Now that is more what we call an outlier. You know, it's more just a point rather than a serious remark. But the point we had the slightest how to use the tanks in action, and we didn't have until Cambrai. You know, which is 1917. In 1917, a year and a couple of months later.
If we'd sent 1,000 tanks as they were on the 15th of September 1916 over the top, it would have been a
Los Angeles World Airport officials.
Sorry, no, that's okay. And we're getting some glitches on this end. So talk to me a little bit, if you could, about the difference that 4 years has made by the time this book that you put out now, The Last Battle, is focusing on this. The governments of all these countries are fundamentally transformed. I mean, Imperial Russia's gone by this time. Austria-Hungary is shattered and looking for a way out of the war behind the scenes. You know, France has endured some serious troop morale problems in the not too distant past, and you know that's traditionally like the finest army in the world. And Britain has gone from the greatest creditor nation to one that is transferring their debt to New York now. What's the difference between the armies of 1914 and the governments that support them versus these armies of early 1918 and the governments that support and direct them?
Well, the 1914 armies would have been recognizable by Napoleon. The tactics, the way they were used, would have been recognizable from Napoleon from 100 years before. They got modern weapons, but they had no idea how to use them. The governments were old-fashioned governments. I mean, I know Britain best, so I'll use him as an example. Lloyd George is very, very different from Asquith, who led the government. Asquith is not particularly competent. He's a polite old gentleman, drinks far too much, Squiffy Asquith. Lloyd George has many, many faults. In fact, I need a few more many's to really encompass his many faults. But he is driven, and you don't have to hate Lloyd George. They were chalk and cheese, but they both did their bit. Lloyd George was a classic war leader. He provided civilian direction. His idea of what to do with soldiers was madness, and he did not help the direction of the war on a strategic level. But on a sort of global level, he provided the drive. But Britain was running out of money, it was running out of resources, it was running out of troops, and it was running out of time. The war had to finish in 18, and that's one thing that Haig realised. He was desperate to finish the war, not to get the Germans another chance to provide, to dig another set of trench lines, short perhaps saved from Mers. That's what they really had. Haig and Foch both did that. They had to get the war finished. They said had a revolution. We know there wasn't a revolution in France. We know there wasn't one in Britain. But there could have been. People were very aware of that.
So those governments that would have made it into 1919 if the war were continuing might have had problems on the Allied side too, not just the Central Powers.
Absolutely. War weariness. I mean, it's just incredible. There was no money, no men, everything's depressed. It's just, an awful thing to be involved in. And countries were struggling. And we needed Lloyd George to provide the leadership at the centre and the determination to fight on to make sure that it would be beaten. I mean, it's so easy just to give up, to just say, well, we'll come to some compromise. But leaders like Lloyd George would not accept that.
I think that's everything. I mean, is there something about the new book that I didn't ask you about that is worth pointing out? I mean, I'm with you. I find it not just fascinating, but it's a little like discovering that a band, and you thought you'd heard every song from them, had a whole bunch of songs you didn't know about, and they're bigger and more interesting than you ever knew. Other than not being able to pronounce all of the battlefields in that wonderful last push in France, what about that last book that we not talked about that you think is especially compelling?
I'll tell you what, the thing for me is it's an emotional response, which I think you'll appreciate. It's just it's the essence of the book. If you've been fighting for 4 years, say you're a soldier in those trenches, you've been fighting for 4 years, and just to start to think it's coming to an end, and then you have to go forward. You have to go into the attack. And not everybody, you recognise from Second World War, it's called shell hole dropping. You can't all drop out. You can't all fall back, keep behind.
you just have to keep going with your mates. And the temptation to shirk in those final attacks in the final days must have been enormous. But somehow most found from somewhere the inner resolve, which people like me just can't really grasp or understand because it's beyond our experience, to finish the job. And you know, it was the worst of all for that, and I'm not just saying this because you're American. The worst for it all was Pershing forced the final attacks on the night of the 10th, 11th, and even the morning of the 11th. And you know, the Americans had nearly 3,000 casualties on skirmishes on that final 24 hours. And just imagine what was going through their heads when they were told. I mean, the Marines were told they had to cross the Meuse, you know, a 100-foot wide river with Germans with machine guns on the other side. And just, I mean, what went through their heads? And that's the last thing I'd like to say about just put yourself there and think about it.
That's why I like your book so much, because you do such a great job of giving me the chance to do that. Listen, we'll try to sell you a few books this time. I hope you'll come on the next time you have one, and I hope you'll write a bunch more.
Thank you very much. I'd love to. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
I've had a great time too. Like I said, meeting heroes. Take care, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Ta-ra.
So again, my apologies for the digital glitches there. I will try to figure out a better method. I do want to encourage you, if you are a fan or interested in the First World War, to get Mr. Hart's books. The Great War is absolutely a classic. His one on the naval battle of Jutland in 1916 follows the same pattern with his context punctuated by oral historian quotes. It works so well. He wrote one on Passion Down, which is, you know, as you know, probably awful, muddy, horrible, bloody, symbolic of the whole war at that stage. And then the new book, of course, The Last Battle, which focuses on the less well-known but murderous time period in the war, the phase of the First World War where everyone got out of the trenches and started moving again, began to take the kind of casualties that remind you of why they first dug into the ground in the first place. You know, as an addendum, a couple of things worth noting. First of all, at the very end of the conversation with Mr. Hart, he was talking about Pershing, and he was saying things like, you know, on the 10th, even on the 11th, he was launching these offensives. Just a little explanation. The 10th and the 11th are the November 10th and November 11th, 1918, the day before and the day of the end of the war. The armistice taking effect. Everybody knew that, you know, at this hour, on this day, we're going to stop shooting. So everybody knew, okay, the war ends tomorrow, or the war ends today. So how much does it bother you as a soldier in the trenches? Well, maybe not even in the trenches at that point, leaning up against a broken down old French brick house in a ruined French building behind a tank as you're prepared to move forward to find out that your general wants to launch an offensive that's going to cost a lot of your lives in the last 24 hours of the war or something. So that's what he was talking about. You might think in your head of reasons why a general might want to do something like that and play with your own motivations for a minute. Now, the other thing I wanted to group was we had mentioned that in the beginning of his famous series on the Second World War, you can't even call it a history, you should call it almost like a personal account from a participant. But Churchill's history of the Second World War has a wonderful start to it, where he kind of talks about, he sort of picks up at the end of the First World War, which when you think about it is not a bad way to write the histories, and he talks about, you know, the war ending when it did, and what was going to happen if it didn't, right? What the plan was for 1919, and of course the war ends in 1918, right? But Churchill says if 1919 happened, you know, that was going to unleash terrors unlike, you know, any the world had ever seen. Churchill writes, quote, "But all that happened in the 4 years of the Great War was only a prelude to what was preparing for the 5th year. The campaign of the year 1919 would have witnessed an immense accession to the powers of destruction. Had the Germans retained the morale to make good their retreat to the Rhine, they would have been assaulted in the summer of 1919 with forces and by methods incomparably more prodigious than any yet employed. Thousands of airplanes would have shattered their cities.
Scores of thousands of cannon would have blasted their front. Arrangements were being made to carry simultaneously 250,000 men, together with all their requirements, continuously forward across country in mechanical vehicles, moving 10 or 15 miles each day. Poison gases of incredible malignity, against which only a secret mask, which the Germans could not obtain in time, was proof, would have stifled all resistance and paralyzed all life on the hostile front subjected to attack. No doubt the Germans, too, had their plans, but the hour of wrath had passed. The signal of relief was given, and the horrors of 1919 remained buried in the archives of the great antagonists.
Found Elaine's Reddit.
It's worth pointing out that even
Sponge-worthy, wow.
the horrible destruction of the Second
My
World
first
War,
thought,
there were some of the horrors of the first that were not
change the fuck away
revisited,
so many
which seems counterintuitive.
like probably like
History,
the
doesn't it? This idea
more
that
like
human beings would use every single weapon at their disposal to fend off total destruction. Yet those leaders in the Second World War themselves were younger people who fought the first experience that somehow managed to not use poison gas in the airline scale, for example. But a conclusion should be drawn from that, but it's an interesting variable to consider, isn't it? Finally, we had mentioned a note specifically that stuck in my mind, and it obviously stuck in Peter Hart's mind too, from a soldier that was writing his, turns out to be the last note home to his family, and it exemplifies the way Hart used to write. The right anxious that sets up this emotion, exclamation point, and then delivered to him. And it just stayed. We used it in Blueprint for him again because it is so emotionally powerful. So here's what Hart writes. He's talking about this battle of the Somme that you referenced in the interview, that terrible British day where they figured out, oh my gosh, this isn't working the way we thought. And meanwhile, we're trying to figure it out in the open under machine gun fire behind all of our wire. And he says that the soldiers about to go on this attack write these letters home to their families.
Mark Ronan, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LAFC just now reporting one person was killed and 6 injured in a 3-vehicle crash in Northridge.
The final reports from the front, meaning of the Somme battle, that filtered back to the British High Command were generally positive in tone. Overall, the visual impression of the barrage proved far more devastating than the truth on the ground. British progress had been more than discounted by German improvements in their defenses, but that was not known at the time on the British side of the wire. In any case, they had no choice. The offensive had to go ahead as the future of the alliance with France depended on it. In the last few hours, as Haig's men prepared for the ordeal, many wrote their sad last letters home. One was so beautifully expressed that it exemplifies the feelings of men trapped and tormented by the conflicting calls of country and family. Now he's quoting the original letter. I must not allow myself to dwell on the personal. There's no room for it here. Also, it is demoralizing. But I do not want to die. Not that I mind for myself. If it be that I am to go, I am ready. But the thought that I may never see you, our darling baby again, turns my bowels to water. I cannot think of it with even the semblance of equanimity. My one consolation is the happiness that has been ours. Also, my conscience is clear that I've always tried to make life a joy to you. I know at least that if I go, you will not want. That is something. But it is the thought that we may be cut off from one another, which is so terrible, and that our babe may grow up without my knowing her, and without her knowing me. It is difficult to face. And I know your life without me would be a dull blank. You must never let it become wholly so. For to you will be left the greatest charge in all the world, the upbringing of our baby. God bless that child. She's the hope of life to me. My darling, au revoir. It may be that you will only have to read these lines as one of passing interest. On the other hand, they may well be my last message to you. If they are, know through all your life that I've loved you and baby with all my heart and soul. But you do sweet things, just all the world to me. I pray God that I may do my duty, for I know, whatever that may entail, you
The report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer.
Captain Charles May, 22nd Manchester Regiment.
You're
Cigarettes.
Charles May, the loving husband of Bessie May, and father to his baby boy, would indeed be killed the next day, buried in the Danzig Allied British Cemetery. Small-scale tragedies, he writes, litter the history of war. Sad reminders that the necessities of war ruin the lives of millions.
I really like that you're
That, ladies and gentlemen,
I could call the guy named Bubba who's good at coming to
Yeah,
I've been telling you about Oracle for years, obviously, audiobooks and a whole lot more. If you haven't discovered the joys of audiobooks, there's elements to it that I think are going to develop that I already find fascinating. Take the element of hearing your voice or hands reading something that I can see. Who's the narrator? I imagine you're going to customize this. Some sort of artist reading a favorite restaurant like but I was looking for recommendations for students. Especially books on Audible, but they're narrated by different people. And so I'm sampling other book on the song and this other voice. It's interesting because it's so British. Someday I imagine this audio has of course been around a long time, so it's a long way of telling you about the and we've watched as they have rolled out more and more features to it. One of the things we talked about today, you sign up for Audible, it's one of those membership type services, but there's things that they just do. This month, we're on those we own the books, which I love. It is so weird for me to purchase something and then realize when you read the fine print, you don't usually know unless you own these books. If I'm going to buy something else, we need a big selection to Audible.com. They carry titles in business, the classics, fiction, history, romance, mystery, thriller, sci-fi, fantasy, self-development, kids. I mean, like a bookstore, right? If you like audiobooks, you got to go to the library and see what they have available on cassette tapes. Now, when a new book comes out and hits the bookstores, digital, and brick and mortar, Audible usually has it too. That's a sign of the popularity of things. Why not?
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for
motivate yourself, educate yourself, entertain yourself, make yourself more successful and inspired while you're doing some other chore that does not require your full attention. You got to mow the lawn. Well, maybe you can those classic books at the same time. Got to iron some sheets. Well, why can't you be enjoying romance novel at the same time? You can come to this busy people or consider books at rates that, when you consider how busy they are, they should be able to find the time to do that. Audiobooks fill the void, and Audible's the best place to get them. And if you sign up today, you get free audiobook with a 30-day trial membership. Go to audible.com/Carlin and browse the unmatched selection of audio programs. You can download it and start listening. It's that easy. Go to audible.com/Carlin or text Carlin to 500-500 and get started today. If you don't know what to get, I recommend Peter Hart's 2 books on the Psalm. The newer one probably has more updated information. The official title of that is The Psalm, the Darkest Hour on the Western Front. But he's got an earlier book on the Psalm, also on Audible, narrated by an English gentleman of the pronouns Tim Pickett-Smith. And to me, it sounds more like Peter Hart's actually reading me the book. So the newer book probably has the newer information, but if you really want to have somebody read you the sounds good like the author, get the earlier book. The good news is that both available on Audible, and if you can't decide, feel free to.
Really? Yeah.
Obviously, it was a very chaotic scene, but
We just consider that no pain, no gain is our motto. Pick up the guitar and catalog.
I can do that.
Be sure to follow us on Twitter.
What?
@hardcorehistory.
Today's show is sponsored by Audible. Go to audible.com/Carlin. That's audible.com/Carlin. Or text Carlin 500500 to get started. I've just heard the audio in my home.
The critique. They're calling it good.
I'm going to call this episode Nightmare somehow because it sounds like a nightmare. I don't just mean because of the material, it's just nightmare-ish. But almost my recounting of it is like that, like screaming, and the next morning your spouse says to you, "What the heck was that? You tried to begin." And what happened to you in a nightmare, and it always sounds like a bunch of disjointed, flashing images.
The first one to already huge. Second, no, that was for sure.
And I feel like that's what's missing.
Those things are good.
It sounds like highlights of the worst moments, whatever is sticking right there. But for some of them, especially if you're not ready for someone who's wrong with the story, remind you
Yeah, I see.
that nightmarish story. It's pretty safe to say. Like, wasn't there. It's hardcore history. I've tried to think about what the difference between is and what the difference between the two of them. But I thought, there's a whole bunch of great stories. I write them down. And a bunch of these ideas are not worth a whole history show where you can't do a whole history show. I'd love to do something good. Ancient Egyptian Kushites. There's no primary source material. It's one of those things where you just can't show what you have to work with. There's a lot of stories. One is like, there is actually good material made for our thing on the subject, but it would get repetitive. And we forget it in a way because the program we do is pretty repetitive in terms of the line going horror. Maybe that's the take because at a certain point in the story, there's nothing but that. And it's psychological torture after a certain amount of time. And so it's hard to not get gratuitous, or it's hard to not just get redundant in a certain way. And there's just more of that, what that's like. I thought about talking about this because I caught the tail end. It's underrated, although when I went online to do some modern research on it, I was surprised to find that it is considered kind of an artistic classic now. It's one of Steven Spielberg's from the early 80s. It's John. I think it came out in 1975. And I can tell you that it was
And the China looks good to eat. So don't cut towards yourself. That's a terrible way to cut.
that it done pretty well, but the novel is very different. As all, I think,
These fucking guys just can.
a number of RA actors, and I guess there was some significant amount of improvisation time that kind of made it into a final version of the actual film. But you remember this, Roy Scheider was great. And Richard Brake was so
Okay, dog.
great. And my God, Robert Shaw was unbelievable in that role. Others. You get the three of them at certain points in the story. They're just in the cabin. I mean, there's no scenery, there's no movement really of the cameras. It's just those three actors working a fine script. And at one point, Robert Shaw goes into a monologue, and it's incredible from appreciating the craft standpoint. Those of you who remember, though, the monologue, it has to do with the character that Robert Shaw is playing in his past. He's playing sort of an old sea dog kind of fisherman who's going to catch this shark, and he knows a lot about sharks. And he goes into the background, and it turns out he was on the USS Indianapolis. And those of you who know that story know how that's connected to sharks. And so I'm watching this, the tail end, like I said, of Jaws, and I just thought, you know, the Indianapolis is an amazing story. And it typifies where sort of some of my interests tend to lean, as you all know. I always like to say, maybe it's a nice way of saying it, that I'm into the extremes of the human experience, but some people think I'm just into war and violence. You know, it's funny. Sometimes
I'm into the extremes of the human experience.
Like 100 years ago, there's a famous one from a German where he talks about sort of the reasons you wouldn't want to go too long between wars, because it brings out something in the human character. He's not talking about the low-level side, you know, the killing of your fellow man and butchery. He's talking about sort of the higher side of the human experience. And it's weird to think about that. See, I don't agree with him about that. I'm not going there. But the story of the Indianapolis is a perfect example of something where it only happens because of war. But what happens after the sinking of the ship, the famous sinking of the ship, is one of these tales where, I mean, it sends tears down your face, and not just because of the human suffering, but because of the human reaction to the suffering. Right, that those kind of those higher qualities that Von Moltke was sort of referring to. You see people under amazing amounts of physical and psychological pressure with fellow human beings, and how they act in situations that are far more stressful than what one could be expected to reasonably handle. The Indianapolis combines a number of things which would make my top 10 list of worst nightmares, wrap them all into one wonderful package. If you are a fan of disaster movies, not to compare this to a disaster movie, no offense, the Indianapolis survivors or non-survivors, but I mean, thank you. My mom was in a movie once that was a knockoff of The Towering Inferno, so Burning Building, that's a disaster movie. You hang a whole movie on that. And you have something like The Poseidon Adventure or Titanic, which is a disaster movie of a ship sinking, and so you hang a whole movie on that. There are, I mean, each segment and phase in the Indianapolis story is one of those disaster films, and by the time the story's over, is the story ever really over? These people, it's like these people went from the Towering Inferno, hopped on board the Titanic, I mean, just one thing after another. I don't mean to make light of it, because we read the accounts of what these people went through, and then you sort of magnify it, because what they went through is not that uncommon in human history. They're not like these real outliers. It's uncommon for you and me to have gone through it, but how many mariners over the waves, over the eras, have had their ships sink and gone through the terrible things that involves, and then had to deal with some of these subsidiary things that all the people who went in the water with the Indianapolis had to deal with. So, in a funny way, this is a kind of common, uncommon human experience, if you will. But the Indianapolis story is, it's got its own twists. In this case, if you don't know it, let me fill you in for a minute. And I don't know how well this is going to work in short form, because you know that's not my normal genre. But the Indianapolis is famously known as a USS Portland-class cruiser, heavy cruiser. Heavy cruisers generally mean bigger, more armor. bigger guns. The United States Navy in the Second World War, if it had 6-inch guns, it was probably a light cruiser. If it had 8-inch guns, it was probably a heavy cruiser. About 10,000 tons, big ship. Between 600 and 700 feet long. And in this case, the Indianapolis is famous because it delivered some of the key components to an island in the Pacific that would be put together and made into the first atomic bomb. But because of that, it was a secret mission, and people weren't really in the know about the comings and the goings of the Indianapolis, perhaps as well as they should have been aware of it. This kind of plays into the story in a pretty big way, because after delivering the components to the island of Tinian, this Indianapolis Portland-class heavy cruiser goes off on its merry way, kind of towards the Philippines, I think it was, and in the night gets torpedoed by a Japanese submarine. Now, this is in 1945. I think it's July, so it's, we are not that far from the end of the war at all. I mean, as we said, they're kind of putting the parts together for the Hiroshima bomb, so not that far away from the end of the war. But now you get to the first level of this disaster that these Indianapolis folks have to deal with. Imagine being asleep in your bunk at night on a ship and two torpedoes slam into it. One slammed into the bow, the front of the ship, one slams midships moving forward. Survivors' accounts. And by the way, you want to read a good book on this? Let me just break into this for a minute. I really loved In Harm's Way by Doug Stanton, although there are several books on the Indianapolis. I'm going to quote a couple of pieces from Stanton's book, but if you think this story is interesting and you want to get the real feel for it, he does a great job, I think. But Stanton talks about, when the two torpedoes hit him, talking to a survivor that was sort of in the front of the ship, and he was asleep in his bunk in one of these, sort of ship rooms that they have. Probably 6, 8, 10 guys, and the bunks are stacked against the wall. And when the torpedoes hit, the survivor says the lights go out, and all the bunks fall, and everybody's in a pile of people, and some have broken arms and ribs, and everybody, of course, woken up from a deep sleep. You're totally confused, and with the lights out, it's extra bad. So immediately, this ship starts having problems, and so the crew starts doing the typical things you do to try to, prevent the ship from sinking. One of the things you do is you start walling off the compartments that are damaged and flooded, dogging things down, as the Stanton has the Navy guys describing in the book. But the problem with that is if you're cutting off compartments that are flooding, what do you do with the people that are still in the flooding compartments, right? So the first thing that just horrifies you in the story of the Indianapolis going down at night in the tropical waters to the east of the Philippines is that you have these sailors who have to cut their own shipmates off in flooding compartments. And Stan says you can hear him scream, don't leave us here. I mean, what are you supposed to do? So right there you get, want to talk human experiences that are extreme and that are already larger than most of us will ever face. In the first 5 minutes of this disaster, there were guys dealing with things that are going to haunt their memories the rest of their lives. And the affair is hardly started. When you talk about the human capacity for endurance, survival, and not just survival through the event, but then to be able to live with it. Afterwards, and by the way, the guy who was the captain of the Indianapolis made it about 20 years. Afterwards, he'll survive the whole thing, but he'll kill himself. Still getting Christmas cards from people who say, and I'm quoting one here, "Merry Christmas. Our family's holiday would be a lot merrier if you hadn't killed my son." Stanton says that the captain, a guy named McVeigh, would keep all of these letters and put them, with a ribbon around them and keep them in his desk, blaming himself always for what happened on that dark night. But on this ship, these people that survive will talk about seeing him, running around this sinking ship as it starts to take on water. And by the way, they have 12 minutes between the time the torpedoes strike till the time it goes down. And once again, the idea of having a between 600 and 700 foot long, 10,000-ton ship begin to disintegrate out from under you and go underwater as the waves begin rolling people off the deck is crazy. Also, so now, right away, like the second stage, you had to cut your seamen off and dog down in the compartments and consign them to certain deaths so the rest of the ship might survive. Now you're dealing with the mental image of the ship starting to go down by the bow that's in the front, and the stern starts to slowly rise out of the. I mean, the ship is going perpendicular, and people are dropping off. And Stanton describes survivors saying people will jump off and hit the rudders, people will jump off and hit the propellers that are still spinning and be launched off into space. Once again, how do you even, in 12 minutes or less, really process all this? It's dark and people are freaking out. I mean, this is like a giant accident scene right away. There's like between 11 and 1,200 guys on the ship, and more than 300 are going to die in the first 12 minutes. And so you're watching all this happening, and many of these people now are grievously wounded. Stanton, one of the main survivors, he talks about in this thing, the first thing he hears when he recovers from hearing the torpedo hits is somebody screaming in the compartment next door, and he runs over there, realizes it's his friend the dentist, but he can't open the door because the whole thing's on fire, and he just has to let it burn to death in the first 2 minutes. And then he burns his hand because the ship itself is turning red hot. He puts his hands on the deck or on a rail, boom, and you get burned hands. And then as the ship starts to go kind of perpendicular, he tells the story about they have a bunch of wounded people, I guess, in the sick bay, but they're on cots and they're tied to their beds and whatnot. And he says they just all slide right into the sea. And he's sitting there watching this happen, slack-jawed. I read a book a while back, and it's about how people react in disasters. I'm trying to remember what it was, like if the worst should occur or something like that. I think we talked about it once. But it's by one of these experts who studies these things. And one of the things that they said is in situations like this, where plane crashes or shipwrecks or whatnot, most people are like stunned into numbness. They don't do anything. Right? And in some of these bad plane crashes, everybody could have gotten out, but they sat there and burned to death, on the tarmac. That's shocking, but that's what you would expect to happen on a ship like this. And yet, maybe it's the military training. Who knows? Maybe it's the fact you have officers marking out orders, but you're not seeing a ton of that. You are seeing people jumping in the water as fast as they can go because they're all afraid of the same thing. When a big ship goes down, it sucks stuff down with it a lot of the time. It creates a vacuum that can drown swimmers who are anywhere nearby. So everyone knows if the ship's going down, you got to get as far away from it as possible. It's like, when you get into an auto wreck and you're worried that the gasoline's leaking and the car's going to catch on fire, you want to get far away from it. When the ship goes down, it's going to suck everything down with it. And several of the survivors, once again, imagine this. One of them talks about having it feel as though somebody was yanking his foot. His shoe came off, and all of a sudden, with a life vest, he went way underwater to where his ears are popping and his eyes feel like they're going to pop out of his head. And then he said he got caught in a giant air bubble, that escaped from the sinking ship, and it goes, pops him up and shoots him up. He said 3 feet into the air before he came down again. In an absolutely pitch black ocean, covered as far as the eye could see, if it could see in the dark, with a 2-inch thick molasses-like consistency oil spill from the ship that is burning the eyes and coating all of these men. And if you ever look at photographs of people being rescued from their ship being torpedoed, maybe they were in the Merchant Marine, maybe they were on a destroyer, but you can kind of see there's some great Life magazine ones I recall. And when they come on board, they're covered in oil, and that's what these people are instantly covered in. And what's worse is that oil can catch on fire, and the surface of the ocean can burn. That happened if you look at movie footage. You can see that happen at Pearl Harbor. The ocean caught on fire in places. So at this point, what you have is the equivalent of the Titanic sinking, or the Lusitania's torpedoing, big ship going down in the middle of the ocean. Now, difference between both the Titanic and the Lusitania, though, if I can boil it down to one thing, is the temperature. When the Titanic sank, you had icebergs, so it's cold. The Lusitania went down, sort of over by Ireland, I believe, cold water. You're not going to have people surviving a long time in the water. Now, if you're trying to rescue them actively, this is a nightmarish situation, right? You've got to get to the people before they get hypothermia and they die in the water. On the other hand, if you are going to die anyway in the water, in the Pacific, in the very tropical warm regions, you might wish it had come as quickly as cold water. Because with the water as warm as it is, sometimes slightly over 80 degrees, you can stay in the water a long time. Good thing if you're trying to be rescued. Bad things if there's other things in the water, besides you, that you need to worry about. Also bad if you don't have any fresh water, which they don't. And all of a sudden, I think 300 or so men perished right away. 900 or so men are in the water, and you begin now the other part of the nightmarish thing. I don't know how many of you have been in the ocean at night, in the water in the ocean at night. There's something calm and beautiful about it, isn't there? But there's something a little freaky about it too. First of all, you have no idea what's going on underneath you if you're in the deep areas, right? I mean, there's a whole world of ocean underneath you. What's more is if there's no moon out, it can get pitch black and you can't see anything. So now, when we talk about personal things that would bother us, we're getting into my own personal nightmares a little bit here, because you throw me out in the middle of the ocean in pitch black darkness. That is so. I'm already going to have some psychological problems, I think. And I do think that this is why this story is fascinating, because these figures in the story, because of things like war, are cast into situations that are unimaginable. And if they just gave up, we would totally understand. The fact that they don't is, it's a cliche, but it's the triumph of the human species, right? And let's be honest, a bunch of people do give up in this story, and you can totally sympathize with them too. You hear what they've gone through. So the story continues, and you begin to find, the men, as the light of day breaks out, in groups. They're all in clusters, spread out over a great distance, calling to each other, trying to find each other, trying to sort of swim to each other as best they can. The horrible part of the story now, when they're in the water, though, is a lot of people have horrible injuries. You didn't have a bunch of healthy, ready to go lifeguard type people jump in the water. You had a bunch of shipwreck survivors, people who's, one guy in the story. And once again, I always try to remember that the people who were with these people who survived carried these memories with them forever. But one guy in the story, a friend of one of the people he keeps quoting in the book, Stanton, has his eyes completely burned out. And he's going to die, but it's going to take him time. But nobody wants to leave him again. You see these higher qualities come to the fore where, nobody might survive this, but we're going to take a guy who's certainly not going to survive it and expend, important energy that could be spent on living people that are, could go either way. But that's the higher human qualities, right? And so he talks about this guy eventually saying, I'm not going to make it. Here's what I'm going to tell my wife, and all these kind of things. And it's wrenching. Once again, I can't help but think that if the person, and he's a doctor, who's hearing this man with the burned out eyes tell him, here's what I want you to tell my wife, if he's in no danger at all, he's going to take that memory to the grave with him, right? Probably going to drink a lot more whiskey than he otherwise would have drank in his life, because that is such a emotionally impacting moment. But he himself is about to go through this harrowing experience, and it's going to be one hammer blow to the psyche of these people after another. You have a lot of wounded people in the water, bleeding, a lot of burns, and as you all know, burns are particularly nasty and horrible, and not enough life jackets. People floating on flotsam and jetsam. The guy I just mentioned, who had to hear, what the dying sailor wanted his wife told, was named Dr. Haynes, and he's quoted by Stanton in the book. And this incident is particularly highlighted. And by the way, people are vomiting because they've ingested salt water and fuel oil. Stanton writes, quote, a few boys were vomiting so violently that they were actually doing somersaults in the water. Trying to keep calm, Haynes called out, here, right here, where's the oil? And then he moved into the throng. About a dozen sailors were holding a body aloft, an amazing feat of strength considering that they were all treading water furiously to stay afloat beneath the added weight. The man in question was in terrible shape, Stanton writes. His eyes had been burned away, the flesh on his hands was gone, and what tendons. The boys held him up in an effort to keep these wounds out of the stinging bath of salt water. Haynes recognized the man as his good friend and Liberty buddy, Gunnery Officer Stanley Lipsky. Miraculously, Lipsky had made his way, blind, from the quarterdeck, off the ship, and into the water. Haynes knew that Lipsky's pain must be intolerable. He himself could barely look at his old friend, who was moaning softly. Stanley, he knew, was one tough bird. Haynes also understood that he didn't have long to live. Reluctantly, he turned away to those he could actually help.
There should be like, I'd be the detective, but he'd be working for a detective for me.
And yet, that guy with the burned out eyes will make it onto a life raft
like,
and eventually tell
everybody,
that same
this
doctor
is how you introduce yourself.
he wants his wife to know last words and get married again
See,
and all that.
this is how you gotta do it, you see?
Now, I should point out that at this point in the story,
Got it, you see?
it could be
You
a
got it,
war
you
story
see?
from
You're gonna
many
keep talking like
theaters,
this, you see?
many different kinds of conflicts over many different eras. The part, though, that is about to happen now, the part that inspired me to talk about this, perhaps tapping
Why?
into
Because you'd be like, I'll make you sound ridiculous.
nightmares, is a little bit different.
I like
And
it.
no doubt it happened many times in history, not recorded on anyone's parchment or logs anywhere. But this happened in close enough to modern times that we have many stories written down by survivors of what it was like to go down in the middle of the ocean with sharks everywhere. Have you ever seen the drone footage? Some of it came out recently showing, I think it was the Florida coast.
Wow, Mikey, you got to take care of the university? I was like, yeah, like super well, but how other
coastlines,
yeah.
Basically taking pictures of 100 yards offshore, and it appears to be schools of fish. That's what it looks like if you're not paying close attention. So, lots of fish. It's not fish in the general term. I guess it's officially still fish, but they're sharks. And I guess they maybe were migrating, but the first thing you notice if you're paying attention, you watch it over and over and over again, not that I'm obsessed with it or anything like that, is that most of these sharks I was reading in the photograph or in the drone footage are in the 4 to 6 feet range, kind of a fully grown, decent sized shark from one of these particular breeds of shark. But you can instantly tell amongst those average sized ones, every now and then there are big ones. I mean, you don't even know what they are, 18 feet maybe. I mean, you look at them and you go, that's 3 times as long as the other one. Imagine being, you're paragliding one day off Florida coast and you just splash down right in the middle of that. Now, there's no guarantee that anything will happen to you, right? They may just all scatter and frighten you totally alone. But they might not. Now, what if you're bleeding at the same time? Not going to make any difference. Or wounded? What if you're there for a long time and you don't go away? I mean, it's one thing to say I crash landed off the coast of Florida into a school of sharks and I swam to the shore and I made it out miraculously alive. Yeah, but what if you stay there for 4 days? Is that a nightmare? It's a nightmare in the daytime. What happens when you turn out the lights on that? What happens when the sharks start attacking? Not you, but people within hearing distance of you. The nightmare of the Indianapolis, and the key part of the monologue that Robert Shaw gives as the Quint character in Jaws, is what the moment when the sharks start attacking the hundreds of men in the water is like. They can see them underneath them. I mean, this is what's so freaky, is that this water is apparently clear to like 40 or 50 feet. And you're in the tropics. It's a gorgeous color. As a matter of fact, it's so bright when the sun starts hitting the water that it's blinding people. And it's over 100 degrees in the daytime, so they're frying the parts that are above the water. If these people have life vests, a bunch of the people who are floating in the water with life vests will lose everything underneath the water to the sharks. And there are multiple accounts of people tapping a buddy who appears to be sleeping in his life vest on the water's surface and having, by the way, Quentin Jaws actually talks about this too, and having them turn over like a bob, if you will, turn over, and there's nothing below the waist. You can see the sharks below you. Some of these sailors that Stanton talks about say that they would see some of the same sharks and recognize them so often that they gave them names. One sailor gave a tiger shark, a huge tiger shark, the name Oscar. And eventually another sailor took a 2-inch penknife, which is, nothing, and tried to stab at one of these things. Some of these sailors were on a raft where the raft was disintegrating over time, and it had a sort of a lattice floor, if you will. And there was a little hole developing in the floor, and these big sharks would come up and stick their snouts right through. I mean, again, you saw this in Jaws with the mechanical shark. Stick their nose right through and try to get a hold of something. The sailors started kicking it in the face. To me, being adrift in the ocean, in the middle of the night, no land anywhere, no ships anywhere, no birds, no planes, and sharks all around, hundreds of them, to me that is the most terrifying situation I can think about. And what I was going to do once is I was going to do either a book or maybe a TV series where the entire premise was based around the worst place you can be in the world. On any given moment in history. January 27th, 1987, and Tunisia is the worst place to be in the world. The Battle of Cannae in Italy, worst place to be in the world. This is the worst place to be in the world to me on that date, and maybe any date. It takes a lot of the things that are the most nasty things I can think of, packages them together in one horrible sort of event, and then puts these people in this psychological challenge where day after day they're in the water because nobody knows they're gone. This mission, so secret, delivering the components for the bomb, meant that it wasn't like they were totally off the radar. When you read the reports, it was quite a scandal after the war because the Indianapolis going down will be the worst disaster in U.S. Navy history. But there were several sort of, let's just call them fables maybe. And first of all, war, okay, variable number one, but these ships should have been noticed when they were missing. There were a number of little things that happened, and you can see this. I mean, the Pearl Harbor attack's another one where a little variable here, that doesn't happen, this doesn't happen. I don't want to call it okay, but you can kind of see how it happened, and yet what it meant was instead of being rescued within a reasonable period of time, these people are going to be out there for day after day after day. They have no water. And eventually, think about the psychological torture that comes from being absolutely able to see almost nothing but water, but you will go crazy and then die if you start drinking the water around you. Right? Again, it's another kind of disaster movie. It's being stuck in the desert with water all around you, but it's essentially poisonous, right? And there will come a time in the story where, and it's funny because it will spread from one man to another where people will just start drinking the salt water and knowingly die or be so crazed from thirst that they don't care. One thing I found particularly fascinating about the shark aspect that stands and explains in this book was the idea that most of these sailors probably did not have a very clear conception of sharks the way we do. I mean, Jaws was the big, sort of before and after moment on that, but we've been fascinated with sharks ever since. He points out that it was kind of the stuff of legends back in this era, and the idea of confronting one had not been really talked about very often. And what's more, Stanton says that the Navy kind of downplayed the danger because it wasn't good for morale to talk about. Yeah, you could run into an 18-foot tiger shark out there and they'll eat anything. Stanton says that initially the sharks probably mostly went after the cadavers in the water, and that's why the real big attacks did not start for a while. But then once they ran out of those to go after them, they started going after lone floaters in the water as opposed to the ones that had all gathered into groups. And then they would go after the ones at the outside of the circle of people floating in the water. Stanton talks about the incident that we just mentioned, a sailor being cut in half below the waist, and then says that there was a sailor who was on the verge of drowning that was calling for help. And so let Stanton pick up the story. He writes, quote, "At one point, Bob Goss swam away from the group to aid an exhausted sailor who was on the verge of drowning. The boy had clearly gone out of his head at the sight of the fish, meaning the sharks, circling below him. He was waving his hands and calling for help. As Gauze paddled out, he was intercepted immediately by a large dorsal fin knifing towards him, so he swam as fast as he could back to the group. The boy in distress soon disappeared. As the shark attacks multiplied, Stanton writes, the once optimistic boys were filled with a sense of helplessness. Jack Cassidy came face to face with a tiger shark that had been bothering him for so long that he had even given it a name. He called the beast Oscar. He swung at it with a homemade knife and buried the blade an inch deep in the fish's tough snout, but Oscar swam away as if only annoyed. Cassidy was furious. He wanted to kill the shark, but he was relieved to be left alone. As the water flashed with twisting tails and dorsal fins, the boys resolved to stay calm, clamping their hands over their ears against the erupting screams. But this resolve vanished when one of the boys was dragged through the water like a fisherman's bobber tugged by a big catfish. The victim, clenched in the uplifted jaws of a shark, was pushed at waist level through the surf, screaming. Others disappeared quietly without a trace, their life vests shooting back up to the surface empty, the straps in shreds. As the excited sharks grew more agitated, the attacks intensified in ferocity. End quote. There are many people who consider the shark attacks over several days against the Indianapolis survivors to be the worst incident of mass shark attacks in history. I would suggest that that's a hard one to know. Think of how many ships have perished over the ages. And, well, sharks are not a new phenomenon, right? Nonetheless, we have very few accounts like that. And when you add up all the various elements working on these people, you just imagine that no one could last long in that environment without losing their mind. And that's what begins to happen. And we've seen this before, right? We mentioned one guy when we were doing Blueprint for the First World War. That, it's funny what sort of images make it into the history books and what sort of memories, right? So you're in the First World War and you're at Passchendaele and you see some guy stuck in the mud. And with all of the things available to modern society at that point in time, they can't get him out. And he's begging people to help him, and no one can do anything. So then they come back. I forgot how many days later it was. It might have only been one day. But the guy whose memory this was says the guy was still in the mud, but he'd sunk all the way up to his head, and he was insane, begging people to shoot him. We all have a limit, right? So it should not surprise any of us when some of these people start losing their minds in the water under these conditions. And you should also point out something that's not always apparent when you're young, but as a 52-year-old person now is really apparent to me, is how young most of these people in this story are. In my mind, kids. The captain's an adult, and some of these officers are, old enough to have young families and whatnot, although these people were having families at 18 years old back then, a lot of them, so a lot of them were parents. But when you read the biographies of these people, they're kids to me, and you're 18, 19, 20, 21, and you're having to deal with this. I don't agree with Von Moltke's line about, that we need more because it preserves these human qualities, but you sure see them on display here, don't you? You wish you'd never have to see them on display again, but you can't help but marvel that people can, get through this, and many of them don't. Stanton tells story after story about people that consciously decide to give up. That it's easy, even talking about it with other people who are stuck in the water, that it's easy to do. All you have to do, he says, is swim away from the group, and you will get hit by a shark within 100 yards.
We head out to Pomona for
People
another
drink the seawater knowing it will kill them.
16-year-old boy who was killed a few doors down from his house.
Doug Stanton writes, quote, "Those with broken arms and legs and backs had gone into shock and died. Others had succumbed to massive bleeding or head wounds that suspended them in another pool. Still others simply drowned because they were too exhausted to keep swimming. They'd been afloat now without food, water, shelter, or sleep for over 40 hours. Of the 1,196 crew members who'd set sail from Guam 3 days earlier, probably no more than 600 were still alive. In the previous 24 hours alone, at least 200 had likely slipped beneath the waves or been victims of shark attack. Since the sinking," he writes, "each boy had been floating through the hours, asking himself the same hard question. Will I live or do I quit? And as Tuesday unfolded, some of the starved, bleeding, and delirious men began to form their answers. For those who gave up, death now seemed a matter of destiny. They started committing suicide. Those still lucid enough looked on in disbelief, he writes, as their former shipmates calmly untied their life vests, took a single stroke forward, and sank without a word. Others suddenly turned from the group and started swimming, waiting for a shark to hit, and then looked up in terrified satisfaction when it did. Others simply fell face forward and refused to rise. The boy would swim over to his buddy, lift his head by the hair from the water, and begin screaming for him to come to his senses. Often he refused and continued to quietly drown himself. End quote. We should point out that there are people in every Navy in the Second World War that saw actual combat that had incidents like that. And there were quite a few people in the merchant marine and the various civilian versions that kept the supplies coming across the water and handling the logistics that would have their ships torpedoed who would go through similar things. There's something perversely nasty about having the water be warm enough to keep you alive for days, giving you an opportunity to be rescued you never would have had in the North Atlantic, for example, where you'd be dead in an hour or two from hypothermia, but it also gives you time to go through what Stanton just described, as I said, multiple disaster movies all wrapped into one. Now as the hours drag on, Stanton says that the delirium starts to set in. The Indianapolis survivors are going through all of these movie tropes that forever the movies were rich drama and emotion and your sense of feeling for the people, the fake people in these movies or stories. In the Indianapolis people are going through it for real. Their ship went down, remember, at like 12:15 a.m. first thing in the morning, but in the middle of the night on Monday. Stanton writes that by Wednesday, the men start attacking one another. They think they're seeing enemies. And at one point, he writes, and he says within 10 minutes, an estimated 50 boys were killed by their compatriots when everybody snapped at once. See, we have another movie here, too. It's like the shipwreck movie. So it's another kind of disaster film. People are stuck in rafts and dealing with sharks and going crazy and not having... it's as though we tried to figure out how many things you could hit the same people with before they broke. The higher human qualities, though, are visible throughout. The part that got me was as people start dying more and more, they need their life vests because the life vests are failing. They're not meant to be in the water that long. So you have these stories about people that will go over and make sure someone that they think is dead has actually expired and then take their life vest off. But the one guy that Stanton was quoting the story, he would not let them go without some sort of a prayer. He'd hold them close, which, these guys are exhausted by this time, so anything more than the most minimal effort is excruciating. And he was going to see that each one of these people had a prayer said over them before he let them go and to be eaten by the sharks. Those are the little touches in a story like this that break your heart, because those are that's what separates us from just being some mindless thing that's torn apart by the sharks. The thinking that goes into all of that man survived. The man said the prayers over the people he had to unstrap from the life vests. What are you thinking about at night? The rest of your life. They will eventually be rescued by a pilot. They're not looking for anybody. The pilot just kind of sees these people in the water, and he swoops down low, and he can see the sharks attacking them. Stanton writes of a guy named Lieutenant Adrian Marks, who's one of the early people on the scene. Once they figure out they've got people in the water, and it's interesting because of the secrecy involved in this. They don't know who these people are. It's not like they're going, we found the Indianapolis crew. One of the first questions they're going to ask when they pick the first person up is, who the hell are you? Where are you from? So Stanton writes, quote, Lieutenant Adrian Marks reached the scene of the survivors at 3:20 p.m. and what he found astounded him. Lieutenant Atterbury informed Marks that there were a great many people scattered over a wide area. He said not to drop any life-saving equipment until he made a full tour, which Marks quickly did. Both pilots then decided to steer away from the people clinging to the rafts and to concentrate on those held up solely by vests. 30 minutes after he arrived, Marks began bombing the boys with his provisions. About the same time, the destroyers Ralph Talbot and Madison received orders to cut short their patrols near the island of Alethi and head directly to the rescue site. Their ETA, 12 hours from the present, sometime early Friday morning. Marks knew the situation was dire. From his recon altitude of a mere 25 feet, he had a clear view of the deep green sea and the hundreds of sharks circling the men. Night, which he knew was the shark's normal feeding period, was approaching. One of Marks's crewmen watched as a shark attacked one of the men and dragged him under. As Marks himself witnessed more attacks, his anxiety grew. It looked to him as if the survivors were so weak they couldn't even begin to fight back. End quote. And then there's a footnote Stanton put in that says the sharks had in fact remained a constant presence throughout the men's ordeal, even during the daylight hours. Not long after Gwynn, who was the first pilot to find the people in water, by the way, not long after Gwynn showed up, a massive shark attack involving an estimated 30 fish had, in about 15 minutes, taken some 60 boys perched on a floater net. End quote. That doesn't begin to even do justice to the parts of the story that seem, by comparison with crap like that, to be nothing. And how do you talk about no water and how that makes you feel day after day when you're suffering and no decent food? I mean, no sleep. The wounds. I mean, they said that one boy in one of these rafts, one of the survivors couldn't help but point out, was sitting there with his mouth wide open in such pain that he couldn't even make a noise. You ever been in a situation with a person like that? Just one person in one situation? Any one of these things is, again, when you talk about war, the first thing you think about is none of this stuff should ever happen again. And then the next thing you think about is that when it does, look what people can endure. And look at what they do in terms of self-sacrifice for another human being who's in a situation, that's awful, and in a situation that you yourself might be sharing. So that's when it becomes extra heroic, when some of these people are doing things like giving their life vest to a guy who needs it more. It's not like you're doing a good deed for someone you found in the street. It's reducing your own chances of survival to help somebody else's chances of survival. Those are pretty amazing stories, and I think the reason that we're so fascinated with these horrible tales is there's something life-affirming about the people that get through them. And not just how they conducted themselves at the time, but how it both changed them and how the silent heroism of living with it afterwards. And I think we have more understanding of that now than we used to with things like PTSD, but I don't think we even give it anywhere near the thought it deserves. I mean, we all have traumatic memories in our lives. Life provides you with some by default, but some people get way more than their share. Can you imagine if, like, plug in something in the back of your head, like from the Matrix, I could upload the memories of one of these Indianapolis survivors into your, not just your brain, but like have it fused with your emotions. So, you have the feelings. You could have the flashbacks from an experience you never had. Imagine what that would do to you pretty darn quickly, right? It just gave you the memory. Now imagine not being able to ever get them out of your head. Now imagine going through the original experience. My brain never wants to ever do any research on this person. I wonder if somehow the cumulative effect, over decades of all these horrible memories and flashbacks and nightmares, does that ever come close to equaling the terribleness of the experience itself? If it doesn't, how much of it is like, picking at the scab continually, of the wound that changed your life forever? We may not know it, but I hope such you just have the memories always planted in your head. Things like the art, actually speak. My mind, when you look at it, singularly Indianapolis is not really a war story. If it was a war story, this was a but it's not like that in my mind. It's about as connected to war as I see it, as the 9/11 attacks were connected to terrorism. They are the thing that creates the first domino falling in a number of horrible incidents, but once the initial attacks happen, you go from having a war movie, if you'll pardon the connection again, to entertainment, to a disaster film. Like the kind I grew up with. As I said, what is so, I don't know if amazing is a good word to use in such a horrific situation, what is so frightful about what the Indianapolis survivors and non-survivors had to go through. They don't get to just have one disaster film be, their traumatic memory. They get to walk out of one of these, movies like Towering Inferno, get right on the Poseidon, and then they get to experience the Poseidon adventure. It's one right after another. It is as though, the great gods of history were trying to see pile on the same group of human beings. Since it's really for study here, why not have hundreds of people in your sample size and see how much they can take and what happens to them, as you continue to give them as much material as some of the people we pity the most for going through terrible human experiences, what several of them put together experienced. That's why, for me, if you're talking about terrible places in human history to have found yourself in, or if your time machine happens to go awry and you hit the button wrong and you end up in just about the worst place you could, for me that would be anywhere from about July 30th to August 2nd, 1945, a couple hundred miles from the nearest land in the Philippine Sea. I would definitely say if that happened to you, you would have found yourself for that particular time and place in the worst place in the world.
The situation was chaotic, and you got a bunch of people around. Does a shooter, in this case, have the forethought to go around and pick up?
Audible has the largest selection of audiobooks on the planet. What more do you need to know, really, than that? When Audible started sponsoring our programs, they were in a similar situation to podcasters, where if somebody said, "What do you do?" I said, "A podcaster," and then had to explain that for a long time. Well, once upon a time, audiobooks were something that people had to have explained to them. Now everybody understands audiobooks, so everyone understands Audible. And, well, to give you an idea of selection about that sort of thing, they have multiple books. I started counting like 5 on the USS Indianapolis sinking. So let's just call it an unmatched selection. It's just an excellent appetizer. Let's find out more. There's a lot more. Audible's got plenty to choose. In fact, they actually have in Harm's Way, which I've read, is incredible. There's a bunch of other ones too. If you've read that or read the story, you can get granular. There's a new book that just came out on the Indianapolis. So you want some more information on this? You want to have somebody speak to you for a little bit longer than this one lasted? Well, why don't you go to Audible, sign up for their free trial offer at audible.com/Carlin. Text my name to 500500 to get started. You can download 1, 2, 3. I think I stopped counting at 4 or 5 books. It's so hard to believe that it's true. As I said, there's almost this vicarious horror fascination. It's hard to actually compelling to people who have whatever it is, the gene, or just a sense of the dramatic. And there's a reason that this story continues to both fascinate but also inspire. Why don't you go to Audible, check out the as I said, audible.com/Carlin gets you into the free 30-day trial, and you can start to see what it's all about. I mean, I've talked about every angle that Audible has in terms of advantages. In the old days, these were the things that were new and unusual. Now you just sort of expect this sort of stuff from your audiobook provider, because Audible is the one that came up with all this stuff and made this the standard. You want to own your books? Audible lets you own your books and stuff like that. That has made me happy to tell you about them all this time. I mean, as I said, you want a little bit more USS Indianapolis info, go to audible.com/Carlin, sign up for a free 30-day offer. They own the books you get, and start experiencing all the little things that Audible just does right about audiobooks.
liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant.
Be sure to follow us on Twitter. The address is @HardcoreHistory.
Hey, a bucket show. That's all we ask.
Go to dancarlin.com for information on to the show.
We have a skull on the 10.
It's hardcore history. I've always said some of the best things we do around here are apologies. And so I want to apologize if it seems as though our subject matter and the stuff we're talking about lately all kind of falls into a narrow sort of subject matter or a historical period. It's mostly the 20th century stuff. It's not by design, but I don't work by design. I work on inspiration and sometimes opportunity. For example, the opportunity to get a guest like the one we have today. So things don't always work out in a balanced sort of way. What will probably happen is that we'll end up flipping at a certain point, and then I'll start getting emails from people saying, why do you never talk about 20th century stuff? So we're just probably balancing things out in the other direction. Then I talked to Sir Max Hastings today. Those of you who like military history have certainly read his work. He's fantastic. He wrote Inferno. He wrote a lot of other books. If you look at his resume as it exists now, well, if you had shown that to me when I was 21 years old, I would have said, that's the guy I want to be. His resume is long as heck. I mean, foreign correspondent for the BBC, editor-in-chief of the Daily Telegraph, editor of the Evening Standard, war correspondent, author, prolific author, all-around interesting person. And he's written a new book on Vietnam. And 800 pages, by the way, I mean, it's a tome. At the same time, if your library is like mine, and you like having certain subjects covered, this is a necessary thing on my Vietnam section for any number of reasons. Hastings has a connection to the war. He was a war correspondent in it. It was sort of where he made his bones as a young guy. Go Google him and look at the images of him when he was there. My wife thought he looked like a beetle. War correspondents are an interesting species. They don't make them like they used to, I should say, but at the same time, there are still some good ones. They sort of have a foot in both worlds, the soldier world and the civilian world here of people that maybe don't know war at all. And so somehow you need to be able to translate things into a language where you can reliably convey information so that they can understand it. There's no way to reliably transmit information on what it's like to see a disemboweled village chief who's had his stomach cut out in front of the villagers by the Viet Cong as a lesson not to cooperate with the Americans or the South Vietnamese. How do you even relate that in a way that people can understand, and in a way where they just don't not read about it? At a certain point, if you get graphic enough, people won't read about it, but then you haven't done what you're supposed to do as a war correspondent. Now, just so you know, it's only personal weakness that probably kept me from doing something like that. I started reading because I was enamored with it. All this stuff written, and sometimes written about their own lives, that these war correspondents have put into print. And at a certain point, you start to realize, wait a minute, do you really want to live with the memories these guys have? And they're sort of warning you sometimes when you read their books. I mean, they're telling you what they're dreaming about at night. You deliberately, over and over and over again, go to places where awful, awful things have happened. Things soldiers see, by the way, although they don't often want to be there when it happens, the war correspondent, to them, that's like the story. Let's go to the bad place now. Most of the soldiers are of the opinion that they don't want to go to the bad place. They don't want to be there. So Max Hastings did this job, which always for me makes an interesting read because he's filtering in real personal experiences, tastes, smells, the lifestyle, the culture at the time that you just can't get researching secondhand sources. It would have been a very different book if Dan Carlin had written it from other people's stuff than to have a guy who was there, who participated in the activities, who interacted with all the people, and then has had decades and decades to see how history played out since and to think about it and to sort of integrate it into his overall worldview. The result is this new book, and it's worth picking up if you have interest, or a lot of you I know have a Vietnam section on your shelf. If you wanted to say what the focus of the book is, I think it's rightly
put where it should be, although it covers everything. It's the hardcore history books. I mean, the godlike view, the hindsight view, the leadership view, the mid-level view, the Hamlet view, the what it's like to be the guy on the ground view, which is why you get 800 pages or 26-hour hardcore history series of the First World War. Either way, it's explainable, understandable. The most interesting part to me, since I already know the battle stuff, although if you're into the battle stuff, he's awesome. Historically, he's awesome. The most interesting thing for me, though, is to see how he can synthesize all this stuff that's happened in the decades since that era. I was born in 1965. I was born, by the way, on one of the worst battles of the war. The one they made the movie about. That's my birthday, November 14th, 1965, Battle of the Adrian Valley. But when I was a kid, just to become aware, it's all the older brothers and those people who were the ones being drafted, who were living through all this stuff. So in the 1970s, it's hard to explain. This was a transition period in U.S. history. So this is what I want this introduction to Max Hastings, Sir Max Hastings interview to be. Let me sort of cover the bases again for those who weren't there and try to set up a little of this and let you know why it's important to you and why it matters in history. In this case, there is a before and after in U.S. history, and we all know there's several, right? We've got before and after the Civil War, is a classic one for people to use. Before and after the Vietnam era. Go look at a photograph of Americans. We'll just choose a big city because there was a lot of continuity in some of the less big cities where people looked the same over the decades, right? They were more conservative, changed less slowly, less flashy, more down-to-earth people. But you get some photos from L.A., Chicago, Miami, New York, some of the hit places supposedly, and you show a photo from 1963, and you compare those same people in a photo in 1973, and you don't even have to say another word to know that the culture has totally changed. The Vietnam War is one of the major factor points that account for this, and there's several, and they're much talked about. Birth control pill, the sexual revolution, music. I mean, just there's a number of major factors, but without the Vietnam War, you might not have any of those things. It's one of the prime movers, and as a friend of mine who was at the protest back in the day pointed out, the prime mover was the fact that many people might have to go and suffer in a war that they really didn't want to be a part of. That tends to concentrate the mind in a way that just some ideological cause wouldn't. That prime mover, a lot of the era's change in the zeitgeist, for lack of a better phrase. It's kind of strange, change in the zeitgeist, but I mean, the culture flipped. Now, once again, not in some places. The American heartland was remarkably consistent, but in many places, and in terms of what Madison Avenue is feeding you, and what Hollywood's feeding you, and all that stuff, the culture really changed. Vietnam is an important point in that. It was also an era of extreme disillusion with the government. It's hard to explain, once again, how different Americans were before Vietnam and after. If I just said we believed our government, that right there is hard to square. It's so far beyond what most people today are raised with. And it wasn't just you believed the person in your party. In general, Democrats and Republicans believed the president. It didn't matter who the president was. You didn't think your government lied to you. Now, that's naive, of course. But maybe if you look at U.S. history as an equivalent to a person growing up, maybe you're still in your dumb teens in that era as a country and learning some of these hard lessons, like in power politics, people lie. The problem is, though, is that you ended up with something called a credibility gap, where the president had lied so many times that the American people weren't buying it at all. Maybe if you had returned to some level of perceived, because it was always happening, some perceived normalcy with the next president, Americans could have had their faith in the honesty of government restored, but then you had Richard Nixon after Lyndon Johnson. So that's like being hit with a left and a right. Lyndon Johnson would probably, hook you and then uppercut you, and Richard Nixon would hit you below the belt, whatever worked. But as a country, the 70s was about sort of reevaluating a lot of the things Americans had taken for granted in terms of our self-image and whatnot. It's hard to describe how Lone Ranger-ish we felt at the time period, how Philip Caputo, he was the veteran of the War, but he's quoted in Sir Max Hastings' book too. Let me read it to you. He sort of describes the way Americans felt about themselves. And remember, this is in the post-Second World War era where the U.S. is just, in our own minds, we saved Europe twice, then we rebuilt it with our own tax dollars, then we protected it from the Soviet Union and communism in the Cold War. I mean, we were the good guys of history. Hastings writes about Phil Caputo, quote, Lieutenant Caputo, like General Westmoreland, saw himself fulfilling the vision of John F. Kennedy. Caputo then says, quote, if he was the king of Camelot, then we were his knights in Vietnam our crusade. There was nothing we could not do because we were Americans, and for the same reason, whatever we did was right, end quote. Their communist foes were, quote, the new barbarians who menaced the far-flung interests of the new Rome, end quote. It's hard to describe how the United States saw itself as, and the people especially in the marketing materials, as this force of good around the world. And with this dominance, the Second World War gave the United States a dominance that lasted for 15, 20 years in terms of a head start over a broken world. And the power that gave you made you feel almost a responsibility to do something good with it. In his book, Sir Max Hastings writes, quote, there was in the U.S. an enormous self-confidence and pride, not unlike that of the Germans before 1914, a consciousness of national greatness seeking an outlet, a searching for an appropriate challenge to their powers, a refusal to believe that any problem was beyond their capacity to solve. Statesmen who might themselves have doubts were conscious of a great groundswell of public opinion bearing them on. End quote. This was the era where John F. Kennedy was saying, we will bear any burden for the success of liberty, the sacrificing that the country was willing to make. It was the era where young people were motivated by a sense of idealism that in some cases led people to go to other countries and build, farms and chicken coops and work in the Peace Corps, to others who saw a similar sort of mission to help people, especially poor people in undeveloped countries who needed it, by giving them a government that was free. So you see this idealism amongst all these young people across a wide spectrum of types. Now, as far as background in the war, so we have some context here. I didn't go into this with Sir Max because let's not deal with this stuff and we can all find out beforehand. But the Vietnam War, as many of you know, is something that grows out of colonialism. It was one of those territories that a colonial power from Europe, in this case the French, controlled. It was French Indochina. They treated it the way that colonial powers usually treat these places. Puppets. They were bringing civilization was the line, but truthfully, it was a bunch of French people in nice hotels with Vietnamese waiters and whatnot. That doesn't mean that there weren't people that liked it in Vietnam. But when the Second World War was over and, the anti-colonialism wave was unleashed across the world, Vietnam fell into a pattern of a lot of other places that were trying to throw off the yoke of their colonial masters. And in the case of Vietnam, there was a war before the American version of the Vietnam War for a long time, a very bloody, nasty, dirty war between the French and what were called the Viet Minh. It was sometime during this period where the ideas of fighting for Vietnam nationalism, the nation state, a free Vietnam for Vietnamese, run by Vietnamese, at some point there are communists who become part of that movement or are always part of it. And so there's this connection between these militant nationalist Vietnamese movements and communism. And this will be a poison pill for countries like the United States throughout the later part of this conflict, because when the Vietnamese eventually, after some nasty battles, are able to win their independence from the French, the United States has already gotten their toe in the water in that region, not because they really want the French to be the colonial masters anymore, but because of that worry over communism. And that's another thing that's hard to describe to people today, is the role that the fear of communism played in all the decision-making and all the calculations. Vietnam was just one of the many countries that was supposedly part of the domino effect, where you might say to yourself, as many Americans did, they didn't know what Vietnam was, they couldn't couldn't pronounce it. They couldn't find it on the map. So why do we have to send our boys more money to go fight and die there? Well, here's what happens. And remember, this is malarkey. The people who are spouting it generally believe it. But that this is just another country that will be toppled by the communists, and then that country will be consolidated and start to try to topple the person next door. The French had a different analogy. They didn't use dominoes, they used bowling pins. But the idea and the image is the same, right? It's a toppling from one to another, and eventually you have the Soviet Union and Mexico. There were a lot of problems, it turns out, and Hastings' book is pointing this out. There were a lot of problems in the decision makers' understanding of all this, which in hindsight seems crazy because when you look at how many people die in all these wars and how many would be killed, Hastings' book focuses on the civilians more than anything, and rightly so, I think. But when you see all of that, you yearn for a reason, and you yearn for just wanting to believe that the people who are making the decisions are at least well informed, that they've gotten the experts, that they've got people explaining to them, well, let me explain the difference between Soviet communism and Chinese communism and the relationship of Vietnam to either of those. I mean, that was already in some cases below where the threshold where anybody was paying attention. And for much of this conflict and for others during this time period, there's this belief that Moscow controls everything in the communist world, and that just wasn't true. But if that's something you're basing all of your decision making on, well, it's no wonder that things worked out the way they did sometimes. I mean, there were occasions where our government just thought the other side was being stubborn, when in reality we were talking to the people who had no control over the events we wanted to influence, and we didn't even know it. It's hard to believe you could have such momentous decisions regularly made with such either bad intelligence or lack of understanding. But let's be honest, this is one of the things that waiting a couple of decades, or in this case, 5 decades after the events, sort of makes clear. You have a chance, and another thing Hastings was very good at, you have a chance to get the other side's point of view, to interview those people. Considering that we're starting to lose that generation, just like the Second World War generation, Hastings' book might turn out to be one of the really important things on the shelf for a very long time, because you can't replicate those discussions he had with the principals. Nevertheless, if you remember this period, you remember that part of the problem, in terms of our good guy image to ourselves, was some of the news that was coming out of this place. And what ended up happening, in a nutshell, is something that you see happen in a lot of other places. You saw it with the French in their war in North Africa, places like Algeria in the 1950s, where it becomes a dirty war. You have civilians carrying bombs, and kids throwing grenades into restaurants, and people hiding. I mean, it's difficult after a while to keep your troops from doing the sorts of things that the folks back home imagine that their troops don't do. In the case of the United States, things happened in the Vietnam War that if you had gone back a mere 15, 16, 17 years before and asked the American public whether anything like this was ever possible from American soldiers, they denied it to high heaven. The My Lai massacre, for example. But there was regular bad stuff going on. I mean, if you're going to proclaim something like a free fire zone, which of course in Vietnam was famous, which means that anyone you see in this area is considered a bad person by default, well, it's not going to be a good tally at the end of the year. When you start trying to figure out how many actual enemy you killed versus how many people who just got in the way, wrong place at the wrong time. And that became another problem with the war. The war had there were constraints on the war. And the constraints are things that we still talk about today. Because it was the Cold War, because people had nuclear weapons, and because the Soviet Union and the Chinese were on the other side, and because we had just fought a sort of an really undeclared war that started against Korea but ended up being American troops and Chinese troops killing each other, the last thing that anybody wanted was another one of those. So there was always an attempt to keep the war confined to certain parameters. Imagine you've got this fire burning and you just want to make sure that the fire doesn't spread. But at all times, any conflict, especially one going on as long as the Vietnam War did, is a potential flashpoint in World War III. And let's remember, as bad as Vietnam was, imagine how bad something like that could have been if it became the equivalent Again, Prince Ep shooting in Argentina in 1914. We would be talking about 2 or 3 million Vietnamese civilians dying in this war. We would be talking about 100, 200 million people, and us still, clearing out the ashes today. So let's try to remember the big picture that the leaders in this story are trying to juggle at all times. So you have lack of good information with nuclear weapons as your punishment if you screw up. No pressure there, right? But the 1970s were about coming to some sort of emotional terms with this. And there's those of us who lived through it, it's almost not worth talking about because we remember it so well, and it was so, he was beaten to death by the end, let's be honest. But new generations coming up don't remember any of this. It was a very different post-war world for the veterans who came back from Vietnam because this was a war we lost. And Americans, I can again say from experience, we used to be very proud of the fact that you could say we never lost a war. You Canadians do not need to write me about the War of 1812. I realize that that's a eye of the beholder issue a little bit, and I don't want to get into a couple of others with you, but you know what I mean. Theoretically, kind of, sort of. You never lost a war. Vietnam was hard to deny. Vietnam also broke the army for a while. And this is a point that's well understood if you read about this kind of stuff, but it's not talked about a lot. What it did to the U.S. Army between, let's just say, 65 and 70 was amazing. And again, something you wouldn't have thought could happen to an American army, but then it hadn't been put in that kind of situation before. As we said, look at the French in Algeria. You find yourselves in these kinds of situations, and all of a sudden, it's a little bit different. You had drug abuse, you had the short tour of duty. There were a lot of things. The Army really looked at a lot of things after the war to try to figure out what had happened. And if you're interested in that subject, by the way, Andrew J. Basovich has written several books describing the rebuilding of the U.S. military after Vietnam and what was required, and the safeguards that the military brass tried to put into place to keep the civilians from ever putting them in that situation again. Didn't work, but there were safeguards put in. Colin Powell's written about this too. He was involved in some of this stuff. But people don't talk about that very much. You can look at the American Army in 1973. And that's from the Vietnam War. And it wasn't just, the morale and whatnot. I mean, there was fragging was something that was talked about a lot. You know what fragging is, right? The shooting of your own officers. You throw a grenade at them when no one's looking. We were fragging our officers sometimes. You don't find a lot of that from the Second World War, but in the Second World War, we had a very different kind of U.S. image. And the thing about the image is, you kind of live up to that. You try to. As you said, Americans don't do this. It became hard to say Americans don't do this. After Vietnam, it was the war that proved human. Right? We were as good guys as we tried to be, but we were human. Anybody who goes back and dives deep into things like the Philippine insurrection, the Native American War, certainly we've proven this point before in U.S. history. Nonetheless, you kind of need to relearn it every generation or two, it seems.
Incarcerated if they think it might lower their sentence, in jail. So
one of the other things Hastings focuses on, and I think it's an excellent point, is how bad the other side was. There is, as he said, self-flagellation on the part of Americans, but it was a hard thing for us to absorb. It was a huge deal. The country was wrestling with huge issues in the 1970s, early 1980s about this. I was in one of the early courses. 60 Minutes had a big thing on this because it was groundbreaking at the time. That undergraduates were taking at universities where the Vietnam War was on the curriculum. And one of the things that they would do is bring in these veterans to talk to you in every class. So I took one at the University of Colorado, and a veteran who sat in the back of the class, we didn't know he was a veteran because these guys were like 32, 33 years old when they were talking to our class. Sat in the back of the classroom the whole time, and then like after 8 weeks or something, stood up and said, I've been watching this whole class as part of my recovery. I'm trying to come to grips with all this. We actually showed a movie in the class that showed a helicopter door gun release in that movie. It showed me I was the helicopter door gun who saw that film. Boom. But we were all wrestling with things back then. It's hard to describe to a generation who grows up in an era where no one ever believes their government, and that's just the right way to be, by the way. And the United States is fully seen as basically a good guy, but fully fallible. the followable part was not something that people thought of, say, in the early 1960s. We were a force for good only in our minds, and so it was this huge mental rearrangement in the 70s. If you look at the material, there was a lot of introspection, and it wasn't just introspection amongst the general population, but the military also, and the political class. When we eventually, I believe it was in Panama, like 1989 or something, when that happened, I think President Bush the first had said something like, we finally kicked the Vietnam syndrome or whatnot, and the Vietnam syndrome was the after effect, where all of a sudden the United States didn't want to go and mess with other countries for a while. We'd had enough of that for a while. It wasn't just the soldiers who died and were wounded, or the veterans who were increasingly showing signs of being badly affected by what happened in the war, but the cost and the blowback, and there was just this feeling for a while, no more. But again, time passes and people change, and we forget just how bad it can be when things go wrong. And make no mistake about it, things went wrong in Vietnam. The idea that the United States of America, after the Second World War, we're still at this pinnacle of industrial might and military power. The idea that a bunch of backward guerrillas in what we call a third world country with no money, and I mean, they've got no air, there's nothing that they could beat us. That right there was a hard pill to swallow, but it reminded military and political leaders once again that war is not disconnected from politics, as Clausewitz so famously said. And what you're really after in any of these situations is a political settlement or a political change. If your enemy or your adversary or your opponent does not give in when you beat the hell out of them and give you what you want politically, you don't win. The United States did not lose a major encounter in the Vietnam War. And the bigger the encounter, the more likely the United States won, and won big. One of the most famous, most Americans that know anything about this war have heard the words Tet Offensive before. There was a famous Vietnamese, Northern Vietnamese attack in many places at once that was a disaster for them, but it was not portrayed that way at the time. I remember one veteran explaining to me just how unbelievable the casualties were that the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong suffered in that offensive. But it wasn't about body counts. They weren't fighting a war for body counts. They were fighting a war for a political settlement. And because the United States had lied to its people so often about how the war was going, what the other side did by sacrificing a ton of their people and material was say, hey, war's over, and at the same time basically demonstrate to everyone that what they've been told was false, which turned the people once more against the political regime. If you think about this, I hate to do this because it's there's no respect. I mean, it seems wrong. But if you think about it like a game, and you're playing one side or the other, it's fascinating to see how you get to be the North Vietnamese communist side, and it's how little you have to play with in terms of real pieces that have any power. The other side's got all the good pieces, and yet there's ways to win without them. And that's what I mean. When I was going to put guys in black pajamas beat the U.S. military, incomprehensible. But an entire generation of military personnel, mostly junior officers in that war, would grow up to influence the way the U.S. military developed 10, 15, 20, 25 years, and now all the way to now. In Vietnam are all over this military. It's back mostly. And while it would be sort of outside the norms of human history to expect us not to make the same mistakes, they certainly changed a bunch of things so that, well, this war will never be lost in America's living rooms again, as the old saying was. It's astounding, and I'll wrap it up sort of here. When you listen to Sir Max Hastings as a war correspondent, the kind of freedom that they had to cover that war, and it was a weird situation because if you look at press coverage in the Second World War and Korea, it's highly regulated and censored. So then the next big war after Korea ends in 51, 52, the next big war starts ramping up 63, 64 in Vietnam with a lot of advisors. 16,500 at one point before the real troops came in. The media all of a sudden doesn't have those constraints for really the first time in modern American history, certainly. And they seem to get less and less constrained as the war goes on. And when you see some of these, there's one famous firefight where the reporter is, well, I think it's during Tet, where the reporter walks up to U.S. troops that are at a wall of maybe Marines that are at a wall and they're fighting something right on the other side of the wall. And they are reloading their weapons and then standing up and shooting at the other side of the wall. And the reporter walks right up and starts interviewing the guy as he's reloading his gun during the firefight. Now, two things stand out at you right there. Number one is that's a ballsy reporter, right? That's a war correspondent of the sort that are just, they're amazing, right? I've always had an admiration for their willingness to go get the story when they go get the story like that. Ernie Pyle was killed by a sniper machine gun, I think, actually, covering the Second World War. But the other thing you realize is that that is absolutely uncensored war content coming right back to America's living rooms. And if I recall, going from memory here, when the reporter asked the soldiers, I'm like, what did he want to do? I want to get out of here. I mean, it was one of these, I just want to get out of here. It was not a pro-war, rah thing. It was something that the folks at home would go, oh my goodness, now there's two sides to this. Side number one is that's reality. Please put me firmly in the camp of, if you're going to go to these wars and you're going to expect people to support them, they have to know what it is. They have to know what it is in living color, just like that. So I'm on that side. But let's understand that the other side, as Max Hastings points out in this book, show their people that kind of press coverage, right? So they're rigidly controlling what the communist people see. They don't get to see all their death, all their suffering, all their atrocities, and the other side's got it in living color. And our friends who don't like us so much, there were some countries that, love-hate relationships where they play this stuff up huge. And you'll notice we didn't have Americans doing much protesting during the Second World War, bombing Germany and Japan. And we haven't had, by Vietnam standards, much in the way of those things since Vietnam. We had a few big ones, but nothing sustained. Vietnam, there was sustained pressure, lots and lots of people protesting for a long time. We haven't had that since either. Could you suggest that maybe it's because they aren't being exposed to the same sort of video and photos and stories that the American people saw in the 1960s and 1970s? Well, if so, you can call that one of the, I guess, successful reforms that the Army and Navy and Marine Corps leaders, Air Force leaders learned from that area. If they believe that the war was lost in the living room, well, don't do that again. But back in Sir Max Hastings' day, we did. So I'm pleased to introduce, if you've never heard, my goodness, if you've never read his books, if you're a military history fan, well, then you have a whole bunch to pick up. Inferno, go get Inferno, that's a good one. But this latest one of Vietnam also fantastic. So without further ado, I'm honored to talk to Sir Max Hastings today about his new book, Vietnam.
Hello?
Is this Sir Max?
Yeah, it sure is. Hello, Dad.
Hello, and listen, thank you so much. I'm sure they've got you on the book publicity factory assembly line tour. We'll try to make this as painless and fun as possible.
I'm sure it'll be completely painless. It's very nice of you to have me on the show.
Well, I'm a big fan, actually. I will admit, though, I haven't gotten through the latest book. I didn't get it in time. I'm enjoying it immensely, though, and it's a subject near and dear to my heart, as all Americans in my generation probably had no way to avoid.
What generation? How old does that make you?
I was born during the Battle of the Idrang Valley, so November 14, 1965. I'm 52.
Oh, well, that makes you a generation younger than me, so.
Well, listen, I want to talk about that a little bit. It's fascinating to read something from a 21st century perspective that I actually grew up in the wake or the wash of. And I was wondering, how different is this book from something you would have written much more closer to the time you were in country? Now, for example, the audience doesn't know this, let me make sure that they do. This is a book from a British perspective, which we don't normally get with Vietnam War books. It's also able, as I said, give us a 21st century look back at something that many of the books I was reading were written in the 1980s, for example, and you were actually there. So give me a perspective a little bit on how writing this book now was different than how the 25 or 28-year-old Sir Max Hastings wrote.
This is a very, very different book from the one that I would have written if I'd been stupid enough to write it back in the 1960s. But although I'm British, America and its history has been deeply etched into my own experience because I lived here in 67, 68. And I witnessed the huge demonstrations. I met a lot of the key players, the Robert Kennedys, the Eugene McCarthy's, and I went to the White House and listened to Lyndon Johnson haranguing a group of us foreign journalists about why he was so passionately committed to the war. And this was in January 1968. And of course, we were hugely impressed to be meeting the president. There was me, 22 years old, sitting in the cabinet. And Johnson, he behaved in many ways quite like his caricature in that he started out by saying, some of you may like blondes and some of you may like redheads and some of you may not like women at all, but I'm here this morning to tell you what kind I like. He said, I'm prepared to sit down with Ho Chi Minh and nice hotel with nice food and sit down and talk to settle this thing. And he spoke for 40 minutes and then he got up and he didn't take questions. He said, Ryan, very nice to meet you all. He went out of the room. But then suddenly, just as we were gathering together our notes, and we've been hugely impressed as how could we not be? I was by far the youngest in the group, but nonetheless, we were all quite a young group meeting the President of the United States. And suddenly, he put his head round the door again, a little bit sheepishly. And he came back in and he said, before you all go, I'd like to ask you all one question. Meeting me, have any of you changed your minds about anything you read or heard about me before you came? And we were absolutely stunned in silence by the spectacle of the President of the United States carrying sixpence, what a load of kids like us thought. But that was a reflection of how vulnerable Johnson felt then. And then, of course, a couple of years later, I went to Vietnam for BBC television, and I did quite a lot of reporting there, right through until 75. I came out of the embassy compound in the final evacuation. So this was all etched deep in my experience. But the key thing that has changed, meanwhile, is that I very much bought into the idea that not only was this a disastrous war, which indeed it was, but that because the United States was tied up with a bad cause, and therefore the other sides must be a good cause. And I've now come to believe, having studied a huge amount of material from North Vietnam and from the communist side and so on, that really North Vietnam and South Vietnam, I've come to believe, were two rival tyrannies. And the idea that Ho Chi Minh was a good guy any more than Mao Zedong was, or Che Guevara, these were absolutely ruthless revolutionaries, and they did terrible stuff. And whereas everybody has seen the pictures of the South Vietnamese police chief executing the Viet Cong prisoner in 1968, and the naked kid running away after a South Vietnamese napalm strike, the communists made very sure when they were
The burning himself, Skytech and that kid, those three big fucking pictures.
the terrorism that, for instance, there's an entirely reliably sourced story of one of my many village chiefs who was being buried alive in the Mekong Delta in the early 1960s by the local communists in front of all his fellow villagers to demonstrate that the price of rejecting the revolution was much worse than mere death, and he pleaded for a merciful bullet. And the communist cadres just said that they saved their bullets for the imperialists. In the offensive of 1968, when thousands of perfectly innocent people whose worst crime was to support the South Vietnamese government were executed in cold blood by the police. Again, no pictures, and we didn't see all this stuff. I've come to believe that although I don't believe for a moment that the war was winnable, we did allow ourselves, all those of us who were correspondents there and all those of us who were reporting the war, all we could see of most of the stuff we were writing about was what a terrible mess the United States and the South Vietnamese were making of it. And yet, we saw in 1975 that when the communists gained power, the ruthlessness and the incompetence with which they behaved starvation descended on the Vietnamese people in the 1980s. And any idea that the other side were the good guys now seems to be out of order. And I've come very strongly to believe what is true of most events in history, that neither side had a monopoly of virtue or vice. So that's one thing. The second thing I think is hugely important is that we were overwhelmingly influenced by the fact we were with the Americans, and with the US Army and the US Marine Corps and so on, and we saw this through an American prism. And yet, this was overwhelmingly a Vietnamese tragedy. That while 58,000 Americans died in Vietnam, something over 2 million Vietnamese died. At least 40 for every American, not to mention countless Lao and Cambodians as well. So I spent a huge amount of time researching Vietnamese sources and interviewing Vietnamese. And sure, there are a lot of Americans in my story because the Americans made the big decisions. But I've also tried to put the Vietnamese where they belong, which is at the center of the stage of this huge tragedy.
Well, I think you bring up an interesting quandary that people today can understand because we're confronted with it not that uncommonly, even in the modern world, which is with the communists as bad as they were and doing all these things you were talking about, without knowing how the war was going to turn out, does that legitimize the involvement of one of the two great superpowers at the time? In other words, can you make a moral case that the right thing was done because this sort of thing was happening and it was understood that if the communists took over South Vietnam, there'd be a bloodbath and all these other things, and yet all of the things that you talk about in the later part of your book after the U.S. get involved shows exactly how nasty it is for the Vietnamese people, as you pointed out, when we did get involved for all the right reasons. How should, 50 years of thinking about this and seeing how things play out in the region, how do you square the difference between it might be morally right to go in there and try to save these people from a terrible fate, and yet while doing so inflict an even worse fate on them? I mean, how do you square? How does that go in your head these days?
You're touching an absolutely essential point, which I think is very important. I've quoted in my book two people I greatly respect, Senator Eugene McCarthy, whom I got to know when I was a young reporter covering his campaign in '68, and General Jim Gavitt, whom I also knew, who was a World War II paratroop hero. Jim Gavitt and Eugene McCarthy both said at a pretty early stage, they said, whatever the virtue of your cause, if you fight over a village 5 or 6 times, an awful lot of people are going to die, and you find yourself thinking at some point there's got to be some proportionality that even if what you want to achieve in a place, and especially in Vietnam, is something that is worthwhile and decent, that in the end you find yourself in danger of destroying the very thing that you're trying to save. And there has to be proportionality. And one point which is at the core of my input is that I think a mistake we've made in the past that we go on making, and remember the British, they're very much associated with the United States in Iraq and in Afghanistan and so on, is that although there has to be a military dimension if you're going to do these interventions, the key thing is always cultural and social and economic. And if you can't have some sort of cultural engagement with these societies in which you intervene, then you're completely wasting your time winning firefights. And to me, and I've said this in the last chapter of my book, you go on winning firefights in these places and killing bad guys till the cows come home. But unless you've got some linkage with the local people, and I was always very struck by somebody who's become a friend, H.R. McMaster, who more recently was Donald Trump's national security advisor. H.R. McMaster, who's an outstanding American Army officer, one day about 2006, we were having lunch together, and he was telling me about all the great things that his armored cavalry regiment had done in Iraq. And then he ended up by saying, the trouble was there was nothing to join up to. Now, what he meant was that there was no sort of local government, no local community to be able to fill in after they finished winning the battle. Exactly the same. Neil Sheehan, very famous American correspondent in Vietnam, when I was telling him that story a couple of years ago, we were discussing it. He said it was the same problem in Vietnam. There was nothing to join up to. And I've said in my book that I think the main reason that the communists ended up winning in Vietnam was not because they were particularly better soldiers, but because they were Vietnamese. Always this problem, and one sees it in Iraq and Afghanistan again, that a lot of the time they don't like foreigners, whether they're British or American or whatever. I talked to a Vietnamese who's now become a very successful businessman in California. He was saying to me that when he was living in Vietnam as a young man, he said the communists were constantly reminding us how humiliating it was to be occupied by the Americans. They had the monopoly of patriotism. What we have to try and find ways of doing in these interventions is how to, while trying to help these people, we can't take over their countries. And of course, the United States was effectively from 64, 65. Everybody knew that the South Vietnamese were supposed to be running the country, couldn't get out of bed in the morning without asking the Americans which side to get out. And the communists were able to exploit that. So, although any idea that was all against thought in the 60s, that Ho Chi Minh was a sort of Satan figure, Ho Chi Minh was a ruthless revolutionary. But he had achieved the state of substantia as the victor in the colonial war against the French, which the United States and what the United States called, I've still got my old press card from Vietnam, Free World Forces, were never able to find anybody who looked like the patriots and the hero of the nationalists that Ho Chi Minh died on the southern side. But I don't know, the longer I write history books and the more you come to learn that very often you can't say it's good v evil and the black v white. These things are always very complicated. And I felt, even when I was a young reporter in Vietnam, I never thought the United States looked like winning this war. But even then, I never felt the other side deserved to either.
You bring up some very interesting points in the book that are the sort of things that make you feel like the government is inept, and then you realize, but we do it over and over again, so maybe it's built into the cake, as we say. For example, and to piggyback off the point you just made about the South Vietnamese government trying to appear as though they're fighting as much of a nationalist war as the North is, and yet when we first put Marines on shore in 1965, as you pointed out in your book, we didn't even tell the South Vietnamese government we were going to do it. Those are the kind of things where you would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in the meetings about this. Did somebody bring that up and say this is going to look really bad if we spring this on them, or was it, or was the tenor of the times such that worrying about what a puppet government, I guess maybe some people would have called it, thought about this was not on their top 10 list of concern?
Well, you're absolutely right. One of the things that always struck me, and I also said in the book, was between the 1950s and the 1970s, all hotshot meetings in Washington about Vietnam politics, no Vietnamese ever attended any of them. Americans decide what was going to be done in Saigon. And in mind, again, I've quoted all the examples several times. They discussed in Washington whether they should change the Vietnamese government. When President Thieu in 1973 looked like refusing to sign a peace deal that Henry Kissinger had stitched up in Paris with the North Vietnamese, there was a serious discussion in Washington about whether to just get rid of President Thieu and put in another Vietnamese president. Well, it's not too surprising that the Vietnamese feel humiliated. All human relations about who makes who feel good. Americans did not make Vietnamese feel good. And I say this is not unique to Americans. I've seen it myself in Afghanistan with the British troops and so on. But unless you can, although I don't particularly like that phrase, unless you can make it help other nations have self-respect and to feel good about themselves, well, it's always going to be a really tough road to hoe. But one thing I do want to say, which I've also tried to get into my book, I do think that Americans today are sometimes almost flatulatory in their approach to the war. Oh God, we were so wicked. Well, although there's no doubt the war was a disaster,
Shut the fuck up,
a
kid.
lot of Americans, some of whom I've interviewed in the book, went to Vietnam with the highest ideals of service, both some soldiers and some civilians. I've been hugely moved by some of the Americans I interviewed in
This
the book.
game over.
They really care. Some of the civilians, especially, they love the language. They completely threw themselves
Turn
into
out the
the whole
lights.
thing.
The party's over.
They weren't sort of wicked imperialists who wanted to go and take the country. They were people who really wanted to do good deeds in a wicked world. And I think that a lot of the history of the war don't pay sufficient tribute to some of these people. I mean, one guy made an enormous impression on me. I was down on the West Coast interviewing Vietnamese. And I heard about a guy called Doug Ramsey, who I'd heard about, but I never had no idea he was still alive. And I was told he was still alive and living in Boulder City, Nevada. And I looked at the map. All 300 miles drive by in his car over from the West Coast to Boulder City. But I just thought I may be able to go and see this guy. And I got in the car, and it's a hell of a long drive across the desert. And I got to Boulder City, and there was Doug Ramsey, and I spent 4 hours with him. And it was amazing business, because Doug Ramsey was a Foreign Service officer, a really outstanding American, who in 1962 made up his mind he wanted to go and serve in Vietnam, and was involved in pacification programs, assistant for a time to John Paul Vann, the very famous advisor about that. Doug Ramsey passionately cared about the Vietnamese. He learned Vietnamese. He wrote a lot of stuff. Some of his letters home, which he gave me, were hugely moving. But then, beginning of '66, he was driving a truck with a load of rice up to some village, and he got ambushed by the Viet Cong and captured. And he spent the next 7 years, not in the Hanoi Hilton, but in a bamboo cage in the jungle. 7 years. He had malaria 123 times. He had every kind of other tropical disease. How he survived, God only knows. And yet, he came out of this experience. His health absolutely destroyed. I mean, when I saw him, he could hardly move his body at all. But his mind was still right on. And he talked so movingly, because even though he suffered so terribly at the hands of the communists, that he was completely even-handed in seeing the good stuff and the bad stuff. And he knew the Viet Cong, having been their prisoner for 7 years, better than almost anybody else. And I mean, he told me some very funny stories. I mean, one of them that always stuck in my mind. He said one day when he was being interviewed by his interrogators, he told them that he thought that the Americans were in Vietnam, 10% helped the Vietnamese people, and 90% to hold back the Chinese and Mao Zedong. And he said, the communist interrogator replied, in that case, why do you not go and fight him in China? We do not like the Chinese either. And another story he told, which was sort of somehow subject to Tom Hayden came into conversation, Jane Fonda's husband, who had of course fallen in love with Ho Chi Minh and spent half his time up in North Vietnam telling the North Vietnamese how wonderful they were. And when Tom Hayden's name was mentioned, Doug Ramsey asked his interrogators, he said, well, what do you think of Tom Hayden? And they said, we think his ideology is excellent, but as a man we despise him. How could you respect a man who betrays his own country like that?
Let me ask you about the attitude of the times, because you just alluded to it. With as you said, these soldiers who went in here for such idealistic reasons. I mean, you quoted a man named Harry Williams who mentioned, we were doing good, we were making a real contribution, we were making things better. It reminds me, because I was sort of the younger brother of that baby boom generation that gets so much hate these days and so much flack, and yet at the same time, it's hard to not notice that generation is a bunch of younger people were extremely idealistic and motivated by their idealism. Some went into the Peace Corps. A lot of this is pointed out in response to John F. Kennedy's sacrifice speech. But some of these people did a similar sort of approach in trying to make the world a better place by doing what you mentioned, parachuting, into Laos and trying to cut off the Ho Chi Minh Trail so that the people in the South could. I mean, it's fascinating. Just the word watershed moment, the phrase watershed moment is overused, but it's hard to not notice the difference between 1963 United States of America and 1973 United States of America, and not attribute a large part of the disillusionment and the change in attitudes to that war. Does that seem right?
Of course you're right. I mean, I think 2 points, and also to go back to your question about why I thought there was a book to be written. 2 things that what I always try to do, I think a lot of people make mistakes when they look back at historical events, and they look at them through a 2018 prism. To me, the only way to write history is to close your eyes and try and remember how things looked to people then. And the first thing to be said about the 1950s and 1960s, there really was a communist threat that worldwide the Soviet Union and the Chinese did represent deeply unpleasant totalitarian forces. History, I'm quite confident, will show that the United States was absolutely right to lead the Western nations in resisting. We were the good guys in the Cold War, and I have no doubt about that. So sometimes when people say, never really was a communist threat, but there certainly was a communist threat, and they were very nasty people. However, they did get the total tangle in China, because there weren't enough people in Washington who really understood the nuances of nationalism. And one of the things I discovered, of course, researching the book, which I had no idea about, the Chinese and the Russians, far from being enthusiastic about the Vietnam War, hated all business, because they were having to throw shitloads of money and resources and weapons. I mean, the Russians were giving them all $500 million a year, which they could very well afford. But they felt because the Chinese and the Russians were competing for leadership of the socialist world, they had to go on back to this war. But our intelligence, Western intelligence, was so bad that they began to impact them. So that right through the next 2 years, they still believed in the early 70s that all Russians had to do was pick up the phone to Hanoi and the North Vietnamese and make a deal. And it wasn't like that at all. I quoted Brezhnev when he was leader of Russia, saying to the Russian ambassador in Washington, "I have no desire to drown in the swamps of Vietnam." And he felt himself almost as much a prisoner of all this stuff. He hated it, but they were all stuck in this situation. The other thing, too, which I saw the tail end of when I was going here in the 60s, was that America after the Second World War had achieved such awesome success, was so powerful and so rich, that it seemed to that generation of Americans that nothing was impossible. No president, and this very much applies to LBJ, but also to Kennedy, none of them wanted to be the ones to tell the American people that the full might of the United States could see off the low, raggedy ass communist gorilla. There's a very good phrase of Kennedy that made a great impression on me. I mean, I often hear people say, and I don't believe it, if Kennedy had lived, he'd have got America out of Vietnam. Kennedy told J.K. Galbraith, he an economic advisor, a few weeks before he was killed, he said, there are only just so many concessions I could make to the communists in any 1 year and ask the American people to re-elect me. American expectations and beliefs among the American people and certainly the American government that if America wanted something, it must be doable. This was very strong, but of course, as you just so rightly said, Vietnam went far to destroying this. One of my heroes in this book, Walt Bloomer, a Marine officer who I spent a lot of time with and admired also, Walt Bloomer said to me, he said, nothing, he said, in my lifetime has changed America more than Vietnam. He said it created a mistrust and a suspicion of government and of the people in charge that we've never been able to undo. And I think he's right about that, don't you?
Yes, I think that's maybe one of the most persistent things in the war, the credibility gap, and it's hard to describe to Americans now how, as you point out in the book, Americans would believe their president most of the time, regardless of which party he was. And it's never been the same. The other thing, as you point out, and as everyone knows, but it's not talked about enough, that he changed sort of, because it was the second major time, it sort of codified the change outspoken changes to the U.S. Constitution system, where we no longer declare you could describe Korea as an outlier if it was once upon a time, but Vietnam becomes the time where we sort of codify this, and I was interested very much in how you pointed out that the legal advisor to the president was explaining, how you could get around having to do. I was also very interested in the Munich question. It was fascinating to me how the specter of appeasement at Munich was sort of hanging over the decision-making process, and how it played into the domestic politics, and how it could almost be used. If you compare it to a schoolyard brawl, one side calling the other a coward and demanding they move, even if moving wasn't the right political choice. We still have the whole Munich appeasement cudgel at work in today's modern American politics. Can you talk about that and the credibility gap a little bit?
Well, there's a great fear of things seeming to be weak, but it's very difficult. I think one of the things I find as I get older, I hope that one is a different person from what I was when I was a young reporter. To tell you a terrible story, I grew up in a household in which all the men in the house, including my father, banged on and on about what a wonderful time they'd had in World War II. I grew up believing with extraordinary naivety that wars were great adventures. I started out that way, and I parachuted with our own airborne people and all the rest of it when I was 17. And I really thought that this was all terrific romantic stuff. Really, my whole life has been a sort of journey of discovering that wars aren't like that. That wars are very serious stuff. And there's a great phrase which I sometimes quote to student audiences. But I suppose the lesson it's taken me 50 years to learn was quoted by a Norwegian resistance hero called Knut Hansen. Knut Hansen, after doing wonderful things in World War II, he wrote his memoirs in 1948. And in his book he wrote, although wars bring adventures that stir the heart, the true nature of war is composed of innumerable personal tragedies and sacrifices, wholly evil and not redeemed by glory. Now, I think he's absolutely right about that, and I find in my books these days, I write far more about victims than I do about soldiers. But I think one of the things, there are many things that you do learn to have a sort of respect for the dilemmas facing governments. But it's very difficult for all governments in all times to decide when to be strong and when to give way. It used to seem so easy to just send the 101st Airborne or the US Marine Corps to sort out your problems. Well, now we know it's not that simple. But in the end, if you can't sort out the cultural issues in these countries, that the 101st Airborne or the US Marine Corps can't solve them for you any more than our own army can. But I think if one looks at history, one can see moments. I mean, we all see now that Kennedy was both courageous and bold at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, which could have gone horribly wrong. But sometimes when presidents, Lyndon Johnson terribly wanted to be seen to be courageous and to be doing the right thing as the leader of the United States by sending in troops to Vietnam, but of course he got it wrong. But what I'd like to feel is that through my own narratives, one is all the time trying to realize that governments are trying to do very difficult things. I don't just mean the United States government in the context of Vietnam, but most governments most of the time. And the same way for military commanders. I mean, I've seen enough wars myself as a reporter. One's seen enough terrible things on the battlefield that it is very difficult to fight wars. It is not, as my father and his friends used to say, it's all a great wrong. It's very tough out there on the battlefield, and I find that at the age of 72, I have a huge sympathy with the people that make the decisions that I didn't have when I was a stupid young kid.
I was interested when you had pointed out that everyone involved in the decision-making process of moving from a more passive advisor role to putting troops on the ground. I'm going to quote you here. You wrote, quote, "None doubted that the war would be long and the cost immense, quite unlike, for instance, the 2002 decision to invade Iraq. In 1965, every hazard was anticipated. I not only found interesting line. I found that to be a new piece of information for me, and I've read quite a few books on Vietnam, but it's been a while, and that was something that I think changed my paradigm a little. Can you explain that? Because it is interesting to think you would commit eventually 500,000 troops, and yet understand how it might not even be winnable, and understand how tough it's going to be, and not understand, as you said, the difference between Asian communism and Soviet communism. Can you talk about that a little bit?
But if you find, here's the impressive figure at the Johnson White House, the State Department, the Undersecretary of State, George Bull, his memorandum, the things he said in conversations with the White House and the President, he warned all and all. As indeed did some of the generals, that they didn't think that a jungle war in the swamps of the mountains of Vietnam was going to be the kind that suited the U.S.